yeah.
Expect it when we look at the map, so it should
looking
be
hunky-dory, so let me run ads.
Yeah, remember both these teams had to run
We're live,
all the
we
way
are,
through the
and
Swiss
ads are running
stage. They've
too.
been playing
That's good.
pretty much every day here at Masters Shanghai.
And dodging each other.
Yeah, and those days off are absolutely critical
There you go.
to find the right prep. I would really expect to see new game plans and new counter strats from both these squads.
Well, I have a hot take. Now after seeing what the maps are, I think G2 can close this out 2-0.
I think GENG can close this 2-0.
But if it goes the distance, I don't see a way that G2 win this.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think Ascent is really the linchpin for G2 getting a win here and making their first global final.
I think I really think it can happen. I mean, after seeing the Lotus GENG had against Fnatic as well, they have holes. They're not invincible. They're humans as well. But we did talk about this. Whoever wins map 1 could potentially lose the series.
Yeah, that has to be a different kind of scenario for this deep into the tournament. Remember, if you win today, you go up to that grand final. You will get those 2 bans, the advantage of having an easier time to go through everything. Like the stakes are maybe even higher because both of these teams have the chance to win in this entire tournament without losing a single match.
The double ban and also an extra day to watch your opponent and have a lot more time to prep. It is a massive advantage.
I can't wait to see what agents we're going to get here as well for Lotus. If there have
Lotus
been
first
enough
map?
time,
Okay.
in the last few days for them to implement some agent changes, perhaps.
I wouldn't expect it on
wouldn't.
Lotus, though.
I mean, out of all the matches, we can expect a mirror here. I mean, I think that on Ascent is going to be the same. No surprises.
Same
as
comps,
we
yeah.
are seeing the agent select right now. GENG starting off on the defense. We know the texture in the past, especially during that Swiss stage, had a bit of trouble warming up during that first map and wasn't that impactful. We need to see another face of him.
The head-to-head I'm really excited for in this map is between
Hi there.
Texture
Today
and
I'm going to
Texture has honestly looked like
Scared
maybe
me.
the best duelist of the year thus far with great performances in Madrid, Pacific, and here again in Shanghai. Icy, this is his first ever international tournament. His
Cat win
first
rate,
ever
defense
arena
win rate,
like
pretty
this,
good,
and
pretty
he's
good.
had some waves of inconsistency. If he can show his best on this stage, that's a big win condition for G2.
I think that especially the way that the defenses have been working, the head-to-head that I'm looking at is the Sentinels with the performance that Meteor have been having. I mean, I can already see us an Icebox, guys.
Well, a spot in the grand finals is up for grabs, so let's head into map 1 and send it over to your casters. Give a warm welcome to Achilleos and Paperton.
Thank you very much, and boy, what a warm welcome that was to be here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena here in Shanghai. The audience packed, riled up, and ready to go, just like us. We are ready to dive into this series. Desk talking about it, breaking it down, saying, is this going to be a 2-0? Is it possible to have that happen with these two teams? I think not. I think we're in for 3.
It's actually kind of cool for the China casters to get to do an international event like this.
That
I didn't really
both
think of
these
that,
teams have
actually.
shown throughout the event, the endurance that they have
Right.
has been
Raise
I
and
love
fade
the way
over
both
towards
these
C.
teams play.
So what trying to
This
put
has
like
be
C
almost
pressure over here.
to get things
Nobody's
started off
defaulted,
right.
so nobody really hears it.
Hot. They are a really difficult team to overcome.
And then just a turret and a
For now,
Nano
slow
Swarm here.
approach. Everybody working their way forward. Pushing up over here towards this A side. Tap on the door.
Chrono is good. And Nano Swarm even better for Meteor, who's just hiding around the corner.
Shots as the kills come in.
Really nicely played.
Slows up and shuts down everything that G2 wanted to get started here in the pistol.
So they're like, oh, well, the Killjoy's on A with a Viper, so we're going to go B. And then you have the turret, and then you've got people that can play off the turret too.
Wall shots not going to connect. A little bit of damage on the Icy.
Push up forward, able to find one lock. You're going to be taken down, but not before he's able to find Jonah P. Now just Trent and Icy. Tap on the spike. You're at back sight, but a double setup here as they jump onto the corner. Trent will be able to find another. His texture will fall, but Icy just so damn low, trying to clear out some space. Sends out the paint shields, but Spike stranded to swing on the corner.
All right, nice.
You're actually taking away the third.
Actually, a really nice pistol.
The opening pistol.
Yeah, and this is
Hey, Blinded, thank you very much for the year.
Not just with the setup that they
Very
run,
annoyed by my
but
Prime sub
they
not
find the choosing
updating.
defender side to start. Usually their better side on this map is attacker side.
Does it not? Oh, no, I guess it wouldn't if it's Prime, yeah.
G2's weaker side, which has been their attacker side.
But yeah, hope you're doing well. Hello, Hunter.
Really smothers this
Hello, everybody.
from G2. And they're able to find some good kills there at the end, keeping G2 completely in check on that B site. Now over
I don't know. I'm
to their
sad with that.
anti-eco,
This is
a
the
marshal,
lighting.
2 guardians, 2 sheriffs here.
Yeah, thank you very much for the 12
A few pistol
months.
fought. Decided G2, some early spam. Meteor though, gonna have to
Where's the
move
option
out.
for that?
He's under a lot of pressure.
Backing away.
Oh,
Does that mean to like have a, yeah, I guess to have like a streak of months in a row, you need to do it
Often does around B. It's getting shut down.
purposeful each time?
Very much out in front, very much at risk as the swing is ready to come through, but still, he's going for the
That'd be a nice thing actually for streamers.
Gonna be taken down.
Because Prime Sub seem to be like the main proponent of
Corner trying to clear out that cubby.
like subscriptions and stuff, right?
G2 held at bay, seeking value, seeking some kind of kills, but Meteor continues to press.
But I guess the whole point of a Prime Sub is it's a bit, not a throwaway sub, but something that you can use liberally.
Last one standing. The tap on the door. They just want to go ahead and smother him. They will. Munchkin gets himself a piece. That's going to be a 2-0 start.
yeah, and Meteor
A lot of stuff.
having a
I want to
straight
steal
start to this match.
good
Gonna
use
be getting
pistol.
close to that lockdown already. 3 orbs away from finding it for himself. Some rifles going to be invested here for GenG on their bonus. Full rifles, a few half armors for G2. So far, so good. And
Can I get a
Meteor's
drop?
been a real thorn in the side of teams in this event, especially on this defender side, Killjoy. You think back to those Ascent moments where he's getting those multiple triple kills, those 4Ks, things like that. He's incredibly sturdy, incredibly smart, knows when he can take space, knows when he has to give it up. You just saw it really well in that.
Aggression on A main, changing up the setup, changing up the strong side, and then they get Trent just spraying. Yeah, like here.
That's just brutality off the
How many
rim.
Phantoms do they have? Well, just a War, 2, and then Guardians,
a real
and a
point of
Vandal.
interest for me for
I'm a
G2
broke
on
student now, so no
the
regular sub. Oh yeah, absolutely no worries. Like, I'm not consistently streaming anyway.
Doesn't really fight for it too often, whereas GenG more than happy to. We see it all the time with them.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think that, you know, G2's done amazingly well to get to this point,
Now it's gonna
and
be
not to take anything away from them.
over on that C site. A little bit of spray out.
Because the teams that they beat were, like, tough teams,
Soften
right?
up any of those HP bars, but nothing spotted quite just yet.
But I think
A lot of space being given up.
GenG,
Just the alarm bot to check there.
100
So far,
Thieves are, like,
G2
in,
continuing to just watch
like,
things
one
from the
pool,
map.
I
Worried
suppose.
about those lurks.
And
The
then,
likes of Meteor, from the likes of Munchkin.
like,
Sometimes even other players will go on a lockdown.
probably,
But usually it's those two.
like,
Gotta be
Team
considerate of it. So
Heretics,
some util to clear rubble.
and then
But G
G2.
really does like to stick around in this area and try to.
But I think, I mean, this is one of the things about the tournament that I've not really seen people talk too much about is
G2 as they cut sound.
this, I think, is one of the best international events that we've had because stylistically, all of the teams are like different in how they play. Like GenG is just like a fundamental like
Fishing,
team.
the wall goes down. They don't spot
Like
anything
100
now.
Thieves is good like theory and good like
B
comps.
site, but 12 seconds remaining.
Heretics have just got like good, like not just executes, but it's like execute utility, like how they use utility. And then G2 is a good like anti-strat team.
See if they can convert. Showstopper at the ready.
So you got GenG that's like a really well-rounded squad. 100 Thieves is like cooking up some really good comps and ways to play around macro-wise. I think the micro from Team Heretics is some of the best in the world. And then G2 is just really good at like playing up against strong opponents by having a read on them and adjusting to them.
Aware
How
of it.
far are we into Masters? It's the last 3 days. This is the upper bracket final.
They leave us low. They know that he's on
So
it.
top 4 now.
Shuts down that defuse.
Yeah, really nice bonus for
Just wide
GenG.
swings, finds the kill, and GenG get the bonus conversion.
Unbelievable patience here from GenG and Texture.
Probably not the best game to be put in
Rip really opens up
first.
a lot of space for them
Because I feel like
to keep it under their control.
maybe the perception's changed a little bit as it's gone on. But I'm curious on like
Fowler gets the information, he just sneaks right behind him.
China's perception of GenG at the moment, in specifically in Valorant. So obviously GenG got into a lot of trouble last year
Numbers start to crumble because they lose that player early.
by essentially suggesting that Taiwan isn't a part of China.
For the side of
And
GenG.
a lot of people have just given like the team GenG a lot of flack, like they cheer sort of against GenG here. So when you're in a big arena like this, it's like 30,000 people capacity.
And they're already seemingly in
I wonder if it'd be a lot louder if it'd be different teams, but I guess we'll see that later.
Much across the board.
Who are we rooting for? I really like
Still
GenG.
wanting to be able to do some damage here, but Meteor
I think that
7-1.
they are the most like well-rounded team, and the fact that they've got like Ascent coming up, this could be a very swift 2-0.
Everybody else once again sent scrambling.
Because GenG's Ascent is crazy.
Now seemingly no
GenG is also like the Korean team. Like you've got Overwatch players in there, right? You got Munchkin, you got well, no, Lakia wasn't. Sorry.
damage dealt is still severe.
Like Munchkin especially.
14.5 between these last two remaining players.
Usually those stingers so good for Valen.
I mean, weapon can be recovered, but they don't even want to make the noise.
But an Ascension team making top 4 is a really good sign.
not allowing for it, and the snake bite out from Munchkin, perfectly timed.
Really good, like, testament.
GenG, denying that stinger value.
Well, Meteor's on another heater already. Certainly.
Have you benched Eric? My heart? Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was just them saving money a bit.
For the side of G2, but he seems so clean, so snappy with it.
But also, like, I know Latex as a coach is a lot more like cook up stuff.
One enemy
You
remaining.
can see that GenG so well coordinated.
And I think Doombros was just like the, like, you know, what a head coach should be. It's almost like the mediator between your IGL, the team, your assistant coach / analyst.
Now you have that lockdown to consider still. Early pressure on the Rebel, early orb, and that's
GenG fumble Madrid. It was their grand finals to win and they choked. Yeah, and I don't. It depends. Like, if it's like GenG 100 Thieves as a grand final, I could see GenG like fumbling it again.
They're so wary.
Right, so they've lost Munchkin first. You got a lockdown, you got a showstopper. You still got good information on A, crossfire on B. Paolo just to check for information, waited a good amount of time before they used it. But also G2 waited a good amount of time before they like shut themselves on A. So again, contact, some fighting here. One thing I'm trying to do is like pay attention more to the clock of like when these timings come in. So it's constant fights, cutting noise about like 55 seconds, opening the door, never mind.
With that man advantage, still not feeling the most comfortable.
Yeah, and they're really trying to understand where this showstopper is. They're trying to get.
So what are these guys doing? They're rotating, they're expecting A. The door's open again, so it's going to keep them there. Just around the time as well that like GenG might have some more utility. Like they have a haunt, they might want to use it towards B. They want to do stuff like this, but they have the killjoy towards C. Put down the lockdown. They found the entry onto Lakia, which again isn't worth it because he had a haunt.
Go just outside of the radius here. Warbot going to be sent. Showstopper at the ready. Texture looking for the angle, looking for the punch, but it's going to be shut down. The Meteor fighting two.
2v2.
Suddenly we're in a 2v2. The creep forward. He spotted him. He stayed it. Meteor. His play.
Oh, Jonah P's just sprayed through. It's crazy on the clutches. Oh, he just didn't see him. Meteor doing so much better. He's 14-2. He's fucking 14-2.
5-0 start. This guy is electric today.
The extinction level event is back. Meteor coming in with full
like GenG, it'd be amazing if they won, especially from like Madrid sort of slipping through their fingers. Heretics, it would be amazing considering like the team and everything there. 100 Thieves, I sort of was a fan of and expecting them to maybe win it. And the only ones that I don't have too much hope in is G2, but I wouldn't say I've been watching a huge amount of them. So like it's not fair for me to be like, oh, they're not as good as the other four. Well, you know, they're in the upper bracket final, making top 3 at least.
Scenes that we have not seen. 14.
You think GenG is going to pave the new road for Pacific? It seems that way. Like, Paper X is sort of in that EDG position, I suppose, of like you can't continue on the road that you're on. You need to like reset and think somewhere.
This team would not have gotten here without being able to pull off one of the craziest comeback that we have ever seen on a VCT stage. We know to never underestimate them, but right now, GenG and Meteor in particular are looking like a completely different beast. But Fallon, we've seen it time and time again, that slow start,
right,
that
G2 timeout.
download of his opponent.
I haven't really been watching what they've been doing too much. I've more been
how they like to play the map,
G2.
picking them to pieces. That is still very much
I think the timings have been good for G2, like them opening the door and stuff here, but it was just GenG sort of read right through it. It was more like the only thing was Lakia dying here that I wasn't a fan of. Considering it was a 4v5, and the defenders did well to adjust. More ground to cover. Yeah, look at that, 14-2. Like, second highest is 3.
Spray into the smoke here. Texture not even needing the haunt to connect.
Is against an eco.
Is the eco round.
But like how these guys fight for A main is really good.
As concerned here, but the aggression that GenG are putting on display at the moment. G2 struggling to fight back against it. Meteor tucking away. Nice shot from Jonah P. Will open things up here on B, but do they suspect this? No, they do not. 2 quick kills. Munchkin bringing it into a round, putting GenG up to 6.
Yeah. So now we see what the timeout was really for here for G2. I mean,
I'm all for a world where they're the ones pioneering APAC.
Part of the equation if they're going to really have success.
It's a real shock, I suppose.
B and C just completely untenable.
that you have like Korea being a real force to be reckoned with. Which I think makes sense to an extent too, because I think this kind of like meta since the Sky nerfs, where it is a little bit more like execute utility centric.
He needs one more kill for a lockdown of his own. It's gonna send Gen G
like, yeah, it feels okay, nice, on's good. This must have been one of the things that was called by G2 is like, let's fight framing a little bit more.
Trying to hold some space, spraying through the wall, trying to find some connections, and Icy's gonna be taken down to 14.
But really, it's a good time to just be like, okay, they're doing this, but Odin too strong.
Munchkin scaling up, tucking here alongside Jonah P. Not reading it at all. Munchkin plays it patient. And now just back.
I need to like learn how to do some of this Odin stuff.
Munchkin still safe in the counter spray.
Surely there's like some fucking YouTube guide on it.
Down low.
Now Lakia, master of the Odin. Gonna use.
He's just missed Leaf. Prowler didn't. Good info from Lakia.
Keep that information. Keep him pinned down. Oh, that Pumbaa almost.
Can't use. I mean, he's blown a lot of utility here. I don't want to see him use that last Prowler for at least a bit.
Able to clear it out. But I mean, it's just a battle of sprayers with Odin's in hand. Dexter will find Leaf as he goes
The
creeping
last is
forward.
there because of the boom bot.
Icy replying with one of his own, but at 14 HP. What more can you do? A couple players low on
Too much.
Yes, but Munchkin will find it. And the timeout, the buy.
It's crazy how like Lotus has suddenly switched to being defensive favored, but I guess that's a lot of like anti-strat.
I mean, yes, this is again G2's weaker side of this map. They have in this event generally been better on their defender side.
And Ace had it good for too long. This is like, it's all catching up for them, I see. I don't know.
I think if you can swing 3 rounds, that's great. You can or 4 rounds, you could definitely challenge Gen G on this map. We know they're capable of it. We know what kind of comebacks they can create. It's just a matter of getting there at this point. A little bit of
We all saw the Duelist changes, didn't we?
smidge of damage.
I'm not disappointed, but I'm shocked that they weren't more
Already a lot of the pivoting having begun. Pull back as
major, I suppose.
pushes across, going to be TP in from Valen.
Like the Raze nerfs didn't seem like it's enough.
A little bit of damage dealt
Like,
some of the utils.
I don't know. I think it's because I said like, what if they nerf Raze to just have one satchel? And everybody's like, well, nobody would play it. I'm like, you think?
Have to back off of this.
Still some of like the best movement in the game.
Follow up there.
Well, that Viper's Pit's got no value because of the lockdown.
Retake inbound.
Valen pulling off.
And then this Viper's Pit, it does mean that they have given up a lot of this space. I do like that G2 were fighting for this initially and then backed off, just to really condition Gen G that if they're pushing into this Viper's Pit, there might be people in these close corners.
Finding him. Pit. It's been eliminated. The K. They'll just play it
Might
out.
still not matter.
Build up those HP bars. 5
Scaling it bit by bit, holding angles, having people walk, one person holding, one person pushing, 1, 2, 3 peek after this poison cloud goes down. Good fights, good trades. Yeah, Leaf just needs to live. Like he needs to get on it. There's no time.
Last man standing, but he's already abandoned his post.
I mean, you got out lockdown, you got out Viper's Pit on a C execute. You used Viper's Pit yourself, use Nightfall.
Huge round here for G2. Great staggering of their ultimate.
Isn't the Neon and ISO bus pretty substantial? The ISO ones for sure. I think the ISO ones are much more, not major, but it's more like it's the first time really that I think Riot have gone away from something that is almost like an agent's identity. You know what I mean? Like they've never really fucked with a signature ability too much that it's different to what it initially was.
Cycle of their own. The lockdown and the showstopper one away each.
Like getting a kill and then being able to shoot the targets. Like the targets thing for ISO. Oh, lucky it might be fucked here. What? Didn't matter anyway. Lucky it still went down. Brave from Munchkin. Can still be cleared. There is a Prowler in hand. Oh, nice fight.
Moves over, finds one, but cannot get more. He gets a ding.
He actually does get Trent. Yeah, he does a lot of damage. Neon, I don't know. I think it's going to be really annoying to deal with. It's either it's not going to be as bad as it seems, in which case Raze is still good, or Neon will be crazy strong. A good save from G2.
3 kills picked up. That's going to be G2.
It'll be the like Neon's super strong, in which case I think a lot of the things that are strong about her will be like
Big time, and that gives the opportunity for Icy to come in with the showstopper, clear space. There's good trades for G2. And that really breaks things open for them. You know, Munchkin plays behind this box well enough, but once he's isolated,
The fact that Neon loses a stun, I think, is much like that's a massive nerf.
he's going to be outsmarting his
That's the
opponent.
one thing about Neon's utility that was
Well handled.
insanely strong.
The pockets of GENG are deep, so they're able to grab another Odin. Curious, no operator yet.
And even if you took some of the buffs that they had for like 2 dashes or like accuracy whilst dashing, movement speed, if you take like one of those and keep it with the double stuns, Neon gets used a lot more than she would do now.
Last time it was an early
But that might also be me being like, the thing that I find the most interesting about Neon is some of like the stuns and the lineups that you can do there, you know? So for me, it's like, oh, this is really cool. I'd love to see a Neon meta. They get rid of the stun, or one of the stuns, and it's like, oh, it's a shame.
Showstopper set and shut down immediately. Icy
Yeah, G2 have done well since their timeout. I wonder if we'll see a timeout from GENG after this.
And that's going to be Lakia, last one. Just now rotating over here at Waterfall.
4v1, nobody's planting. You got all the time in the world, just waiting for the Haunt to do it. It's so good. Like, this is something that I think a lot of teams just miss. Like, in these instances, it's just a case of perhaps, you know, you like, all right, well, 4v1, we can kind of just run anywhere, we can plant anywhere, we can do it as fast as we like. But G2 still being like, let's just wait for the Haunt.
Playing really well for those
Once we
trades.
like use the Haunt, then we can plant.
Just
waiting for utility. It's
feeling
nice.
himself a little too much there. You could call that an overheat, I suppose. He did get one, but still had that lockdown. Still had the opportunity to maybe kind of fall
Are
back.
they gonna go hunt for kills? They could do. I mean, money's not great on Jonah, but everything else money-wise is grand, especially in comparison to what GENG have.
Really starting to react well. Really starting to make sure that all their angles are covered. Doing a good job of kind of playing that hallmark G2 style. It's very much a team effort throughout this entire event. It hasn't just been one superstar kind of railroading. No, not at all. Everybody's had their moments for this G2 squad. I mean, Icy has really stepped up as a rookie. Valen is Valen. He's always really, really strong. Leaf is nuts, especially with the Outlaw.
Yeah, Texture just misses.
Really nuts with that.
I mean, it almost gets Trent.
Opportunities for G2, but in general, when
Good
it's a
fights,
team effort,
especially from
they
Leaf.
really
Battle of the Killjoys.
start to rock and roll.
I'm out, yeah,
for
good
G2.
timeout.
And now it's going to be GENG's turn to take a timeout, seeing if they can maybe stop the bleeding here. 3 in a row for G2. GENG, some things to consider.
I do like this, like just the
Yeah, I mean, again, we're starting to see those gears
Like the platform
shifting
it's
here
on.
for G2. They're getting that
because
snowball.
seeing like the little videos that they've made about like the stage setups and the vision that they have for the show,
That is still not gonna be
every little thing that's on the stage here is
considering
like
how
purposeful.
they started off. So they want to try to put an end
and
to
like
this
judging on how a lot of the branding has been for this event,
the performances
where it's almost been like,
from them in this
because
tournament.
Kong said something similar as well, like in a little video he had with Boaster, where it's like
This upper
he
funnel.
does like a rap sign, because like rap is like very like, it's like an underground thing in Shanghai, like trying to make it big sort of thing from
being aware of your ultimates, being aware
like an underground setting. And he said that esports is really similar, so like you see it a lot with the like the rapper and stuff that was doing the Shanghai like
at times, sure, when you're not
trailers and all of the story things that they've done.
he's got to go for those, and
And obviously it's like in a
moments like that
club, and then there's like a
maybe just a
rap
little
battle
bit more
head-to-head
pause
game thing.
before you guys start really.
I think that's kind of the vibe that they're going for with the stage as well.
Really paint shells, Haunt, TP up on top of rubble, and
Oh,
Lakia
Leaf
found
gets
the
caught
one
out. Same position
Spraying
that Trent was
across.
caught out.
Odin things. Finds one. Texture going to be tucked back here.
Okay, after fight for A main, we managed to make it onto B.
They're just waiting.
Viper Orb
Pushing forward.
used over on this spot.
Smoke going to be dissipating. 2 out in front of him. Texture.
Good trade,
Find one.
at
Can't
least.
Karen now going to be
We
noted.
know that there's one more here.
He looks to hold
Gonna
forward.
actively fight it, but they need to get this kill down to Karen, so it's a big kill.
Lockdown in
So
play,
it
but
does
Jonas
mean that these
before
guys are
kill now,
completely
3-3.
separated. But Trent leaving it as late as possible to Prowler, even spraying a bit.
Coming through, but Trent has to
Not gonna
respect
get
the
detained,
lockdown.
I need to
Pull back.
sneeze.
Some space going to be given up as Meteor.
But like 2 players coming from Secret, 1 from B main isn't great. The paranoia is though, because of how late it was, and especially with Trent getting his kill,
Take it down.
really puts the pressure onto GENG.
Continue upward. The push of the corner, and Lakia cannot make it happen. Now it all falls.
Really good adjustment. I think it was just Valen being late here to actually like go and paranoia this.
G2
Like the fight that Jonah P wins here is super important.
Win found.
What a fantastic use of the Nightfall there, anticipating that there was going to be a lockdown and that they needed to leave that space. Make sure that that flank angle that Karan could create was dealt with and handled. That opens up a
really important trade here. Really good fight with Jonah P. Like Valen just like biding his time here, so they go for that fight and then that late lurk.
The way that G2 is starting to trade these ultimates.
Just big fights. Like the one that Trent gets towards B main here, Jonah P obviously here.
G2 has done really well so far this event. They're really aware of how their opponents are going to want to use their ultimates and how they can strike back. So very impressive.
In main aggression. Ponce connecting. Yeah. Different position. Gets icy. G2's chilling with 5, right? I think they're chilling with 4, to be fair. I don't think it's a bad look for them. But I guess we'll see.
But we've been seeing more of that clutch, more of that perseverance.
I haven't really been tracking vetoes and stats for Shanghai, really.
Round of the half. Make it a 7-5.
Or any sort of stat grabbing info stuff has been for Polaris.
Because their defender side is really nasty to deal with. But for now, trying to spread the map a little bit more. Jonah P trying to see what info he can get over on the C side.
Probably used here.
Karan, all alone, doesn't like what he sees over on the other side. So that util, start creating some presence. Lakia scooching over to the door. No Odin this time, spam through. Trent does have one of his own. For now,
Put the one-way hit on the wall.
it's just going to use that. Yeah, they're just trying to buy some attention over in that direction to keep players more leaning.
There's no smokes for Karen for the time being.
Seemingly set up for the C hit.
And this poison out, I don't think this poison cloud is going to stay up too long because of this wall.
Prowler's cleared out, swing onto the corner. Trent trying to find the wall bang shot meteor in the meantime.
Big fight, big trade again for Jonah P. Play for Lakia. I like this push like B main. It was a little bit risky, but you're counting good information, so you know if there's like one here, we just killed one here, and Meteor's called free on C that you can push and open the door. You have the Omen TP across, big kill onto Lakia again, just pushing up all this way. And this is going to be a hard retake because you have 3 players coming from different positions. And it just comes down to individual 1v1s. Meanwhile, these 2 players of G2 were playing together, now they're separated. But one's sort of playing for early information on where these last 2 are. This one can like scale up and take the fights, gets the most perfect timing.
He's playing it patiently.
Oh, they line up too. Jonah P has been an absolute hero on like this attacking side towards the end.
Another at G2. They get the 5.
Welcome to the College of Clutch, your professor Jonah P.
FPX is the best team in the world and they always lose on defense. Yeah, a lot of that, like, because they don't run Sentinel, right? So, like, playing defense without it is tough.
Look at it. It's like, oh no, he beeped it, and then he just drags it in. He forces it over the line. What a 4-piece, what a run back. 7-0 from GENG to start off this map into 5-0. That is incredible. They're still out in front, but not by much. GENG, let's go ahead and hear from Karen, another Omen player moment.
Yeah, clutch timeout from Josh.
오늘 백티 상대로 경기 전에는 긴장을 좀 했고요. 일단 만만치 않은 적수였고요. 왜냐면은 저희가 라운드를 많이 땀에도 불구하고 그들이 하는 것에 대해 주저하지 않고 계속 트라이를 해가지고 라운드를 잘 따라온 거에 대해서 무척 잘하는 팀이라고 생각했고 저희가 원래 아이스박스를 못하는 팀이 아닌데
I need a quick reminder of what's been happening in Shanghai, like for results. G2 and GENG. G2 beat Heretics, they beat Paper X. They also beat Heretics in groups, in Swiss stage, yeah. And beat T1. Yeah, G2 have not dropped a series as of yet, but they've dropped a map in every single one. Meanwhile, GENG, they beat 100 Thieves, they beat Fnatic, they beat FPX, they beat Leviathan. Same thing though, like not dropped a series, but in each series they've dropped a map. So this is screaming that it's going to be a full best of 3. All 3 maps have been played.
신인이고를 떠나서 저 같은 경우에는 그냥 다 같은 프로게이머로서 열심히 해야 된다는 자각심을 가지고 그렇게 임했기 때문에 저는 딱히 제가 신인이라고 생각하지
individual maps, what we're looking at.
GENG. Very much humbled the latter half of the opener here on Lotus. What a run back from G2, and this is exactly what the desk was talking about, what we were talking about. You can never count this team out.
No.
Attacking side, 60% win rate for GENG though. The attacking side better than their defense.
The coaching staff from Josh and company, I mean, just so smart.
Even though this is a map also that GENG have lost against Fnatic and also lost against FPX.
Were those 7 rounds enough for GENG?
And they had a 3-9 attacking side against Fnatic
This
too.
is something that G2 does sometimes.
Meanwhile,
they're happy to try to
G2, sorry.
just kind of harass you at the point of attack, stall you out.
Attack sides were good. Defensive sides 8-4, 7-4, 9-3 against T1. Lost against Heretics.
Now, Jonah P. back
Might be
off
a tough half to deal with.
Of GENG.
For GENG, I like this pistol is major.
But this is taking too long for GENG. Let's see if they're going to be
Yeah,
wise.
there's so much information being grabbed here by G2.
Because now with that stairs angle taken by Trent, could be difficult.
Again, swing through, but Jonah able to get the headshot into the body spray. Munchkin going to be taken down. Meteor trying to push forward, trying to take control here upstairs. We'll just set up the turret. As Plank gets ready to come through, but Leaf able to find one. Meteor now dead.
Look at this angle. They're coming from everywhere, RG2. This is going to be so tricky. Trying to isolate the heaven angle, RGENG. But that Boombot does a good job clearing him. However, Texture dodges it.
Still, though, monstrous advantage at the moment here for the side of G2.
Weird post plant though. GENG just backed into a corner, but they're just winning the fights. Spike is not planning for them anymore. Just forced out really bad duels. All right, G2 might be back on this one.
And G2.
Mental side might be getting to GENG a little. They didn't. Oh, they did timeout. Sorry, they did timeout like
This is
round
something G2
11.
has been so good
It
at
made no
throughout this
difference.
tournament, especially on this map, is willingly giving up space, but making it hard for the other team to get a read on what's going on the other side of things, and then setting themselves up for a really difficult retake for their opponents to defend. It is incredible the way that they work the map, the way that they buy time. They've done a great job of it throughout this event.
Love these pistols have been really nice actually. Different styles.
3 sheriffs and a ghost for the side of GENG. 3 bulldogs.
You got the turret here. You got the smoke there. One way on C.
They can do any damage here for GENG on this eco.
One front out right into this corner to check that nobody's crossed.
Up at 7-7. Baby door going to be cleared. Meteor drifting over towards the.
I was wrong about T1 upsetting, so y'all pick up the slack. It was a hell of a call to think that like T1 could do much this event.
There's the push, there's the kill. Stinger able to find 2. This Leaf somehow gets that spray to connect. Decent mid-range damage.
But with more time, I can see this T1 team being good.
Played that angle so nice, Achilleos. The way that he isolated those fights.
Icy spots 1. Swings forward.
Nice, clean duel there for Icy.
To do any damage.
He didn't really have a trade. He weren't double peeking it.
The push up. Munchkin and
Just
lock in.
confident fight. Jiggling this, jiggling this.
From the side of G2.
High low over here.
Now they're just holding on to all these weapons quite nicely. Just the
I'm not connecting onto anything just yet. The Viper wall going up.
Give it away. Munchkin.
You consider DRG the third best Chinese team because they made Shanghai. Do you have a team in mind?
The hands of Gen
You can't really argue against it at this point because I would have said Trace would be third best, but Trace lost to them twice.
Won't be allowed to come through, but it's going to be
I think that
retake here from the side of G2.
they're not going to be there for long with the direction that like teams like Nova and All Games are. Even JDG, right? Billy made some good roster moves.
Out of this angle. It's going to prove to be difficult. Can he nail the taps? Here's the first one. Finds it. Can readjust for the second. Now it's 3 players facing. Paranoia.
Nice fight together.
He will be taken down.
Couple of kills. You get a plant. Good stuff from GENG, at least on the eco.
Swap over. The Guardian.
And not really too much else for it.
And we are tied up at 7-7.
and a lot of little things that G2 does so well.
Billy needs a bit of champ since Finesse and Summer back. Yeah, maybe.
Use the mound to isolate those fights, to not challenge 2 players at once. Instead, it's 1-1, has a chance at a third, can't quite convert, and then Icy there, not trying to challenge.
I wonder who's going to be like the
1v1,
duelist and
waiting until he has
stuff.
help, waiting until he has a crossfire angle set up.
NRG.
It's really, really good, disciplined, patient play from the side of G2. You do have Lakia's Nightfall. Trent is
Some potentially. Victor.
Could be some interesting exchanges.
Yeah, some could
here.
make it work
GENG
for sure.
Looking to see if they can stop the bleeding, because it's been 7 in a row now for G2, just answering right
Man
back.
could play anything.
Both teams just very streaky so far. Like you said, G2 on this defender side. They win these openers, given how dominant they have been. GENG got to be sweating.
Look at the defenses they have here with all this KJ utility. This is going to be so tricky if GENG keeps pushing this direction.
Push
Be
forward.
careful, stairs. They just walk right into the angle it leaves on. It is traded, so it does mean that all this killjoy utility does go down.
Flushing up that KJ.
But with time, no rushing from GENG.
To convert this bonus round.
Taking their time, but it does mean that they walk out to these angles. Good time for Karen to peek there. Bit unlucky for Icy to just be full knife running.
Go ahead and put another weapon out of play here for GENG. TP going to be heard. Munchkin spotting another. Has to back away. It's going to be the haunt reveal.
Gets hit by this. Sees, doesn't hit the Omen. They doesn't expect it there. Weird how it didn't hit.
He falls down now. Already significant damage.
Felt like it should have done.
Players left here from GENG. Meteor able to equalize the count a little bit more. The push forward. Jonah looking for it, but Meteor starting to come back online. Finds those
1v2, these guys grouped up together.
Can he make it happen? Spotting out
The wide peek too to just give space for the trade.
Munchkin will be
Really good like fundamentals there from Munchkin.
Exactly. That's not as clean as you'd like for GENG. Just kind of falling right into the trap that G2 has set up. Yeah, they're able to brute force their way through it, but at what cost? You're losing a lot of guns. And Meteor once again bailing out GENG here. 19-9 on this map. But after that 14-2 start, it's been a little bit quieter.
Really importantly, he got the kill right then with that paranoia coming through.
Seems like GENG just not quite aware of some of the positionings. You know, Lakia not
Shifted to the other side too.
Even though I believe a Caesar connected there earlier. It's a little bit off.
Right, Haunt close.
Side of GENG right
Door
now.
open on the defense. Haunt thrown out.
String some rounds together of their
Broken.
own. There's a weak buy here for Lead. On that stinger, GENG able to scrape
So
together.
G2 have people rotating, at least over towards B.
Opportunity to do some damage. Just buying a little bit of time and space over towards
You
A.
got the Haunt that was used. You got
Just gonna leave
two
Munchkin
Prowlers.
to anchor down that rubble
Smoke
position.
going across on the door.
Change directions towards the other side of the map. This is pretty
Don't
typical.
know if I like that smoke
for the side
really.
of GENG. You're gonna have Munchkin over at rubble.
I
You're
guess
gonna
it just
have
puts them
Meteor
off from
towards B.
opening
You're
it.
gonna have the other three trying to make attention.
Jump
wherever
peeking
they
this.
think they can find space. It's a decent read here for Leaf. Just the
Sees
power. Sees
free.
a lot of players though. He's gonna hightail it out of there. Let's see if
Smoke
GENG
in
commits.
almost instantly. Nobody's rotating though.
It's going to be found there.
G2 are banking on it being like, oh, well, let's do the killjoy on C. If we smoke it,
Just outside of stairs.
they're expecting us to like fast rotate over.
Ping from Trent, suspecting that he's going to be more
But
over
they're
towards the door.
more banking on it being a
Sad.
execute.
Just trying to see
But with the paranoia used, that smoke there too.
Here's some movement.
Now they started to dedicate to it because Munchkin now hears the rotates.
Could end up turning this one
We
back.
still have one that's been left here though.
Munchkin still just holding on the angle. The team now starting to rotate over to A. Meteor rescaling, taking position, and Munchkin now ready for
And you've still got the Viper here, so it's
flushes him out.
13 seconds left. Jonah P, yeah, just playing this super late is great.
Has been evacuated, and now there's just no time. Shot is going to be found. Jonah P
5,
taking it down.
yeah, they got the
Coming down
plan,
to
only
second
just.
despair. But everybody
Ooh,
definitely
if that nades.
trying to stay alive.
This would be crazy if GENG actually win this round.
Trying to make his way in through drop. GENG now really wise to the angles of approach. Icy trying to find what protection is not
I
having
left
none of
this
it.
very late in the day. Retake's going to be really hard here with just how the players are split up and the post plants. Crossfires are good. I mean, gets traded at least.
In a 1v2, Stinger in hand. We've seen what kind of damage this can deal. Holding on it. Meteor though.
Good fight together.
Get him through the box.
Very close. You know, if that nade comes in a little bit early and it's a little bit to the left, it's a one round for G2.
G2 are fighting back tooth and nail.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, great awareness here from Trent. But the real damage is that...
And it required Lakia to run through all of this to kill Jonah P. Like, that's actually mental.
To get the plant down just in time.
Like, Lakia just knows, I have to go. I have to just go.
Does get taken down first.
He loses that fight, it's G2's round.
Them being able to get to the plant and get into those post-plant positions. Good job by GENG reading those drops. G2 kind of
I'm looking forward to Neff and Billy Billy.
To an eco.
Yeah, me too.
They do have a lockdown.
I think it could be, well, it should be the play that they need.
What?
It's the right idea, though, like, getting imports foreign aid that are, like, fluent in Mandarin.
So damn overwhelmed.
So I imagine there's a good amount of people in, like, Pacific that maybe learnt Mandarin in school.
Because they know that
Or just naturally have, like, ties to China.
last time, and they punish it with this overstack. Really.
Lockdown on defense to try and stall this out.
Lockdown now.
It is a lockdown used on an eco around for G2. But, I mean, it is a 5v3, right? Gun upgrades. Nah, they're too far away, the two guns.
5v3 with a recovered Vandal. G2 in a fantastic position as Lockdown.
Trying to plant it for open. Which is good, because it means that you can, like, protect the guns too. The Seize is a good one. There's no follow-up, though, on it, too.
Sends out his own, just trying to create some space.
Right.
Buy some time here for the team.
3-2 retake.
Lingering here on the side itself
You'd
with
expect
that
these guys to be pushing, these guys to be holding.
onto the ready.
One person holding, one person pushing. Nice, like, scaling up there. Like, this is good, like, ways of how to path on the site.
Dealt with. Meteor tagged up, dead. Trent able to find it, jump out of the smoke block here, readjust to find two. So you're on the back with this.
Oh, nice try, but good round for G2.
Is overwhelmed in G2.
They just come in basic English. I think he does some. I think he wants the team to call him Mandarin, not call too much around him.
MasterCard thrifty. This is genius at work.
Yeah, just
But yeah, something needs explaining a bit more. It's gonna be.
so clean with this Sheriff.
It's gonna
And
be.
then on the
what
other
is it?
side, on the other extremity of the map, they're able to take down Munchkin.
It's gonna get translated for him.
They don't even get traded in that. That's just
What a shot.
disgusting. Just sees the feed of texture, takes him down off that one way. Incredible, incredible stuff.
Headshot him.
We even got the dink there to Valen. Insane. Right back in it.
No,
Looked like
not
maybe
anywhere
Gen
close
G
to
might
fluent.
be their turn to string some rounds together, but G2 having none.
It's also
of
that
it.
they played with him a
Big
good
also
while.
for Gen G
Like,
here. Nightfall
the advantage that FPX had is they played all of Evolution, mostly with this team, at the very least with Autumn.
Things coming out, but yeah, triple push.
And then you could just put life into like any team and
They're gonna be ready for this.
make it work.
Oh, he backs off.
Just wanting to clear out some util on the opposite side. Looks like not willing to overstay. G2 still playing it safe.
It's Force, actually, from GENG.
Valen is shifting in that
It's
direction. but
close.
All of that KJ util.
3 players on it, including the Viper
Go against
and the
tendencies
Killjoy
of
and
Gen
all of
G.
the Killjoy util.
Really like to work their way towards A, maybe a pivot B here and there. But with C being left open, see if Gen G can find their opportunity.
FPX confirmed vibe merchants. If you're a good team, you have to have vibe merchants. Like,
Finding the spot.
you gotta have good
Long
vibes.
reveal, Texture able to take down Valen. That was the first line of defense.
It's hard though when you got stuff to
Dealt
fix.
with. Plant gonna be coming through here. Nightfall available for the defense of the spike. G2
There.
a hair off. Some of these critical retake ultimates that showstopper not available to them.
Jonah P on a really late lurk.
Damaged out here. Lakia going to be obliterated. Icy able to find it with a paint shell. Nice lob into the back. Finds one. Keeps it
Good headshot.
a little bit closer here.
Some good damage though for G2 on this retake again.
However, now down
Good
low.
fight.
You're able to find one, but Jonah P-
Meteor traded.
Munchkin tries to hold
You're the
on.
one flanking behind. He basically boxed in these attackers.
On the spray.
Individual fights.
Find the kill. Challenges in. Looks
Brute force, honestly.
3Ks for both of those.
Good idea from G2 to sort of have this like flank and push, but G2 just GENG even having such a
He finds a
good
time.
way of
What's
playing
interesting
together,
is
avoiding
Meteor
fights whilst
was
taking
there checked
others.
for that, but it didn't seem like Meteor really
NRG
registered it.
before summon finesse had no vibes.
Not really sure if he just didn't hear it, that his turret had
Yeah,
activated.
because you don't have
Big kills on the site.
finesse. You don't have
Gen G
some.
very much in this round, but it almost cost Gen G.
And like for the players on EG last year, you don't have.
So smart.
I think Com had pretty good like vibes, but mostly like Boostio, right?
15 and 14. He's positive in the score line for Gen G. That's going to be pump of the brakes here for G2. Try to figure out they can salvage this defender side. Some big ultimates available to play with coming into these next couple rounds. Gen G really looking good on their ult cycle as well. So this is going to be another back and forth. We're really looking at G2 to see if they can, again, punish Gen G's sort of over-eagerness to use those ults sometimes.
So clean with it so far here. Because of how scrappy these rounds have been. it
Second
is
last time after
good
G2.
position here for Gen G. As far as the cash is concerned, see him scraping together.
Quite nice to actually do the watch parties this early.
Guardian with half armor
Usually it
behind
starts at like 10.
things.
Here it's 8.
Also a bit rough in the cheeks.
Nice.
But they have shown us here on this map already throughout this tournament that that is not going to stop them.
What are your odds on a Munchkin multi-kill?
Got a Guardian,
round?
it's decent odds there. But Trent, it might not be an Odin, but he's got an Ares, so that might just counteract it.
That's true.
Cancel each other out. There's the jump forward. Texture able to win out the fight. Icy gonna be taken down. And Texture Sammy with
Good horn.
finds Trent as well, so the Ares not coming into play whatsoever. Quick TP out from Valen trying to escape, but he's been noted. Lakia scooping up the Ares. Just want to play with his LMG, but do they flush out Valen? Do they read that he's repositioned here into tree? Munchkin able to find one. Valen creeping forward, able to get two!
Valen's fun too. Lucky not wanted to take this fight alone. Can't play it together though.
Just re-swings, re-draws, and Texture is there on the flank to find Leaf.
Again, good fight.
GENG.
I got really confused there. I thought the round was still going.
Just a little bit of a delay on this haunt from GENG that catches G2 off guard and spots 3 members. And this makes it so easy here for Texture.
Icy just separated from everybody else.
Valen is behind the box. Now, credit to Valen, the fact that he's able to escape out of this and find 2 kills. That's impressive, but it may be too little too late.
Doing a classic payback strategy of rolling the enemy after winning an eco.
For the side of GENG versus
It's good because like G2 spent their time calling a specific thing for them to do, and GENG is like, all right, let's just go like do something fast.
Oh, Trent tag down.
I believe Texture was just a rank demon.
Okay, damage it would seem here, but still decent damage dealt. Nade to the back.
What do you mean Karen?
Icy able to find one as Munchkin will fall, but Karen picking up, finishing off that enemy fade. Icy still.
Texture's been a pro player for a while.
Paint shells built back up, swings out Lakia.
I don't know if he was on another game
Damage dealt.
pre-GENG, but
And damage taken.
yeah, Karen is the player that they picked up in ranked this year.
All the way through the attacker spawn.
Texture's been on various rosters for the past, well, balanced lifespan.
It's pushing it, pushing forward, looking for the intercept, looking for the interrupt. Will not be able to find that. He's going to take it down. Meteor putting an end to it and sending in the lockdown. They know who they're up against. They fear him. So they have to use the ult. The drift across. Jonah unspotted, clears it. They know he's within
Doesn't fit
sight.
into heaven at all.
Hit available, does he send it? He's wary
Nope.
about Tree. He
Didn't
doesn't
even
send it
see the
either.
raise.
We'll creep around the corner. We'll shut him down. GENG up to map point.
And these are these scrap.
Our Demon 1 smoked TD and scrimmed so bad they signed him. What team was Demon 1 on before he signed to EG? Even as a sub? Well, not a sub, like the B team.
Credit to him. I mean, great paint shells. Keep Charon off balance, but Charon's able to take down Trent. Kind of alleviate some of that pressure off the rest of his team because that util isn't there to back Icy up. So Icy's on an island. Lakia is able to lock him down. Then a lockdown at the end of the round to come through there for GENG. They are 1 round away from taking this opening map.
G2 pulling it off before. Can they make the rally back? It's only 4 rounds this time. And they take us into an OT to start off this upper final. For now, slow start.
4 chances. Yeah, GENG just playing it slow.
What's at stake? Just playing this out cautiously.
I did look like Roblox characters on those computers.
I think they're trying to force a pivot over towards that B site. They're trying to collapse GENG.
PCs aren't amazing there. Why did I do this? Oh yeah.
And then use that KJ utility to delay and swarm. See if they can be successful, or if maybe GENG considers a C rotation. But right now, there's been no contact for Jonah P over at C. See what GENG wants to do. Making a bit, yep, they are going to go for C. They're making a bit of a gamble here. No info. Have to be a bit careful.
Not revealing, but Jonah P spotting. That's going to be the pit now.
Viper's
Coming
pit.
through. Like you said, just really
Just gonna force
them
GENG
into
to go
that B
back.
site.
You
Makes
do have
it
4
that
players that have rotated over
4
here.
seconds remaining for the side of GENG. Sink bike down over towards stairs.
We've got
Leaf tucked away
Viper's pit for the
just within
attack.
that connector over by the
Trent's
door.
kind of stuck now. This might force out a lot of utility because of how panicked they were. With the Killjoy and Secret just playing on this angle. Oh, spotted. Great paranoia, but Leaf still gets the right kind of timing. Pushing up his Texture. They get the plant, they get 3 kills in quick succession. That's a bit much, but at least Lucky's there to trade.
Now it is all on Jonah P. The king of clutch. Can he make it happen again to keep them in this map? Finds the first.
He's coming in from ceiling. Wrap around all the way here from Lakia. No utility, so no need to panic. You got an alarm bot that's protecting B main as well from a push. He had the step.
Swing in. Lucky just tucks away. They haven't heard anything.
He sprays him through anyhow.
As he rushes forward, Meteor.
All right.
Up with a spray. 13-8.
Got a little bit close.
This upper final with a win.
But then just at a point it was just GENG sort of winning all of the fights.
Punched back with 7 in a row, but then it was GENG the rest of the way.
Hell of a rally back from G2. That's what we want to see here. And now we get ready
I want to look.
GENG's map pick.
It was like a weird,
Another ping, another player at drop.
sort of like at this point.
Tagged.
What was the score in the end? What was the last round at G2 won?
5v3 with a recovered Vandal. Just able to find.
Yeah, it's just this nice retake.
No. Heron taken down. Dealt with. Meteor tagged up.
So I just want to see like what GENG were doing, because they didn't really make an adjustment. They get hit by the haunt here.
Looks like not willing to over.
Complete open sea site because of the showstopper Nightfall, so I'm expecting an execute there. But then like they play off of the site initially and stack towards A. And then just at a point Valen gets into a position where he's fighting on site when nobody else is there to play off of that. So he just gets caught and killed, and from there 5v4 retake. I mean, this was also just a great round for GENG, just like how they were taking fights. And then G2 took a timeout, but unlike the last timeout, it really didn't amount to much. This is where GENG just fought them in A main. So that's 11.
1, 2, and they know it's 4 ultimates available for the side of GENG. Needs to use them. Extra out early.
Oh, Trent tagged down into the back. I see able to find one as Munchkin will fall, but Karen picking up.
And then it was just
That enemy fade. We'll put him down.
could have gone either way.
Meteor point.
And then this round, not too much money to work with, but same sort of thing. Same like default for G2. They're not pushing, they're not taking space. They're just stacking on A and just getting ran over by the utility on an execute, right? Okay, they're pulled away. You know that there's that lurk. Good like position. And everybody goes B for the first time. So just a different look. We all know what's going to happen on Ascent. Just cut to 100 Thieves versus Team Heretics, please. You never know. Like, G2 do have some good reads. I guess the problem is on maps like Lotus and Ascent, like anti-strat and certain comps, they're playing the normal comps, right? It's just watching out for particular things that GENG like to do. But now if G2 have the reputation that they're really good anti-stratters as a team, well, then it's a lot easier, I suppose, in order to anti-strat the anti-strat. By making, like, paying attention to what you're doing and seeing if that changes up at all, you know? What is the record for Ascent for both teams? G2 and 5-1. They beat Heretics, they beat Leviathan, they lost to 100 Thieves, they beat Crew, they beat Loud, they beat Crew again. A lot of these maps were very close. And then for GENG, 10-2 record, 13-10 against 100 Thieves, 13-11 against FPX, 13-8 against DRX. Beat Sentinels, beat Loud. These are two teams that have a really good Ascent. GENG played so good besides the problem in Shanghai. From the sounds of it, like a lot of the problems are specific to GENG, sure, just because of how GENG's been treated. But I think a lot of the issues that GENG have, other teams are having too. Like just struggling to get scrims, not because there's not opportunities, but like that you're playing on the China servers, so you have to hope that some of the Pacific teams that you're asking for practices, if you're asking like teams that aren't in China, that they have China client accounts, which is tough because you need like, they're basically like made on IDs. Lucky is going to get possessed by the spirit of Demiurge and read G2's read before they even read the round. They're just going to be on top of it as much as they possibly can be. Gotta send some messages real quick. iMessage. Good.
Hello, 123 Trent. Can you hear me, buddy? Do I sound great for you, pal?
Nothing. I just thought I couldn't hear out of my left ear for a second.
You're deaf?
I thought I was. Rip.
Well, that was a great start for GENG. They are just one map away from another grand finals. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Mimi. The comeback, it was a fake one, which is rare for a team like G2.
It seems like the first time they've had a fake comeback this tournament, but that first half from GENG was incredible. I think the star of the show, though, had to be Meteor. The way he was holding down this C side, varying with the aggression when he was pushing up and showing these forward looks. This guy's just been such a rock for GENG this tournament.
And time again, we were seeing G2 trying to also, you know, go against this early aggression. But on
like the GENG jackets, they are really nice. I would definitely try and steal one.
To start off things for GENG.
And that's on the defensive side, too, on pretty much the most attack-sided map in the pool. It was an amazing start for
I wonder if that's true anymore.
Coordination really come out, especially in these late rounds. The Flood retakes, when they would kind of have Meteor go for that first bit of anchoring, fall back and fight back in together. It was all super on point for this squad.
And don't get me wrong, I think that G2 understood the assignment. They knew that GENG didn't want that spike to even go down. So time after time, they know that they had to go up against that aggression. And sometimes we would see people like Jonah P just going crazy onto them.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Jonah P, because we are going to see him in just a moment in the AIM Labs shoot around, because if it weren't for...
Teams are definitely getting better at playing defense on Lotus.
It would have been a stomp.
Yeah, because it becomes a bit more like anti-stratty.
2v5 with Valen, and the other clutch in the first half was the reason G2 started...
I mean, that's usually how you have a good defense.
Again, even though GENG would get that opening kill or would get that early pressure result at the beginning of the round, Jonah P understood what he needed to do to keep pushing, to even out the numbers, to know that GENG is going to try and speed things up on that retake so they cannot take positions. And it was thanks to him that we even ended up that half 7-5.
Yeah, and this
It's
is
very
a worrying
close.
position for G2 now. They've lost map 1. They're going into their opponent's map pick. So I think having players like him come online, especially the experienced members like Jonah, like Valen, is going to be critical if they can recover.
Yeah, and speaking of that, it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. This one does go to Jonah P and Valen. This is one of the rounds we were talking about. Unwinnable situation, but these two can do it.
Yeah, exactly. And it is the movement, the awareness. Jonah P gets one here, and he ends up in this 1v2 situation, and with the perfect movement, pushing out through smoke.
Let me run ads as well, just whilst we got a second. What was I gonna
close this one out.
try?
At the end there, even kind of finding that wild spray to close the job. It was rounds like those for G2 to give them any chance, but I think overall GENG throughout that map had better macro. Their defense rotates were on point. They were a step ahead throughout. That was just kind of a sprinkle on top to make things look slightly better for G2. It's still a worrying sign.
I mean, this is the question, though. How big of a mountain, Kakuka, is this to climb when Ascent and Icebox are up next?
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated, right? Because now we're going into GENG's peak, and this is a map that they love. Throughout the entire year, they've only lost it a couple of times, and if they have the chance to pick it, they will. To them, it doesn't really matter that they're going to start on the attack, because as we just saw on Lotus, they have a lot of set rounds and set strats.
And I wonder if there is a little bit of kind of experience gap coming into play here, right? G2 coming out looking really rough to start. We're seeing some of these rookie players like Icy, I think, really struggle. He had a big underperformance in that first map. Him and Leaf were both kind of losing out in a lot of those opening kills to GENG. Mistakes are being made by G2 that don't normally get made.
Yeah, exactly. And not being able to respond to that aggression, to have Icy go down, and even if it wasn't him, even if it was him, you know, getting a kill or two at the end of the round, GENG was doing such a good job of enabling anybody that now when we think of Icy, when we think about the head-to-head against Texture, Ascent becomes very scary territory for GENG.
Normal comps. Win rates on either side. What is it going to tell us?
The default comps, of course, but this is a mainstay for GENG, right? We've seen these guys win pretty much every time they have come on.
High defensive win rate, higher.
Thus far, their record, they have looked great on this map. The coordination shines. I think Lakia and Munchkin together.
What are we looking at for
especially to set up
stats on Ascent?
This is the map of the crazy comeback. If they can do it again, they still have
Tech side 47% for G2, 57% on defense. So yeah, the fact that GenG have a higher win rate on attack. Like 50+% win rate on attack is ridiculous.
We'll see if they can start things off 1-1 pistols so far between the two squads. See how they fare.
I mean, if you're going to pick a map like Ascent, then yeah.
See if they're going to be able to shut down GenG. Last time we saw them over on Ascent, that attacking half was dominant from GenG.
Yep. And on the other side of the coin for G2, when they played Heretics, this is where they basically ended the run back.
Right.
And it was a lot on Jonah P on that B site. He was an absolute monster over there. A bit of early aggression, using the dart to check mid. That's going to back Icy off. 0 point invested as well. They're going to get the tag with the drone. Send the duelist of G2 further back towards spawn. All setting up for this A hit, which has been left open. GenG seemingly reading this well.
Dash at the ready, a little bit of a body block for a brief moment, but
nice. Execute. Very patient. GT sort of let it come all the way through. You got the Sova here, though, that's just watching for the rotation. That's a crazy call. Because you don't expect the lurk, because you're seeing the kill droid towards the group. But nobody's really clocked that it hasn't been a recon there. Or there might have been. It has been used, so maybe they just did it from distance. Hell of a lineup, though.
Shots flying. Munchkin able to find two. Cleans it up.
Still ended up being like relatively close.
Easy transition from him.
Man, some of these like pistols for GenG have been crazy.
Round win of the series.
Have I turned the audio down on this? I have. There we go.
I mean, I thought Lockheed was
Let me know if the audio and stuff is good. My audio isn't amazing. I see.
Might be a good opportunity.
I turned it all the way down. There we go. That should be a bit stronger. Test, test, test. Maybe a bit more. Test, test, test. I didn't realize that my microphone was as quiet as it was.
Good job of creating a lot of attention towards mid, using that info utility early to push.
That's better.
Of G2, keep them planted on B, where they were anticipating the hit, and then the quick pivot over towards short. Maybe another fast hit here. GenG gonna make sure they confirm the orb, but there's a lot of G2 players here.
There are full flash gonna be connected to the texture.
There we go. That should be a bit better game audio-wise too.
Gets himself over to safety. Jonah P, same time, tag down to 53.
Why is this still showing up? Hello.
Point leaf again, looking for a similar rotate. This time gonna go unpunished.
Oh yeah.
Shock dart lobbing, not gonna be able to connect. Jonah avoiding that. Meteor,
Watching the lurk again. That's twice at least being caught out.
so well. Drone to check out the rest of the side. Just swing out, just trying to find anything, trying to do some damage.
Really teaching him that he's not going to get away with that shit.
GenG, so disciplined right now. Clearly a great job by Solo and HSK preparing GenG for this map. All of the lurks have been accounted for, something G2 absolutely loves to do. To get out on those early rotations, clear space, get info. Some guns going to be invested for GenG. 2 Guardians, a Bulldog, a Vandal, and a Phantom. The Odin already in the...
I didn't see how the start of that round was. It looked like it was just an execute.
Trent was the one with the Odin doing a great
So
job.
what in their bonus? They're just going for an A exec again.
Previously, Jonah P.
How's that going to look?
Well, really devastating with his util timings, finding a ton of value. It's a 4-1.
Just KO knife, and TP, typical default stuff.
Just try to
Nothing's been used elsewhere.
explosive execute.
And now there they go. Smoke and switch first. I'm going to dash in the recon because the recon hits heaven too.
So for Valen, think noise noted, but otherwise unpunished. Trent, there's that Odin you're talking about. He's able to find 2. Karen Lock Evil's going to be taken down. Munchkin with that guard.
Really nice execute though.
The enemy KO, but this is going to force a pivot here from the side of GenG, but they already have texture in a very committed position. He spots out one, finds that kill, has to tuck back as the drone manages to get its mark.
Some been able to get the plant down. Texture taking so much space.
KO knife to check elbow.
In the head. Down to 31.
Just this late lurk. You'd expect though with that KO knife used that they're using it to get a position here, so that's why they're playing like a high-low. They are just waiting for this push, but they just separate enough. It at least is traded. The spike not planted.
Damage dealt. G2 down.
This is such a good read though. They see this KO knife come in and it just gives the game away.
Spike in hand. He's going to go rotating across. 30 seconds remaining. But no, the fake, the tuck back.
Yeah, he's made a little bit of noise as well.
Full rotating. G2 not sending it. They are still nearby.
They're able to get to
There's guns on site, right? So you can upgrade to a rifle.
He's not heard. Weapon going to be picked up now. The tap on the
You do have a null command, but in a 1v2, it's a little bit awkward to use.
play this out.
KO knife gets the jet.
Knows that the jet is close.
Does reload, so it is head close.
Thrown over the top.
Ooh.
Into hell.
No, that he's hell, right?
He's waiting for the drop down. The tail went across. Icy. Ice trained here on hell. It's the Cloudburst to try to escort. Munchkin on the swing out. And
Nicely played from G2.
too many directions. Too much attention pulled in different ways. Munchkin cannot clutch as G2 will not allow for the bonus conversion. They get themselves on the board in round 3.
Yeah, and this is something you have to be a little bit concerned about as GENG. That Odin already singing its song. Finding 2 underneath the door closed. Right off the back of that great shock dart as well. Trent setting himself up so nicely. Meteor challenges that angle. That was a tough one for Meteor to win. The fact that he even gets 1 kill there.
Me taking nuts as well, Jesus.
Trent's so ready for it. Now you've got the counter.
The amount of paper that we all go through.
Able to save up enough off that flawless round.
So what's the plan?
Potentially at play. Worried about a potential push out there.
Okay, I'll flash in.
Meteor to take the space.
With the smoke. Just going across, expecting like a B execute.
Looking to be slowed down a little bit here. By GENG, they are really spreading the map.
How are they wanting to play this? This is like an odd attack and default. I guess you just have the Silver there to support the Killjoy whilst they break utility. Care Knife too. So like nothing was done. It's not like they're going into an execute and such. It's just a little bit of pressure. Looking over towards B. They should see that there's like no utility over there. I don't know if there was a Nano Swarm here. I wasn't really looking. I just saw that the Killjoy is actually playing on A. So yeah, this turret actually getting a huge amount. Like almost a minute has passed before this turret has found contact A main. And then the null command is used. I guess they were like actively looking for where the Killjoy was so they can just ult on top of them. Should know that they're on site. Rough fight to take. Oh, they just don't peek together because of the flash.
Eventually, will get flushed out. Icy going to be taken down.
Big fights. Texture going aggressive. Is there a pop flash that the defenders could do here? No, they're just going to walk out. They're just fucking walking out of the smoke. They just don't expect the Texture's going to be there. Nicely done.
3-1, GENG. Clean stuff. They move up once again by 2.
And a beautiful flash from Munchkin there to catch Leaf in hell to set up Texture for that kill. Texture gets the identification of the position. A little bit of damage through the wall. And the follow through off some brilliant util.
My ult's ready.
The Texture just unaccounted for up in heaven.
I think it's just a little bit like the plane here, maybe for the Killjoy. You're just stuck.
You know, work those angles a little bit different every time. Sometimes he'll push through that.
Felt like GENG were aware of that setup of like, okay, let's go towards B. Nobody's here. It must be like the Killjoy like anti-execute setup. But doing this setup against a KO is a bit weak.
Texture has not been finding impact with.
All right, there's somebody to ban. Don't need no ads.
Shut it down, deny that value.
Outlaw invested for Leaf. He's been so good.
Ooh, Leaf is almost dead.
Oh,
knocking him down to 15. And he's the one with the hero rifle into this round with that Outlaw. And there's full armor on the opposite side.
They're getting a lot of good information on A at G2. I mean, they're on a low buy here. The Care Knife broken.
Just backs away. Still holding within the archway. Paranoia at the ready from Valen. This would catch on to absolutely everyone.
You need like 2 people to peek off this if they do go. There's a Care Knife as well. Recon gets broken. Good information. Just waiting for that utility to be used. Paranoia hits the Silver. Care Knife hits 2 players. Paranoia used on the attack. Get Dash in to get good information. Doesn't dash. Just more playing for the information just because you have that Blade Storm.
Taken down, and this time Texture will not be denied. Push up into the smoke. The timing, he spots out Leaf. They know that he's low.
Nice Texture. Good round to use the ultimate too.
4 rounds for GENG.
And it's brilliant utility baiting from GENG. They're able to get that Paranoia out of there. They just wait it out, and then they say, okay, we're going to use our 0 point, lock you in place. We know you're right around that corner. Texture able to find some huge value with those knives. Something that you mentioned he had been lacking.
The more I watch Texture, the more in disbelief I am that GE fumbled the roster last year. Yeah, especially with like Monyet too.
At the top of A heaven. Even though it's only 1 player left, he's able to dodge Trent, keep himself.
And I think Eraser's doing quite well as a coach now.
To start this map.
Care Knife hitting people close. Karen just holding the fight. Anti-DRX setup. That's the spike though.
Spike now stranded at the top mid. Swing out though, Texture shutting him down. Leaf forward here on Cat. Creeping forward, Texture in the jiggle peek, able to spot him. And Leaf, he just wants to occupy the space. He wants to try to hold down this spike. 2v2 with Lakia tag down to 70.
A lot of steps away, and then they just go back on it. Good decision. You know, G2 don't have the numbers to really contest where the spike is. They just have to, like, reset, stay together. If it's on B, they can just retake on B.
Cut sound and make their way forward. They don't want to give up any information.
After a while, I can't just sit there. So, yeah, they're grouping up. One player holding, one player pushing. Gets to an angle, pushing, slowly walking behind.
All the way to spawn. Wrap towards A, potentially.
G2 starting to
You are going right into this Killjoy util, though. With 30 seconds left.
suspicious as to whether or not they have made the wrong decision. GENG will, in fact, end up over here at A. Still an opportunity for that util to soften them up even further.
Standing ahead.
Potentially even find a kill. Dart down into hell, spotting out nothing.
Yeah, I think Erase is doing well with Rare Atom, yeah.
They don't fall for the nanoswarms. Drone here from Lakia. Checking in, spotting one, noting him over a tree. Shock darts available, but door wide open. Texture holding at window, spotting him. Adjust the spray.
G2 are so good in these like situations. Oh, look, he just missed him.
Behind Gen. Shock darts sent. Leaf leading the charge. The push, the spray across. Lakia fighting one.
Ooh, close. Really good round from Trent, though.
G2 fight back. They persevere.
I think it was just like GENG actually finding like the first kills there too.
Chaos in B lobby. A push out from G2 that looked like it had been well handled, but then there's more to it. There's layers. You've got Icy and Leaf taking space in mid. They're able to get that bomb down, get that extra layer of info. GENG does a good job with a counter rotation of their own, cutting all the way through spawn, avoiding the KJ util. But Texture goes for the glass play, trying to catch G2 off guard, and they read it. They're able to take him down. No heroics for Lakia. You've got that lockdown now for G2. Hunter's Fury for Lakia to counter.
I don't know anything about the others outside of XLG. Yeah, Keep Best, pretty good too. They have Dimasic. Other teams, it's quite like a lot of good teams within China Tier 2. But it's just because all of these, like, you have a lot of teams that are, like, playing in the Tier 2 tournaments, like all of the qualifiers. They're, like, consistently up there.
Now GENG doesn't know if there's going to be further push.
Like, Energetic Gaming is one that I can think of off the top of my head.
Get some attention over towards this market. That's going to drag Icy over there with that blade.
Yeah, I'd say Rare Atom are, like, good favorites. Keep Best have a really good team. XLG have a really good team.
Aware of it.
Good KO knife. And this Fury on attack.
Across, but trying to be in balance still, holding the line. Texture much both going to be taken down. Lakia able to find the enemy.
Lurk though from Meteor. I think glass was broken.
Icy still with knives in hand. The spike here on the site. Lakia pushing his way forward.
He's full running. Yeah, Icy just takes a good timing. 1v2. These players are separated. Meteor, if he gets a plant, he gets locked down.
The plant would give him an ult, but it might be a bridge too far to try to send it here. Tucks back, shots in behind him. Doesn't know where the second player is. Up over the top.
Rough.
Drop down from Trent. Odin in hand. At 80 HP, can he win it out? Ring around the rosy, but footsteps.
Nice Meteor. Don't think that was very well played though for G2 though. Icy going on top of like Gen. I think they were maybe expecting him to be hell.
For G2 to string 2 rounds together.
And Meteor's vibing. I don't think I've ever seen him like that. He's usually emotionless. He's usually
1v3, yeah.
But he's
maybe it's like not as bad. It looks bad for Icy, but I think that's just really good positioning for Meteor. Does become a little bit of like a gamble, right?
For GENG. Like you said, he's got that lockdown as well. It's a consolation prize for that round to bring us into round number 8 with GENG up 5-2. Alan.
Okay, and I've used on both sides. Right, so GENG try to go for like an execute. They're up against an eco. Here they're just cutting noise. Owl droning. Everybody from G2 is just like hiding in this smoke. Is it a pop flash out when they get good timing? Like as soon as they hit a jet dash, is it go? Or wait for the recon? No, they flash, but they don't go out. Is that a KO flash on the attack though?
spray across. Door now going to be shut. Not too much damage going to be pounded.
Oh, Meteor. Yeah. He goes from like winning a crazy 1v3 to whiffing his shots.
G2 not out of this round.
KO Knife does hit the L drone. Lockdown is going to be used. Null command as well. So there's no counter lockdown. There's no Hunter's Fury because that was used the last round. Has to be a very open site. Is there a lineup here from the Killjoy to where the KO is? Is he taking any damage? Doesn't look like it. He's just still in that position, sticking on the defuse, sticking it. Oh, they did get him. Oh, nice Valen. Oh, nice clutch. Really good eco round.
Valen saves them. 5-3. GENG still in front, but a monstrous Red Bull clutch by the IGL.
They were really just stacking on A, right?
Unbelievable stuff. And that lockdown, the fact that they're able to take Meteor down, expecting him to push into short.
One enemy remaining.
He's going to go anywhere. It's going to be there to try to get that lockdown in play potentially, but unbelievable stuff.
Sorry, not anti-eco, just eco.
I mean, they are just so tenacious. And after you think that maybe GENG was knocking on the door of the grand finals, G2 punches right back with a clutch of their own. Icy now is the op, the Odin for Trent. The power weapons in play. GENG's been able to keep them at bay from picking these up for quite some time. But now they're on an eco. A couple sheriffs, a stinger for Karan, a couple rifles. In terms of the Guardian and Meteor's Phantom.
Operator pushing up. Good peak from Meteor, though. Nice and wide. 50 HP is Icy.
Quite a bit of damage, now down to 50.
Paranoia. Jet dash to go across it. Nicely dealt with.
They suspect it. They find it. Lockdown committed. Over in B main, Icy. Tucks back, just holding on this hard angle.
Ooh.
Tries to relocate. That's going to be Texture taken down by Meteor on the entry. Able to find that Odin. Now they know the site is theirs. The plant can come through.
And that's going to be Odin scooped up for Karan. Utility placed inside a hall, but every direction for G2. Oh,
nice shot. It's another good-looking eco.
Starting to get that read. Leaf taking some forward space.
Well, it wasn't really much an eco. It was just Munchkin not having a weapon.
Drop back. But Leaf knows how difficult it is to try to make a real maneuver here until they flush out this player, this late lurk, this flank. Swing, but Lakia has the
nice
headshot.
Lakia.
Got across from Icy. He's working his way back in towards A. Doesn't even want to try to.
And then saving the op.
Doesn't want to peek out into mid. Knows that he needs to hold on to this operator.
Lakia is going hunting.
I think you gotta say the Texture is the best duelist in the world at this point.
Back Thrifties. Somehow, some way. Spike will detonate.
I don't think there's anybody that's really close to them right now.
Oh no!
The shot and Lakia finds it.
Like they're just so well-rounded.
At the end of the round.
Like on Raze, on Jet.
Lakia putting him down as Gen.
What about Aspas? Yeah, like when Aspas gets back to international events, then, well, I mean, he did get to Shanghai.
Smart here. They're pushing a couple different angles.
But it's also like right now, you know.
I was thinking the exact same thing. They remembered that corner. They remembered that pain point from their previous match.
But I don't know. I'm just like, it's not that I'm not big on Aspas. It's
Put that lockdown in play. Take control of that site.
similar to Les. I think it's just because I don't watch an awful lot of Loud, like outside of the international events.
In cruise control. Most of the
I don't even think it's that. Like, I think Aspas can be good on that Leviathan team. It just requires a bit of time.
This is definitely unsuspected, or is it? See these sites here
You know,
from GENG. Texture.
The right team and the right environment is what you really need. But like Texture is just
Seems like they're reading this decently well. But can they survive?
everything that you want. It's again Meteor dying against these ecos just because they're pushing mid.
Working against them. Weapon likely not.
There's 5 people. Becomes a little bit of an angel, but that's okay.
Door now. Starting the
G2 ecos are pretty nice.
forward space. Spray in. They're wise to this. They knock him down.
Oh, again.
Finding the kill now. Another weapon thrown up over the top. The drop down. Karen trying to survive, but he will just fall. Leaf able to track it perfectly. Now just 2 players left versus a full 5. Back to back to back once more. It would seem as G2 look to keep themselves in this half. Munchkin finding 2 quick kills, however. Suddenly starts answering back. Still 2 rifles in play. Wide swing alley. Taken down. Munchkin.
And there's Fury.
Icy, the tap on. Munchkin on the swing.
Munchkin just peeks it alone, gets a 4K. Wow.
Unbelievable scenes.
Good God.
A call from Munchkin as Gen G get up to 7.
There's a 3v5. But yeah, G2 didn't have the money. It was a good, nice try from them. But yeah, at the same time, headshot twice.
Haven't seen an eco
Sorry, 2v5.
push in quite some time. They show us something new and it almost works.
Just good focus, honestly.
Just too good in the post plant. They never over-aggress those angles. They're holding them so nicely. Using those rifles to full effect.
Oh my goodness gracious, I love APAC.
So good from Munchkin and Lakia.
I think it's the region that has the most to like offer right now.
Definitely
I
going
think previously there's been an attitude of like it's not worth watching. Like if you're a coach,
in terms of the score line.
it's not worth watching Pacific/China. You need to be watching EMEA and Americas. But I think now, like Pacific gives you the full like breadth of like styles and ideas.
He gets knocked down to 76. Balance still getting the worst end of that exchange, but still burned on both sides.
She got that dash burned out of texture critically.
I mean, my problem with EMEA is just it feels like it's overcooking a lot, like comp-wise.
Slight advantage to G2 in the util battle. Gen G's just doing another double pump here. Trent's just like, I don't want that turret there anymore.
No.
This Ares is good enough.
I was curious to see if Alan was going to try to rescale in the wine. See if for the second rotate into that position would catch them off guard, given that they didn't have the fragment anymore to try to check.
I love NA and EMEA until it becomes another boring mudfest. Yeah.
Swing out, Icy, shut down.
Americas I do like.
Find it. Pop flash sent up out of the top block. You got to dig it down. Karen, however, able to readjust, finds a second.
I just think that there's a lot of like good ideas in theory from EMEA that when you have these two teams sort of play up against each other.
Time is being bought. Karen dead, but Trent is
All right, 8-3. Thought that was the end of the half for some reason.
a little bit more time that they to try to just bleed out the clock.
Yeah, especially at this map pool.
Out 8-3 as we go into the last round of the half.
And Gen G just abusing A.
I'm not a fan of the whole attitude, I suppose, of like changing your comp to anti-strata team.
An opportunity to do some real damage with that swing out.
It's a lot of like based assumptions, you know. I think knowing how you can play your comp and what you can and can't do against other compositions is the key. But like, you know, I was casting a Pino Orchestra yesterday and they were like changing up their comps a lot on maps where they'd been winning and then changed it, I guess, depending on their opponent. Double op and an outlaw from Gen G. Jesus Christ. Taking the piss.
Last round. See if they can try to
You're not going to expect it, that's for sure.
Forward. Icy here to reinforce. Jonah P with a flash at the ready.
Aldron, like top mid.
Spotted early.
Not much has been done B main, to be fair.
Shot's going to be sent. Texture pulls back around the corner. Knives at the ready.
Well, and you've got
the Killjoy playing off of market. There goes Jonah P, just peeking through short.
Across the way, able to find one. Once again, that corner. Not gonna
They just don't clear this corner that Trent is on. Just a bit overzealous.
across and Icy finding
Like the recon cleared him, but it was just a little bit too late.
still standing.
Like he's in on site 2v4. They just won a 2v5, so this isn't too bad. But now it's a lockdown. Hunter's Fury been thrown in. Like he's been tagged to know where he is. Yeah, I don't really feel like Gen G cared too much about this round in particular when you have two operators and an outlaw on attack.
Go over onto the attack.
yeah, just beautiful stuff from Gen G.
But yeah, this was just a mess. Like this could and should have been a lot better. But I guess maybe they're thinking like because the Sova like droned from here, I don't know if they like really caught wind of it that much. But they're like, there's not going to be anybody market. And they just tucked in and yeah, just went before the recon. And then you've also got Icy just dashing in from behind. That's nice though. I do actually like the Jet instantly like pivoting to go help them.
Well to get that pinch, but Gen G still in a decent spot. G2, we know that they have that fight. We know they have the capability of running this back. For now, as we go into the halftime, send it back over to the analyst desk.
Yeah, good stuff.
A decent recovery there from G2, but Genji's attack.
Look at the Genji little plushie.
Got Kukuka and Mimi here with me. 8. You don't see that very often.
No, this was an excellent.
I haven't streamed actually since Yinsu got all of the shit on Twitter and Reddit and stuff.
Right at the end of the
Which I thought was like legit, like
this Genji squad
crazy attitude for people to have.
This default and finding this gap in the late round A takes, and once they got in these post-plant positions, it seemed like they could not lose. The synergy between the players was excellent. Great job of establishing crossfires.
I don't think Yinsu being like the only thing I sort of disagree with what she did is like taking somebody's tweet and just putting them on blast specifically. I don't think that was her intention. Like if she had had that tweet and then just like, you know, blacked out the name, it's fine. And like I don't like the argument of like, oh, all this guy said was like kick that frauds. Like we all know that people are saying a lot worse. I guess that was just the first like at hand.
And Texture is playing like this. He had a
But yeah, I really despise the whole attitude for like Sue especially, that like because she works on EMEA and EMEA had the whole discussion, like Steel had his own little bit about Ye, that's like under Sue's jurisdiction despite her not working that day, not even being in Berlin or Germany that day.
Because Genji, they are just one.
Like nobody's giving fucking Frankie flack as the host for letting Steel do that. Like,
let's see if they can close this out.
Not saying that Frankie should get flack, like I don't think she realized what was really happening. Yeah, I'm gonna actually go for a wee real quick, so I might miss this pistol.
That magic once again. Can they bring this back? Can they make this map competitive? Can they win another pistol?
We know they're capable of it, Achilleos. We know that they can come back strong. It's just a matter of are they going to be able to do it against this Gen.G squad, who looks damn near unbeatable so far.
Pass hit over here towards B, but this is going to be just a triple push coming through. Over at Cat, tuck back from Meteor, shuts the door, dash forward, trying to create some space, trying to chase in and catch this Killjoy, but they're unable to do so.
Buying a lot of time though with his util here.
Paranoia connecting on a Meteor, holding him vague here, back Gen. Double swing out now on a Heaven Texture, able to find that first kill. Meteor putting down Icy. Leap around the back, runs out of bullets, gets taken down. Trenton Valen, one apiece though, fighting back. Lakia, Meteor, everybody on Gen.G, tagged up a bit. Still a winnable position here for G2.
Yeah, Gen.G gonna have to play retake, it looks like. A lot of damage done though. Meteor on 6 HP, Locky on 26, 78 for Texture, so these classics can absolutely shred Gen.G. They're all gonna...
A right click across the map.
Yeah.
Deal with two of them. Warning ping coming down, wary about somebody lurking forward here in B lobby. Close, noise now, cut.
So there was a fight on A and then they reset and went B? Okay.
Recon scouting, not going to be seeing much of anything there. Double tuck back into boats. Gen.G trying to flush them out. See what they're going to be capable of in the rush for. That's the first player dealt with. Lock Texture taken down, and Meteor now last man standing, just 6 HP. There's not a damn thing he can do about it. Trent with a 4K will start off the second half and get G2.
So 2 all on pistols?
It's a great read early from Gen.G. Meteor plays this so well. Those nanos set up with dual purpose.
All attacking pistols one?
If there's a short hit and delay, get the reinforcement.
No, it was defensive pistols on Lotus, right? Attacking pistols on Ascent.
But it was not hard to make those classes.
Right way to start.
Give them a much needed pistol round win.
Solid stability found here for G2, not allowing for that round to get
under
control.
Mr. Flash.
The next one, ping reveal out on one player, but no high pen weapons at the moment.
Going B quickly. KO knife into market, but it also gets a bit CT. That's a nice knife, actually. You're more worried about them playing offsite, which they should be. You don't expect them to be stacking on B, realistically. And I guess also, if you KO knife this and it hits nobody, and you still hear a lot of noise, then you're going to assume that it's going to be on the B site. So actually, like G2's anti-eco here is quite nice.
Trying to get that Hunter's Fury fast-tracked as fast as possible. 3 players in boats. Icy and then the Lurker of Leaf.
There's 3 orbs off from it at the moment. Sat back, waiting here within the smoke. Spectre in hand, 0 point. They're trying to check. Opens up with a little bit of spray. Meteor now going to be taken down. Finding a nice timing here is Icy. Swinging out, getting rid of one of those sheriffs. Stopping them from dealing additional damage. G2 need this economic build-up. GENG seemingly just going to look to try to see if they can find some exit kills here against them. But swing onto the corner. Texture will be good for one, but
1 kill for Texture. That's it. Nice. Good. Good anti-eco.
even though he's at 21
Not afraid to go aggressive. You know, you're getting the Eldron for good information. Your KO knifing, I think, here, so it gets pretty much market, and it gets a little bit of CT.
Work with the Bulldog and the Vandal for Trent. See what they want to do with Icy. He's gonna
And like, if you don't, like, if you hit the Killjoy, it's go time. If you don't hit the Killjoy,
so destructive with them.
yeah.
GENG potentially a pivotal round. If they get bonused here, then it's
I don't know how you really deal with that, because especially in this corner, you can't play stairs to break it. Like, you have to be like on lane in order to see it and break it, or logs.
even some damage dealt. G2 would widely be happy with that, but the conversion
Recon mid.
in their sights.
Smoke top mid as well, which is going to leave Leaf a chance to like just go for a nice peek. Just put some pressure there. Doesn't... I like that he's just instantly like not sticking to it. He's not cutting noise. He's just resetting. The rest of the team is grouping up. Good anti-eco, like A-execute too. Recon doesn't connect onto anybody. The one from here.
Position with the door shut on you. They just have to make the call to save. Munchkin trying to see if he can spot out anything. Shock dart sent. A little bit of a lineup. Icy with the counter spray. Finding Lakia.
Yeah, knife hits 4. But GENG still have to save.
G2 fighting.
Never good, like,
The very clean start to their attacker side.
and they're able to isolate and knock down Karan. Oh, Meteor.
Here's one.
Okay.
Stop it from being a flawless, but not much else to be done other than to drift away to try to hold on to this Phantom, which G2 very well may go on the hunt. Looks like it's going to be a full rotate around towards the defender spawn.
But the big linchpin here for G2 is dealing with Karan. He has been so nasty behind Dice on A. He is so tricky to displace. He's so good at reading your util, but the spot there, the TP gets red. There's nowhere else really for him to go. And G2 is just deathballing their way through. Some phenomenal utility to boot. GENG says, not the start we were looking for here on this defender side. Usually a side of the map that they're very good on.
Yeah. Rough showing here from GENG. Now just 1 round separating, so solo HSK looking to intervene. But right now, I mean, G2 are in a fantastic spot. Whichever way you try to slice it, I mean, cash aplenty, old cycles.
they caught him.
The closest thing that you have for GENG is, you know, Texture's knives.
Right.
Hunter's Fury is already online here for Trent.
Early timeout for GENG on this half because they still have both their timeouts available.
No doubt about it. Kind of curious to see.
So that means that they can just sit pretty a bit more.
Maybe they're going to try to get a little bit aggressive or try to set up some trap plays potentially for G2. Something we haven't seen much of. We've just been getting demolished so far. These executes from G2 have been really well coordinated in their time off. And again, isolating the key players. It's a big part of what has made GENG so difficult to deal with is players like Karan, players like Lakia on their respective ends. You know, Karan on A, Lakia on B. So difficult to clear. Meteor on B as well was absolutely disgusting against 100 Thieves. So a Bucky for Lakia, going to be holding that corner. I wonder if they're going to try to tuck him into the cubby. Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Full buys either side. Only Texture, just, well, not actually. Bucky, sorry, I thought this was a rifle. Peripheral vision.
Just a quick little jiggle out.
So timeout for GENG. I wonder what they were looking to fix.
Might be extra suspicious because there hasn't been any util.
Bucky on this corner is fine. You got the turret to play off, but the Eldron, like, they read it really nicely. Chuck that. Good, actually, to just actually hit onto where the sub was playing from.
The no Bucky reveal, critically.
Spot that quite just
Flash dash and market. Paranoid to go across on site. Good stuff. Good util.
Swing onto the corner. Meteor somehow winning that one out. Does get taken down low.
Texture's just out. And now everybody's grouped up on site. Oh my god, the flash. It was a team flash too. There's no assist.
Blink of an eye. as they regain their
How have they managed to get like 4 on site, 3 on site?
It was a commit from G2, and it was shut down by GENG.
Can he make it happen again? And lightning strike. Not even 2.
How on earth have they done this? Fucking all of these rounds are just, there's something crazy going on.
The push for the Pucky. It takes him down to 1. Jonah will be able to leave Lakia dead on the floor. But unless he can find another kill, it just seems hopeless. Karen at the same time.
Yeah, with 1 HP, money is good.
10 seconds
Time
left.
will dwindle down.
Yeah,
This was a force up too as well, so you get a kill on somebody like Meteor. Could be massive.
Scoop up that Vandal.
I just don't know how they keep getting away with it. How they keep doing it.
I don't know.
Well,
they defy logic.
They do. GENG up to 9, and immediately after that round, a timeout going to be called by G2. Not liking how they let this one get away from them.
God, that win from Meteor on the stairs, so huge. And Texture, I love this to dash over. Little bait and switch there with Munchkin. That flash. Jonah P catches everybody and his teammate, so they can't win that battle.
The one player who's not flash is the guy holding a Bucky.
Yeah.
And he gets an instant.
And G2 timeout straight afterwards.
Unfortunate scenes there for G2, but still not out of this.
Is this their last timeout? No, it's their first as well. No timeouts used in that first half. I never even like realized. GENG not using one makes sense. But yeah, G2 what 8-4 down, not using a timeout.
In the tank still, and they'll be getting that Blade Storm one way or another. The real concern is that GENG is starting to catch up.
Sorry, no timeouts on the defense despite being like 8-4 down. That is crazy actually.
The Hunter's Fury getting close for Lakia, 2 away. So there's a few ults that are going to be.
Knew they'd need it for the second half.
When they also come online for G2, depending on how they shake out.
Yeah, but like, you know, you chose to be defensive side and you're only getting, what was it, 4 rounds? Yeah.
Set play to get the Hunter's Fury going.
You got to make the most of it. You just 1 timeout. Unless they felt that they just had the right read and Valen was doing the, like, there was no input realistically to have. It was just that some of those rounds just came down to like clutches and not having the economy.
Can it be for G2? A lot of those
like, because yeah, it was like very close.
Potentially for G2 to get through.
And then GENG win 3 in a row, but at that point it's round 12. Like, do you take a timeout then? No, you probably just save it.
On the entry, not spotting too much, but then finally catches a glimpse of Meteor, and the Hunter's Fury flushes out Lakia. Sight taken by G2. It's rapid, ravenous from them.
Planted.
As Texture getting spammed out, pushes on the corner.
Texture's going. Is anybody going to fight in B main? No, they're too far away. They're just holding the angle. Munchkin there just pushes in off the flash. They know that Trent is in B main.
Know exactly where he is. Tapping to the fuse, the swing.
Oh, it's close. Not really done that much damage to Karen. Almost kills him.
GENG will hold the defuse.
Unlucky, really. Good retake, but it was, I don't know, it felt like a bit of a weird retake for GENG that they weren't really at full power.
Can win them rounds they have no business winning, and you can see on Trent's face the frustration. A very winnable round, a beautiful execute. The up and over from Icy, the Hunter's Fury into boats to clear the space. But Munchkin is nasty. One of 3 players on this team that has over 1,000 kills in Pacific. They are just so fierce.
Karen also defusing not in the corner. Like, really smart play from him.
Onto Trent's position.
Because if he goes right into that corner, he probably gets caught out. Wait, who's this?
It's just back-to-back timeouts having to be burned. G2 now in a very rough position. The game score is still close. You see the looks on the players' faces. Coaching staff likely knowing that this is starting to get away from them as far as a mental game is concerned.
Right.
Need to get these players rallied back.
And this is a team that has been so good mentally throughout this tournament. And so certainly this is another big test for them. There's a gut check. See how ready they are to potentially, you know, turn this match.
Jackets are too strong of an advantage. It might be super cold in there, so the jackets might actually be like really useful. Right, up, Odin, Blade Storm, Null Command, Blade Storm. Not really that many ultimates. G2 do have a buy though.
absolutely nasty on B with the Odin. Has a lot.
Defaulting towards A.
So this is going to be tricky.
Flash and fight. Bit of a spray.
Find a little space. Yeah.
Operator misses for texture. Don't know if... Yeah, he does know that Valen might have TP'd across.
Gonna have to use the smoke to clear himself out.
But this is good, actually. Like, you fight for this, you just insert the Omen here that you can't really get rid of him unless you dedicate more utility to fight. So now there's a big question mark towards A and main. These guys can't really rotate. I wasn't really paying too much attention to what was happening mid, but there was a fight here.
Right there around the corner. Ready to alert them.
Care knives had to be used to clear A main. Nothing was there.
Looks like for now, we're gonna flirt with Tree a bit. Munchkin tucked in the back corner again.
Okay, a flash to go in. Oh, Munchkin was trying to hold for the second player. He wasn't bothered about the jet. It just didn't work. Chaos Knife gets the jet. You see the Omen paranoia through, so you know that there's two towards A. And you're going to assume that these two are towards B. Beacon doesn't clear logs. They don't check it either. Doesn't matter anyway because of Lakia just playing from stairs. Fucking flush play from GENG. Which is a shame because that was like a really nice like attacking round, I think, for G2. They just didn't clear those close corners.
Positioning here is so good. GENG understanding the space that they're giving up so well. I mean, Munchkin, this is a great read from G2. Munchkin's
oh, he just didn't really react that quickly.
From that position.
That one way is really nice from the Omen too.
Never gets identified. A great one way there as well. And they're able to just spray them down.
Because you know that there's just majority coming through. Nobody's really bothering with B main. Was it around 18?
Defender side starting to really click. Starting to really shut G2 out of this.
And look at where the economy's at for G2. It's Glass Cannon from Jonah with a Phantom. Knives pop for Icy.
Similar sort of thing here. Late KO knife actually, like waiting 14 seconds before you use it. It might have got the KO, so it might have got two. Spike left in A main. A main in like towards A. Got the Omen here. It's going to force out the L drone.
Playing towards A main now. Gonna use this drone to check. Has to clear wine.
They hit the Omen TP.
Use that opportunity to back off.
And it is just like an A split. Jonah P gets taken out instantly from just some spray.
Up on the floor, but quick trade out. Icy finds a headshot. Lockett reinforcing. Finishing him off, and Texture holding the line.
Yeah, and then Leaf's just trying to wait for the timing here. The op in a great spot. Fantastic read.
Weapon recover, just going to be bailing out the knives, not wanting to hold on to them any further. Hunter's Fury crashing across. Here is Karen.
Oh, I can't quite get it.
Able to displace. 3v3 now as Media tries to go for the wide swing, but Trent able to shut it down.
30 seconds.
All right, slow down here, I see 3v2. Like, the player advantage is important. Yeah, he's just told to back up. Blade Storm used. Shock Dart. Lots of good damage. The Odin's just doing the spraying. Do you need to save money? Potentially.
Dangerously low here on the side of G2 as Icy just tucks back.
Going for it, though.
Drifting down, spotting one.
Ooh, nice try.
Find a target. G2 persevere in the round. They keep it close. They keep themselves in a winnable spot. They still need to close back 3.
Unbelievable. The fact that they're able to come back.
I don't really know what ended up happening there. Like, the null command gets used, and then it's knocked down instantly.
Just barely. This Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, GENG do have, like, the player advantage after all of that.
But Karan's been a little bit off. Hasn't really found that impact that he normally has.
It's just like how Trent plays off of people, really.
8 and 12. He's got 15 assists. He's doing a good job in that department, but he hasn't found those incredible multi-kill rounds that you almost have been used to seeing from this rookie.
I think G2 have been doing well to shut him down, to not give him those opportunities. Texture. Oh, Leaf just around the corner. The Odin as well. Set up. Spray coming down. He knows that there's somebody in there, and he's able
to... nice.
Leaf taken down. His Texture continues to be absolutely fearless on this B site.
So confident in those swings. Time and time again.
All right, drone in.
This tournament, we've seen insane op plays from Texture. It's all a bit of a ruse.
He's back on the line. Trent not wanting to give him another chance. Pulls away. He's going to look to make his exit. Texture still swinging, but will not be able to spot him. Jonah P at the same
Again, weird fights.
Now again, we turn our sights over towards Karan.
GENG just like, with the op, they're just so slow to like react to information that you've got mid control, you've got B, but they're in on A. You've got Karan that's just alone. Like, he needs help. Shock Dart, I mean, it almost kills him, but he gets taken out anyhow. It's just seems that they were just keen on saving the operator, but like, yeah,
Keeps them in this.
30 seconds left.
Texture, no.
messy round.
That up. G2 to be keeping things so very close, just 2 rounds separating as we wait for the spike to explode.
Oh, they're just doing such a phenomenal job of working the map. The ops on the other side, but there's so much attention. That Odin keeping a couple extra players of GENG in that direction. And Karan continues to really struggle to find value, but it's not entirely his fault. It's more, I'd say, G2 just doing a great job of identifying his positions and knocking him down. There's util to displace him early, to send him into hell. And once they've got him boxed in, there's no help available.
Jump out. Texture ready for it. Ping's coming down, but spike going to be detonating quite soon here. In fact, it's going to be a smoke out from Valen to lock off that spawn position. They know that they don't want to lose any of these rifles that they have in their hands. Don't want to give Texture that extra bit of energy, that extra momentum, but for now, G2, they're the ones who are starting to build it up. Just 2 rounds separating. Another timeout call here from GENG.
Yeah, I think this is a really good idea. You've got to address this A site. You've got to find ways to keep G2, especially with this short position, from taking control.
Sub in Monzi, easy win.
Whoever's trying to lock that,
Yeah, he just has to like learn the whole game at this point.
and really just having
I don't think Monzi's played any Valorant. I don't know though.
space to clear out glass.
Assume he's tried it out.
Take a player down for free. So certainly something GENG needs to figure out, because when it comes to B, Meteor and Locky have been really, really good at keeping G2 from finding that extra space, from finding any real success. So now you need to change up.
Great Clove cosplay.
Setting things up. You need to find a way.
I think it's Clove. I can't tell.
Set Karan up for success. Bail him out a little bit. Maybe throw some util at those doors. We've seen some attempts from Meteor. So far, it hasn't really worked. It hasn't really flustered G2 at all.
There's a second timeout for
Sheriffs and a
GENG.
excuse me, an operator.
And soon Cobb. I mean, it's got a lot closer.
Reassessing.
I think pretty much it has been as soon as they started playing the op, just especially with GENG wanting to do the op towards B, like the A sides felt a little bit weaker. So GENG's plan is to move the operator away from B main to have it more like in short, and actually move the Killjoy towards A2 because they're just not really going B.
Meteor and Texture on A. You're leaving Munchkin on his own at B. So let's see if this change will work.
Yeah, there you go. Good fight. Nice repeat too. I mean, it's risky, but it worked. And then these guys maybe want to sort of speed up on it. They did get the Killjoy with this KO knife. So all of the utilities like cleared. Great fight from Icy. Just catches him whilst he's droning. Rough spot to drone from too. The 2v2. Really good proactiveness from Icy.
Back here into hell. The Guardian unable to find the damage.
All right, 1 in hell. Munchkin's got the null command.
Clear out. 0 point.
And the knife doesn't hit either of them, but they're both stuck in like
Full util
this spot.
here to Munchkin. It's gonna be flash over the top. Texture leading the peak.
Nobody's peeking. Nobody's peeking. Somebody shows. Recon's used. Broken. Time has been bought. You're not going to expect the op to go through this way, though. He's got the cross if you want to go on the defuse now. I don't think they can just because of the util.
Push onto the corner. Munchkin finding one, but time working against them. The swing.
Nice, Icy. What a round from him.
Separating his Icy. Keeps them in this series.
How many
3v5.
3v5s? It's insane stuff from G2. Yes, the buy is weaker for GENG, but he catches the perfect timing. No gun out for Karan. Util in hand for Lakia. And that breaks things open.
Lovely.
Right on the precipice of turning these things around again. Second map. They seem to just find their groove. They seem to find another level.
Second map, second half. Unreal here from G2. 1 round separating. As they look to tie things up.
GG needs to win rounds or G2 will win like the Team Heretics match. It's true. G2 are comeback kings.
They're not giving them the time of day whatsoever. Paranoia.
Molly's good. Hunter's Fury on which side? on the attack, but Meteor actually catches it. They're still dedicating to having a killjoy at least towards A, but the utility is on B. Because of the... Is there a null command? No, not quite. Null command used on the defense, though. It dies in a good spot to get good info, but you can't res him.
Two players still positioned here in towards tree texture. Trying to set up. Munchkin bleeds out.
You got texture. You might got Karen as well.
So there you go. Lockdown now in play.
There we go. Both lockdowns used. Much to stop them. Good fight. Not afraid. I mean, you got to go for these fights anyway, and then Lackey just goes for like the flank around.
Every 4 players are detained, but so too is Valen.
Everybody's detained.
He could have picked them all off, but he also gets caught.
Well, the TP.
Yeah, here's the TP, so he's going towards B. Everybody in the server for that time was detained. That's crazy.
For the IGL to be the hero.
1v4 though. 45 HP. Aldron's tagged him.
It spots him out. He has to tuck back. He's tagged down to 12. GENG just not giving him the opportunity. Would be the most unreal thing that we have ever witnessed.
Yeah, good play.
First, some damage dealt, but the defuse comes in. GENG get themselves up.
What a round.
A great change up here from GENG. Willingly giving up some of that short space to set up Meteor for that initial kill. Karan doing a good job with his utility to buy time after Munchkin goes down, to not allow that execute to happen. The paranoia into a smoke. The counter lockdowns here work a treat.
It's just
set up Lakia for this flank.
The most ridiculous round. The lockdown, it can't be cleared. Everybody caught, but Valen as well. If he gets the TP out to safety, he could just run at them. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, that would have been ridiculous. I don't think that would have physically been possible to kill all 4 of them before they come back. You get a couple, but they're all behind cover anyway.
G2 here in this upper bracket.
It's always narrow margins between the good teams.
Just pushing up.
No way he does it again.
Turn at the ready, cleared out.
Oh, what a flick. Oh my god.
He does not miss those.
That's mental.
That is unreal. He's just...
But it's also like 2 pushing up, having the rifle break the turret.
He's back in. Through market, Icy, dead. Recon ping, Trent noted. And texture on the hunt. He holds it down and Karen finds Jonah P. 2 players left. It's falling to pieces for G2.
Can they do this?
All 5 players alive and Munchkin catching a glimpse. Pings it out, the paranoia through. Is letting him know. We're well aware.
Oh no.
Meteor on the hunt. The headshot.
1v5.
Dead. Trent, last one alive. Pushes forward. He's able to find Munchkin, but now he's all on his lonesome. Karen at hell. Taking some pot shots. Trent trying to challenge the fight.
Nice, GENG. Back to back Masters finals. There's not many teams that have done that. But like Evil Geniuses, Fnatic, I guess if you count lock-in, but I don't know. Gambit from way back when. I think Loud have done it before. How has C9 got into this? You mentioned C9. Why is Imi getting like strays? We don't vibe with that. They're winning Shanghai. It's another good position. I don't know if they have the same advantage as they would otherwise, right? With the double map bans. We'll have to see.
For GENG, it's a second opportunity with the draft advantage. With this 5-player core, that is just looking like the most consistent team in the world.
Yeah, crazy stuff. Really nice map though. Like Lotus was pretty boring, but some of the stuff on Ascent for like both GENG and G2 was great. Ecos, anti-ecos, some of the executes. What do you think about 100 Thieves versus Team Heretics, who will get the win? I would probably say 100 Thieves, but like I like both these teams. Like if Heretics win, I want Heretics in the grand final. If 100 Thieves win, I want 100 Thieves in the grand final. I think hard to really say, I guess, on like which is going to be a scarier opponent for Gen G out of the 3 teams that are left. But probably 100 Thieves.
Now let's talk about the coaches for a moment. Yeah, Solo now. Another international tournament appearance from him. Didn't get to see him the last couple of years. He was over in Tier 2. He was trying to bring up the likes of Dom 1 Gaming. Couldn't make it happen. But now again, back on an international stage, already confirming a top 2 finish once more.
He's done it every time.
Yeah.
New turn when he's playing.
He and Lakia, if we excuse the time that he played one map with the Yards.
I like Team Heretics. I don't think they can win against 100 Thieves.
Been able to put together here, but
I'd say the same usually.
how that run back comes through. We know that those players have the tenacity. We know that
But like knowing Heretics
they're going to look to rally.
really depends on what maps they get, honestly.
Of course.
Like, I think Bind could be really good because both teams run in the same comp if Heretics keep their comp the same. Sunset, you know, another good one.
A little bit shaky, but on Ascent, they're showing that tremendous ability to stay in the match.
Both usually run in Sova.
Really push their opponents to the limit. And I think whoever comes out of that Heretics 100 Thieves.
I'm just a big fan of Fade on Bind and then Sova on Sunset. So the fact that both teams play that is good.
What incredible scene. I mean, shots like that. Texture just completely died.
Yeah, marvelous stuff.
Just one by one working them down to be able to close things out. GENG, an incredible performance from them to be able to get this 2-0. G2, we'll see more from them tomorrow in best of 5 fashion. For now, let's go ahead and hear from Meteor over on stage.
It's another fantastic performance from GENG, which means they have secured their second grand finals on the international stage this year. I'm Yingsun. I'm joined here by Meteor from GENG. Luna is going to do some translations, and so will Jen as well. I got to just ask you straight off the bat, back-to-back grand finalists. How does this one feel compared to the last?
连续2次能够进入到总决赛，现在感受怎么样呢？
2연속 결승전인데요. 이번 결승전에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있나요?
지금 저희 폼이 굉장히 좋아서 결승은 갈 거라고 생각은 하고 있었고 마드리드 때 저희
Regardless, fair play to Team Heretics getting this far despite missing arguably the most explosive player. Yeah.
Playing our best game in a good form, so we were pretty confident that we were going to make it to the grand finals. But back in Madrid in grand finals, we made a lot of mistakes. So if we do play a clean game, then it's going to be, winning the whole thing for us.
因为之前可能我们会觉得
All of the goated translators on stage.
打得也非常的棒，所以能够进入到总决赛，我们是非常已经早有预料了。之前在马德里可能有造成一些比较小的小失误，但这一次我们有绝对的信心能够拿下这场比赛。
I think for a lot of people, rightfully so, they believe that you're the best team in this tournament and even the strongest team in the world right now as well. I wanted to ask you if you would agree with that, and why do you think you guys are currently the best?
其实很多人都觉得 GENG 你们是可能最强的一支队伍，你同意这种说法吗？以及你为什么会这么觉得呢？
많은 사람들이 젠지를 현재 우승 후보로 보고 있는데 메테오 선수는 동의하시는지, 그리고 그렇다면 어떤 이유가 있을까요?
당연히 동의하고 저희가 2번 시드로 온 것도 억울해가지고 사실 1번 시드로 왔었어야 되는데 좀 대회 결승전에서 저희가 무너졌었잖아요. 퍼시픽 결승전에서. 그래서 우승 후보라는 건 당연히 생각하고 있고 그만큼 또 저희 팀원들이 다 잘하기 때문에 아마 다들 그렇게 생각하지 않나 싶습니다.
Yeah, of course. I would definitely agree that we are the favorites in this tournament. And back in Pacific, in the grand finals, we kind of crumbled under pressure. But so we're super still upset about coming into Shanghai as the second seed.
Team Heretics is arguably the best team in EMEA by a mile. It's not even close. I don't know if it's not close.
当然，我非常同意这种说法。其实
Good morning, Wanda. I wouldn't say like it's not close because I think Navi looked good. Vitality with Gorilla at the helm could look good.
我们非常有信心能够拿下这场比赛。
Well, thank you very much, Meteor, for joining me. Thank you, Luna and Jen as
Foot had like good moments. Fnatic can definitely bounce back.
Don't go anywhere because of
No, Heretics have a lot to go over it, right? Like, Heretics have like mini boon stuff on the side.
we're coming to you live from the Mercedes-Benz Arena, the largest venue to ever host a VCT event. GENG, they have been in this position before. They're just one away from back-to-back global grand finals. But who doesn't love a Cinderella story? And that is what G2 can achieve here if they take down the tournament favorites in Shanghai.
For the angle, looking for the push, but he's going to be shut down. The Meteor fighting two. He spotted him. He steadied it. Meteor, the fourth piece.
Did I just? Oh yeah.
Poison Orb pushes out the timing, the backstab potential. He's playing it patiently, and he drags the crossbow. What is that? Picking up Kara on the spray, eventually connecting his texture. Tries to find the kill, challenges in, looks for the final, and he will have it. 13-8, GENG kick off this upper final with a win on Lotus. Paranoia across, Knives will be able to find one, texture into the back, finds Icy, finds the third. They know that he's low, and he's got the right click. Shotguards caught in hand, takes him down, Valen. The spray through, the wallbang shots, the spray down with the recovered Phantom. Look to keep themselves in this half. Munchkin finding two quick kills.
Wait, let me check something real quick.
On the swing, bails them out. Odin in hand. As the push gets ready to come through. Meteor talked over and Lumber, but it's going to be Lakia collecting them all. 3 kills, Meteor with 2. 13-10, 2-0. GENG.
What the fuck is it?
They get themselves into back-to-back grand finals.
Oh, why the swing? Why the swing, bro? Well, let's go. Nice. 맛있디. Oh. 맛있디. Holy fuck, bro. 보세요, 형님. 보세요.
GENG Team Heretics final would be insanely cool. I don't like any of the American players that are left. I like 100 Thieves. On the balcony, or was that just front door? Was I gonna check? I was just looking at the roster moves for China. AK is role swapping for Tyloo. Going to Smokes. Scales is joining as a duelist. Ninebody's going Sentinel.
Red Bull
Flexin's left. Where's Flexin gone again? Oh yeah, he went to BLG. And then Bianca's gone to Trace. So they dropped YOU to bring in Bianca. I guess because they want a better initiator player. Like, because YOU is more of a sentinel, I think. Strange. Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at messages and stuff. Let me run ads now. Now's a good time to do it. And what time is it? It's 10 o'clock. It's only 10 o'clock. Usually what time we start. Yeah, break between series and me. I wonder what the likely maps are going to be. Probably along the lines of like your Sunsets, Binds. I haven't been tracking Vitas this event because I've been busy doing other stuff. Let me get rid of this and this.
We're here right now with Asuna of 100 Thieves. Now, I think, like, you know, this is one of the biggest stages that we have for VCT right now. How are you feeling playing on
Straight
that?
into an interview.
Pretty good. Excited to see all the fans and how big the arena is.
Why do you think this iteration of this roster of 100 Thieves, since you've been here since the very beginning, is the one that might just lift that Masters trophy?
I think it's because we're all confident and we have the best aimers in the world, and we think that we should win.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Ooh, cool building.
Arena is electric. Welcome back, everybody, to day 11.
Oh, are they all of the China
For the lower bracket
kind of things?
final clash between 100 Thieves and Team Heretics. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here once again with Mimi and Kukuka. That first game was an exciting one, but this is a fight for survival. No second chances after this.
Yeah, exactly. And it's complicated for both of the teams. 100 Thieves coming in as the first seed, expecting a little bit more, maybe falling into the lower bracket is something that people did not expect. And Heretics still fighting day in day to see how far they can make it.
Both these teams did go down to the lowers, but have shown a recovery for 100 Thieves, being able to take that win over the team who a lot of people thought was the tournament favorite in Paper X. And as well, for Team Heretics, getting a win on the board, eliminating their compatriots from EMEA to stay in this one.
This is the thing. These two teams have never faced each other before. You know, they had to take down some
All-time head-to-head record at global events. Ooh, I didn't realize they were almost doubled on us.
in terms of regional rivalry, because Mimi, we've seen Americas versus
Rivalry.
many times.
Yeah, it has been.
Man, you'd lose your voice so quickly being there, I swear.
The Americas teams have tended to get the better of them, especially when
I also saw my fucking tweet ended up on Reddit yesterday.
matches. And 100 Thieves, I
Mental.
have to say they are a bit of a favorite today, even outside
I
of.
didn't expect it would just provoke such a response, I guess.
The side of EMEA, so many of those wins came out during the past 2 years, most on the side of Fnatic. That is something that we cannot account for anymore. So, you know, somebody needs to step up to this, kids.
And do you think it will be Heretics today?
I mean, judging by how they've been playing thus far, if there was a team to step up and knock 100 Thieves out of this one, I think it would be them. They had that choke versus G2, the game slipped away, but when they're playing at their best, this team is looking absolutely world class.
But the thing is, 100 Thieves, they beat Paper X today. And for me, even coming into this tournament, this is the team that I thought would guarantee to be in the final.
Yeah, I think also after seeing their opening game and how they obliterated what was afoot, and especially now that they're in that lower bracket, the performance that we saw against Paper X, just keeping their head on the game. We know that going up against a team like Paper X is not easy. And believe me, things did go the distance, but they were resilient enough and smart enough to be able to close this one.
Oh yeah, Buff. No, it wasn't both of these teams beating Paper X, was it?
Team play, doing a great job of not giving away individual fights to players like GENG and Something, and really shutting those stars down. But then when we got to map 3, it got really scrappy. It got into the thick of things, and I think that's where we get to what Alcina was saying in that interview, that this team really does have world-class aimers. It's not just the strats, the prep, the vibes from Boostio, but it is really some players who can go up head-to-head in the fights against a team like Paper X and win it.
Yeah, one of those players.
It's like Anders said, like, I always go back to just like 100 Thieves just have the best read on the game in the moment.
I mean, if he's able to go up head-to-head against Team Heretics and keeps having the performance that we have been seeing here, so many times we don't highlight this initiators, but I feel like for him, going up in this big stage, if he's able to maintain the level that he's showing during this entire tournament, it's going to make things for Heretics very, very difficult. The way that he not only individually has a brilliant performance, but also how he sets up everybody else.
The Vera's gone back to CS. fair enough. It's going to be hard for him to come back into Valorant, I suppose, after the year he had.
100 Thieves plays this unique style of playing more Fade than anyone else, of playing double initiators with a scan initiator on pretty much every map. So much of that comes back to EU. I think right now he is looking like a top 3 initiator player in the world pretty much, which is ridiculous to say because this is his first season. When we talked this morning about the players coming up in the rookie year.
Do you think VCT China will ever have an English broadcast? I think so. It's just more of a question of who's going to do it. Because I don't think it's really a question of if they're going to. I think they would. It's more what kind of quality is it going to be? Because generally China doesn't seem to care about it.
America's rookie or
They're like focused more on like China viewership, and they don't really make money off the English broadcast. So what it'd end up being is like Riot on behalf of Tencent and the China scene probably paying TOs to run it, but I can't imagine a budget that they would get to run a broadcast would be very high. Ergo, you have like really bad rates for the event.
I'm feeling amazing. It's always been my dream to play in the arena, and it's about to happen.
Oh my gosh, I can feel the excitement from you, you know? You came
If the English broadcast allowed online, many would join so much. Bella said he might do it before. Yeah, but I think the day rates would be a lot lower. I think my concern is that, you know, I could see a world where it's the like LPL OCE broadcast, like TO that gets the China English stream, and that they would either just hire like Aussie casters, which is fine because the Aussie casters need work, but I have to imagine that like the rates for the OCE region casting wise, like notoriously it has been really low because there's no other option. You just kind of like price out the rest of the, like you have to either take like really bad day rates as talent, or you don't get any work because there's nowhere else for you to go when you're in Australia/New Zealand. So it ends up in a position where
the fact that he's also giving props to
I can definitely see, like, if I'm being brutally honest, I could definitely see a world where like there is an English broadcast for China, but the day rates are just not good that I can't accept them.
On the initiator role, and I think has slotted in absolutely perfectly with this team. I think the synergy.
But like at the same time, you kind of have to, right? That's the brutal approach.
Play at tier 1 has been great, and beyond just that, it's the individual performances too, right? He's winning out in these clutch late rounds.
Is there no minimum for talents? Nope. It could turn around and be like, it's £50 a day. Not saying that like it is that low, like
for this team to not be able to play with
for there or anywhere else.
And it's also the vibes. He was mentioning it, you know, how things are just flowing, how they're just having fun, especially when things work.
Well, like, you know, Challengers North, which, you know, everything that's happened with Polaris over the last couple of years, it makes sense. But especially with like esports winter, I can't go full time on the rates that I have for Polaris. Like just flat out. But they're like okay with that, you know.
I think we have to zoom out for a second and remember that going into this event, this team was playing without Miniboo, who so many of their game plans
like
are
whether that changes in the future would be great, obviously.
He dips out of the roster. They make massive changes, players on new roles, a sub coming in, and they look just as good and have risen to the moment here in Shanghai. It's been an insane run.
It has been indeed, but I'm with you here. We're acting as if like maybe they could just
Like I'd say, you know, for me like Polaris is sort of like part-time, maybe like fifth. If I'm thinking about what I'm what I've been paid in the past.
This was supposed to be a tournament run that was not supposed to happen. We see in them 5.
There's a level, I suppose, where like
coming in, the performance that we saw from Rians when he first went onto Madrid was electric, and what he's doing here, it literally looked like there's a new level of difficulty each time the team Harry.
Yeah, so it'd probably work it out as like
and when they played against Foot,
Polaris alone is like a third of what I'd make usually. Like when I did like EMEA and stuff consistently, like not including like the YouTube stuff and that. Like Polaris is like a third of like a full-time job. And the coaching that I'm doing is about the same. So like what I'm getting paid at the moment with casting and with coaching is like a full-time like gig. But for me to make it worthwhile to be like self-employed and like have my own limited company, you
part of the team.
I'd be breaking even essentially, but I wouldn't be able to like save.
When they got their win to make it here, they feel the presence. He did say that, but he also said that they were feeling the presence of many.
So it's definitely more of a, you know, with.
I mean, this is
if it's a case of like I am around the same doing a China tier 1 broadcast as I do doing Polaris.
Hey guys, let's go down for breakfast.
Honestly,
that'd be fine.
I can feel the presence of Mini Boo here. I feel like.
Yeah, I don't know really.
Mini Boo in the room with you now.
Where is he? I mean, Boo is always behind you. That's the meme we have in EMEA. But this is the thing, though. How good are Heretics right now? Because if you look at the opponents that they have to go up against, and then you look at the opponent, 100 Thieves have to go up.
Yeah, there was this other thing of like supposedly I needed to like take stuff off my balcony.
Heretics could do what,
but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going
if I need to realistically.
if they're going to go on a run here, I think it does really come down to this guy.
Let me just ask actually. Whilst I'm doing this, let me just sort this out.
And
right.
He's lighting the world on fire. Look at those stats. #1 in pretty much everything thus far.
I think it's crazy. Again, day in, day. We keep talking about him, but everybody should be surprised because of the performance that he's bringing, how he's merging so well, how he's understanding everything, how everything looks like it is not a problem. This is not a fix. This is just them on their A competition.
Absolutely. But for Team Heretics, to answer your question, Sue, I think if they are playing at their best, they could beat anyone here in this tournament. But right now, in front of the biggest crowd that we have ever had in Valorant, the pressure is on them, and we've seen them crumble under it a couple times before this tournament. So I really think that it's going to come down to the resiliency, the mental, and what they've cooked up in these few days off.
Especially for 100 Thieves, having a little bit of a break, reading onto everything that Heretics is doing with how clean they came into the tournament with their map pool and how they understand the game so efficiently is going to be very complicated for Heretics to get this win.
Well, that's enough from us. Let's send it down to the stage and bring out our teams in this elimination match. It's 100 Thieves and Team Heretics. Not been an easy road for either of these teams to get here to this point, but only one can advance tomorrow, only one can survive, and it all comes down to who will not crumble under the pressure.
All right, I'm back.
Lucio is the only player in this tournament who has lifted a global trophy before.
Considering the crypto boom is gone, it's hard. Yeah, true. Fine Sunset, perfect.
He's hoping to go on that run and do it again.
Man, oh man, we were talking about the bind and how last time that Heretics played it, they decided to swap up the composition and copy something, you know.
They're drilling again. Let me turn on Rust Light actually, 1 sec.
Run. I wonder, you know, how easy this decision was for 100 Thieves. They're finally going to teach them how it's done.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 100 Thieves, it has been their best map. It's what got them to the playoffs in Americas. It has been super clean. Looking ahead, though, we have a super strong suit for Team Heretics. They are on a streak right now, 6 wins in a row on Sunset.
I mean, I believe they are the best Sunset team in this entire tournament. I cannot see
for them, it's very easy. It's like, okay, Sunset's open, we pick Sunset. Everything has worked. The opposition that they found ways to shut it down time and time again. And it's one of the maps where Wood is feeling comfortable with, where everybody is playing in the best role that they could.
If we get to a third map, Icebox, I think it's really even ground between these two teams. We've seen 100 Thieves look good there with their kind of Gecko Sova comp that they've been bringing out, but we've also seen good things from Team Heretics. For me, this is a map pool where each of these teams should be expected to win one map. Bind clearly favors 100 Thieves, Sunset clearly favors Heretics. We should expect a map 3.
I just don't see a world where we don't get map 3. I think there has to be some humongous upset going on if we don't get that.
Yeah, but it all starts with that bind, as we're saying, the way the 100 Thieves interprets the map, the composition that they build, and how everything falls into place. Do not go crazy. Crow is going to be playing on the Brimstone, but his performance and the way that he defends this map is impeccable, Mimi.
It absolutely has been throughout this run. 100 Thieves on their bind, their defense in particular, I think that's where they are absolutely world class. The timings they pick for the proactive reclears, the way that they're denying the plants on A, combining their util to AT.
Take my time, yeah.
With this composition.
Sorry, I was just reading this stuff out.
With a few days off, I'm excited to see what both these teams have prepped against their opponent.
Well, let's take a look at now of Agent Select.
Yeah, it's like the crypto boom is gone. Both playing the same comps.
Explicitly change their game plans, change the way they do things for the teams they're facing, and
There we go.
they've had time.
So yeah,
For this exact composition is going to be very complicated.
really good. Like, this is going to be a hell of a map. Like, this is just the future. Like, this comp is just a fucking future. People need to be playing it a lot more.
That Neil and the rest saw this composition and was like, this is very good. We can make it work with the people that we have. But I'm looking at players, for example, like Rions. His performance is so brilliant, and other initiators, I want him to keep up.
Oh, I can't wait to see what we're going to get. And it's time to send this over to your casters. Show some love. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. A pleasure to be here with you all. Dre, we've got to talk about the comps right off the bat, because mirror matchups, the Des mentioned it. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, clearly the blueprint of 100 Thieves is being used by Heretics, and usually it's the master that outshines the apprentice, Doug.
Yep.
So going into this, you have to kind of give the favor to 100 Thieves.
But if there's anything that Heretics have shown us throughout this tournament is that
This should be a really good one. I'm excited for this series. Just full stop.
future very well may be now. I mean, like,
Yeah.
and what a moment to seize something like that.
I mean, going
Like,
into
to see,
boys, but going into this match,
like, sort of paving the way almost, I think.
and they are so matured and ready for anything ahead of
Like,
them.
B-Split, you got the fade going into Hookah with the Brim.
Slow approach.
Like, did they haunt off the rip? They didn't. But they got the C's, so yeah, they're going for like the C's. Actually, a C's lineup to go and grab Garden, Flash and stuff. Yeah, it's a scary place to be picking up the Flash here. I guess you are just assuming that the Viper wall would go up, so you have some freedom to do it. And then a Haunt right on top. Connects, Molly here. Boostio, how did he get two? Like, he's just playing on this new box. Who finds two?
Yeah, he's damaged. He's battered.
Alright, 1v2.
After getting his two, leaving Patatek on an island with the 70 HP and shrouded and covered by the smoke, trying to find comfort in it, but as it
Oh, nice try. They're just both stacked up together. Boostio gets two, Asuna gets three. Need to see it from Boostio's POV though, because all that utility just looks egregious to deal with.
It was chaotic all over, smokes everywhere for Boostio with this opening and the twofer. Just beautiful work, and then Asuna here to get the trades. Boo actually got a lot of work done on this attack side pistol. He was like 1 HP. Yeah.
Crazy.
Gang, who was kind of lackluster with his aim, but they secure the round, and it was a really nicely set up split from Team Heretics. They creeped up into Hookah.
Same sort of like defaults for both teams.
It was really good.
I mean, it's just a common default, I think, across all of Bind. Like 3, 2 towards Showers, 1 Hookah, 1 just like 1, 1, 1, 2. We still have like the Brim playing here. Just peeking, hoping for good timings. And it's not good timings, like Benji just wins the duel. This is definitely the most like exploitable place in the position. But it's kind of hard, like moving the Viper over towards here is tough because then you don't have this wall. You don't have this like Showers pressure.
Speaking of who is warmed up, I'm Boostio, who I mean, we all know him as a world.
And also, where are they doing the Poison Cloud? Do they still have it in hand? No, they don't. I can't even see it.
on that, whether or not they're ready to hold the side.
Should I be able to see it, or is it just on attack now?
Rotate members over, Boo falls. The plan is denied. But now, Asuna trying to get some high ground. Not able to fully clear, but still gets his kill, still gets a damage.
No plan. Right, so how are they doing this? Asuna's just going for a peek. He gets traded. they're in a position like proactive stuff. There's definitely a risk of like 100 Thieves just holding this line and just waiting for the plant to come in again, but no, Asuna's like, no, let's go fight this. Like, we the better guns, we can't just let them do what they want.
A safe passage has been found. Patatek through the TP will be able to
And EU's picked up, well, EU had a gun, but Patatek's got a Guardian.
He's gonna know here that EU should be coming from
No utility, there is a Haunt.
a big moment here for one of the newcomers, one of the fresh faces on this squad.
It's just going to be so hard for EU to have to clear out everything. That's why you see him creeping up elbow right now. But the timer is just ticking and ticking.
With 57 HP as well. Doesn't really have time
Got
to figure this out.
long.
Doesn't really have the health.
It's just planted out in the open too, right? So you really don't know where they're going to be. On front in, not deep enough to actually connect onto where Patatek is. Patatek also has his own Haunt. Whether he uses it, I don't know.
Is a dare to swing.
It's
and
over.
It goes
Yeah.
undetected. It goes unchecked. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Really nice 50 from Team Heretics. And just here again, just think there needs to be more of a better approach with like holding hookah, I guess. Not hookah, lamps. I always get hookah and lamps mixed up.
The weapon, and Benji actually gets another one after, sitting on low HP. So Asuna, I mean, he did all he could.
Yeah, take a look at the MasterCard Thrifty once more. It really boiled down to the 1v1, and honestly, it was time that decided it. It wasn't really about guns as things concluded. So into the next we go. What seemed like was going to be a strong start for the defense has already turned its head.
Eco round, free pushing and showers, just walking up. Then a Haunt, common Haunt. You got the Brim Smoke here too.
Thieves want to do anything off of that. A little worried about the default play from Heretics from the last 2 rounds.
And then a Gecko Flash to just pop out of it. That's good.
What might be waiting on the other side.
Quite like that from 100 Thieves.
Pressure in through showers will push him off the space.
But Doug, with that, they get all the info. You know that there's 2-3 members of 100 Thieves. There's just a free B site.
Nice shot from Bang.
Benji Fishy tried joining up with the rest of his team, but he was not allowed in. Meanwhile, Heretics, cutting their losses, turn their attention towards the site. They get the spike down. Remember, 100 Thieves don't have much here. It's a Spectre in the hands of Boostio, who's more than halfway to his ult. That Thrash is so valuable. It's so important. Can there be another?
This is a really nice like crunch though from 100 Thieves. Like the positions are really difficult to deal with.
Same damage. Threes apiece and members of 100.
So you got one like in this cubby, one on the tube, one playing like top site.
Constant back and forth as Luke closes out the round. And
Yeah, it's like
learning from their
the good adjustment as well for like Team Heretics to like get the information that there's free push in here and go into like the B execute. And then the post plants against an eco. Like I said, you've like not really got that like hookah control. So it can feel really pressured.
But it didn't really matter because of the way that they set up.
One enemy remaining.
Just that the weapons won out in the end. I mean, if it's like a full buy versus a full buy,
Thrifty responding in time.
I think 100 Thieves might win that. Even if the buys are smidgen better.
The way the ultimates are starting to stack, there's a lot coming this way.
Right, same default, but you actually have the raise on the rotation. Haunt not used. I think EU used a Prowler, but I don't know.
Players of 100 Thieves, and Asuna is sitting on that showstopper. So
Actually, because there's no noise here.
look at the game plan from Heretics.
Everybody's grouping up on this side. Fade Haunt actually going over in this position. It's a nice Haunt. Showstopper thrown out, trying to explode in. Guess that's why they wanted the Showstopper, right? Why they had the raise on rotation, so you could just get them into Showstopper in early.
Just be an A-pop. No one's gonna be here to support the anchors of the A site.
Bad lineup. Oh, the Seize is really good. He wants to get a little bit more, but he can't. The Nightfall's going to hit him. He's in lamps. I think it connects up to 2 out of the 3. Oh, a nice little crunch here between these two. Good utility.
Cryo, he was so steady in that moment. But
Nice try from 100 Thieves, but just...
backside fight from Team Heretics.
I'd say that like 100 Thieves are a little bit like what Team Heretics were with Madrid.
I mean, Cryo, he stood amongst it, but
Like the utility is here,
run into the Viper Molly.
Nightfall's really nice. The Molly too. It's just a good spot. Benji Fishy just scaling up on the right hand side.
And then Benji Fishy looking crispy as well with those nice shots at the end.
Big round.
A really good start so far from Team Heretics, and they have an opportunity to really take this one away.
Right there.
And this is so weird. It's so foreign.
Attacking Viper Orb.
Struggle the way we're seeing them.
Another eco for 100 Thieves.
On bind, no less. Oh, that suck nade is going to be really good, but
Actually, like the defaults are like constantly changing around. It's good.
the punish is gone.
Don't really know if there's somebody playing in the same position, right?
Patatek is right there behind him, geared and ready with his crosshair to get any type of trade.
Meanwhile, pressure towards
Because you see the Viper here, and it's like, okay, what does this mean? Like, what is this telling us about their setup? Thing is, the Team Heretics haven't played this comp as much.
Just checking every single extremity.
Like, this is common.
I mean, the walkdown did catch
Like, just being able to haunt here, Prowler, put that pressure in.
Now they're just way ahead.
And then actually having, like, the Raze and the Gecko going through short, through Hookah. Nice peek together. And then Raze satcheling in with Gecko Flash and then plant. So Boombot goes first, Flash, Molly. People get in onto site and they go, clearing everything. Didn't even use the wingman.
By and large, this is unmolested.
Unmolested?
If they can get a lot of these eco kills, you're going to see a lot of ults online. Patatek has them absolutely pincered in. 100 Thieves, they don't speed up.
And then it's like late lurk, late flank all the way around.
I mean, you've got a Stinger, you've got a Guardian.
I mean, this smoke actually just separates people up. Oh, Cryo just suddenly reads it.
That's a big one.
Nice haunted. Doesn't actually connect onto anybody though, again. Like nobody was marked from it.
As again, utility goes up. 100 Thieves need to go forward here. They need to try to find some space. Root over the top, and this might be it. Boo's left alone.
Time is low again. There's no time.
100 Thieves forced to make a play. The snap is so good. The Red Bull clutch for Team Heretics.
4-1. And I think Boo manages to survive.
And now they get a moment to breathe.
Oh, man.
Almost slipped away from right underneath them. So clutch, though, the 1v2. And I mean, big props to Woot for weathering the storm in this Showers area.
Oh, he has to satchel to avoid the season 8. That's crazy, actually. Didn't even see that.
Boo the opportunity to run the clock down low and actually just maximize on the 1v2.
And Boo just trying to survive. He doesn't want to fist bump yet.
5 rounds in. And, I mean, rightly so. Now Zix, he's going to get active on the mic. Or Zeeks, he's going to get active on the mic.
Where was that initial contact
What he
even?
thinks the adaptation should be. And you could totally tell the Heretics are just waiting for those re-aggressive timings of 100 Thieves.
Need to see that Cryo shot. Oh, yeah, the flip around. Outside of that, it was like, what, 5v5? I'm trying to remember, really, like, what had happened. Yeah, the Vipers orb over on B long. Was there anything towards short? I don't think so. But it did go Hookah. But when it went onto the site, it was completely open. I can't remember if there was a first kill. I don't know why I don't just check. I don't know why I'm trying to, like, mind palace it.
If there's no eco around, because all of a sudden you get...
We've got 20 seconds now. Is it this round?
Walkdown did catch off Benji Fishy that one round. But
Thieves, like, essentially, I mean, this is going to be a tough hold. They got the mosh pit out from across the map.
They just stack people on site and then they get Boostio right in that corner. Okay. Boostio died long.
should be another...
Yeah, but it wasn't of any utility, right? It was just them clearing it.
And for the side of 100 Thieves, looks like they're just going to play the util exchanges here on B long and play a little
Default
bit.
changing again.
Having EU play rotator. So
Like almost like the anti-timeout setup.
EU is sitting in spawn.
Because you've got like a Thrash, Orbital Strike, Nightfall, just expecting some aggression.
Or maybe just get ahead.
And then, are they actually going to like 4-1 execute outside of Hookah?
Be exposed to get kills. Double Roombas into Hookah. Molly to answer back.
You're not going to be able to get that Wingman again.
Try to invest here.
And a Prowler too. They're really like, if you're in Hookah, good luck. And then they just peek around the corner and get him. And how quickly it goes from just clearing this into an actual execute. Like, seamless.
Single thing. And there's no follow-up with this exchange, but the Thrash is way too
Thrash has been used, but it didn't clear where Woot was. Oh my god, what is going on? Can't hear anything because of the Nightfall. Orbital Strike. Asuna gets burst, but 2 players still alive. What a brutal fight. He does. Nicely done. Are they playing topside to try and counter Ray's ult? Potentially. I think it was more that they'd use so much utility to play within hookah. It's like it's the common angle that you see people on.
Look at these kills. So many things happening on the side.
And like the Viper's Pit on this side when you have like 4 people going through hookah. Maybe it was a bit like, you know, you get that kill and then you try to execute fast. Like the utility seemed seamless and like Woot got into sight really nicely, but it's hard to like set up post plants there, especially with all of the ultimates being used. Rian's only has a frenzy. Like they're buying next, but they still have money to buy rifles and buy next. Team Heretics doing the 100 Thieves special. That's their showstopper, getting both of them. Nice. EU gets one. Woot pushing right into their spawn. Just has to make a play because they're in a like... It's a 3v3. No, sorry, it was a 2v4, so yeah, definitely worth pushing. But even if it was a 3v3, it's worth like pushing up to try and make a play, especially when you don't have the spike planted. Sees nade over towards lamps, I think. Yeah, and then they see him, just spray him down.
Kills on the round, excuse me. Woot falls. 100 Thieves are right back in this thing.
Asuna is going on a rampage right now on this map of Bind.
But honestly, Dre, you wouldn't believe it when you look at him. No. Watching him calm right there, very calm.
Great flash, just how high it is.
And usually he's the one that's...
The haunt too here. Just showing that there's nobody in here, so it means that the showstopper can fully like dedicate to just wrapping on the lamps players.
There you go.
He is 1,000%. He is 15-4 now.
15-4. It's fucking crazy.
Just like that, it feels
even 10-4. Even if you take out the ace, it's still a crazy performance. You got a full buy now at least. No big ultimates because you just used a showstopper on attack, and then you got like the Viper's Pit in long. Still that sort of free player setup. This wall to go across instead, just because you don't need this as much.
He's been waiting for a moment like
Prowler to check if there's anything going on after about 35 seconds. 25 seconds less.
For the Son of Thieves roster. Brutal for him.
Just general default now that this is up. Team Heretics looking to go for another like A split.
Now 100 Thieves down one. Heretics, they tested the waters B. They didn't like the pit.
How's this going to look though? Because usually you do have to fade gun in this direction to like clear showers. Prowler, great info. 50-second mark.
All of the switches primed and ready to go. Heretics want to hit off.
C's thrown in just outside of showers. The flash and then just the one satchel from Woot. And then Boo's just playing super passively here. They're just going to crunch. Like they've done these smokes so they can crunch on the player in showers. Really nice from Team Heretics.
Waiting for his teammates to...
And I guess they're just going this way so they can make like it's easier to do this C's here.
And it just looks like right now
from this position, and then the Brimstone is walking up in this direction because he still has the molly and he can still play post plant. And then you put the fade back here. You got somebody watching here. You got somebody watching here. Just initial like, pretty much like. No, you're up against the save, so just keeping an eye on stuff. What was that, round 8?
You know, to go back around the conversation of having mirrored the comp and kind of having those adjustments. When you think about the mind games around that, the team that is often the first to the stage has a better understanding of how to execute it, but then also they understand their weaknesses, right? They understand where they can be hurt, where they can be hit. I mean, it seems like Heretics are a step ahead of this.
Yeah. That was that entry I was talking about. And it honestly, Woot could have even gotten this kill. I mean, the spread just didn't go his way, but the follow-up kill through the smoke there. And the timing swing from Boo, I mean, all he did was just sit there, chill, wait. Okay, now I go. Beautiful execution from Heretics.
Playing his cards perfectly. Now we're dealt another hand. 100 Thieves down 2. Heretics looking so good.
And it's these rounds where Heretics just freeze in the first like 30, 40 seconds of the round and just let it cook in the brains of 100 Thieves where they thrive.
Poison orb emitting.
The Aya from EU just cleared back showers. So I think Heretics are
rotating very quickly.
Really nothing to re-clear that space. They have a lot of options, Trey.
They're just waiting up.
Prowling here. Haunt here at the same time, so you're not really giving too much away other than the fade is over towards B.
They might think fact that it's completely open, and now that they have B long control, I mean, the whole map is...
Leaving the Raze here to just put some pressure, get the orb, force out any like trap plays that they might have off the back of it.
What a nuisance he's being.
The reclear.
Sees Molly.
And he's out. It dumps all.
And he's, yeah, lots of utilities. So the plan for Heretics, okay, we're being pushed out B. Now's the time to go A.
Rants in. Yeah, 100 Thieves have some defenses here, but they're only getting bolstered. EU has now rotated.
Nice fight from Benji. And Rian's just fighting. He hasn't even planted. Team Heretics are just playing this so well, just baiting the Raze over towards B long.
On the other side of the map, trying to figure out what went wrong. Trying to hang on to the prize possession now, and the question is, do Heretics hunt? They've got time, they've got money.
Yeah, you imagine they're gonna do so. Maybe they'll wait a little bit longer, let that bomb run down a bit, and the disrespect shown, they're just dancing around. Yeah. You know,
It's the biggest fucking cheer that they've got all day.
not the hunt we expected, but the hunt we needed. The hunt the crowd needed as well. Now they're actually on the prowl for real this time. See the replay of that fight back side.
Mosh on backside. Like, look how big it is.
Unfavorable positions.
Because it means that you just can't fight close. So it's just like the angle is a little bit better there for Rians to just go and clear those angles one at a time.
You and I have talked so much.
We're being toxic, huh? Okay.
You and I have talked so much about how difficult it can be to hold back A on Bind. It's just miserable for them.
Nicely done.
There's no real place to find cover to tuck into. So as all that utility hits you, then you've got a barrage of bullets that are also peppering your way. Like, it's miserable to deal with.
And it's the timing that Heretics are taking those fights that's so different. It's throwing 100 Thieves' game off because usually those players, I mean, they can anchor, wait for the rotate to come in, and then flood with utility. But, I mean, Heretics are not letting them breathe. The layering of utility, first to take short A, then fight back site. It's been nothing short of immaculate.
How does Mosh bounce off the wall that far? Wow. Depends like how low you're throwing it.
You've got to respect the orb here. Unaware of what's waiting on the other side. Did they cross? Is there more than one? Who all is here? They haven't made a single bit of noise. As again, the utility is toggled. The Roomba spots
Yeah,
one.
just baiting away from Boostio on this angle. You're playing such an aggressive position now with just 2 players. It's so bad. It's just like, it's a good idea, but you need 3 over on B. If you're going to make that play, you can't just do it as 2 here.
They just don't really have the weaponry to fight back on this.
And Rian's just got his Thrash online, grabbing that orb. Might not even have to invest it into this round. Here comes the rollout. Perfect satchels for Wu. Trapping Bing.
Yeah, perfect suck. You're
Defensive smoke to play out of, and it's just sprayed.
Another nearly flawless rollout. Another nearly flawless site hit.
Man, Team Heretics are actually just owning them here.
Heretics are showing us a different level to their gameplay right now, Doug. It is so scary for 100 Thieves.
How do they get back into this? A Guardian and a Phantom. Woot, the first to challenge. And again, he's just toying with them, man. Careful.
Yeah, just play time. You're 5v3. They're on low bar. You don't need to fight them that much.
Away from danger. Of course, he swings into 2. Gets his 1, though. And honestly, in a situation like that, when you have so much over the top, you'll take those. You'll take those any day of the week.
Wow.
Patek cleans up his last as Heretics get to 7. They're not slowing down.
Money's bad for around 11 too, but they just ecoed.
Find a way in, just going for exits there. It's just looking like Heretics right now are in full control of this entire half. I mean, once they understand that Bang breaks that Roomba, I mean, they don't know it's Bang there, but it's just too obvious that there's a little bait there.
Yeah.
Normally you'd see Boostio maybe take that TP, rip it, reposition, and just give the B site there. Those guys are crazy right now.
I'm playing 2 initiators over here.
Along with Patek, and
Thrash going to be used quick for Hookah. Nice tempo place. Does connect onto one. Showstopper just dunked on below. Jesus, my God. Like, Heretics are really cooking up some good shit here.
Can any of these kids be stopped? And they're rolling over 100 Thieves here on a map that has historically been theirs. I mean, to take you back to Americas, they went around with only 4 mice working.
Man, they just hit a step.
And they're just destroying them from top to bottom.
At 4v3, it's not done just yet. And this is a good flank, actually, too. Crash is going to be in, but it can't quite get over the top. It's going to at least force a fight for Boostio, but it comes down to a 1v1. All right, that advantage that Team Heretics did have, slowly dissipating just with this flank all the way around. But it might not even matter. You could just get the spike and go for TP. Yeah, just leave.
And now the real game is afoot.
Just 100 Thieves playing too spread apart here again. Like, they're playing in positions on B where they can't trade off of each other.
Cryo's already here. He's healthy. Only one smoke to his name.
There's a snake bite still.
A little worse for wear. Mind games.
It's just literally Homer Simpson going backwards through his wall. But they don't know if he's in lamps. They don't know if he's around this corner.
No real idea of what's waiting on the other side, and now bullets grazing by his head. Now understanding where the threat lies. A little bit too early there. Benji Fish is playing this so well. The delay is so good, and now you see it. I mean, the spike is already being
half.
It's already being spammed. Benji Fish
Sticking it. He's not fighting this either. No, he gets him anyway. Oh, man.
Benji Fish with 3 as Heretics get another.
An unreal clutch from Heretics. 2 players jumping out of hookah. And even after Benji connects on the first...
So good at just playing these light situations.
To apply the pressure on EU.
180. Magnetic.
Just playing together, going together, clearing stuff together.
They cannot be stopped.
Doing the handshake and everything.
Into the 12th round, the last round of regulation. Couple of ults on mine. But the song that's been sung has been penned by Heretics this entire half.
I mean, the change of pace has been so crazy from Heretics. This time, proactive Thrasher doesn't get a lot of value from the side of 100 Thieves, and that's why you've seen Heretics take that slow approach. And while all that's happening, Patatek, he's been so comfortable.
Knifefall is almost like a horizontal one. Doesn't connect onto the player here. And then he just goes for his own teammate's mosh. Really good adjustment. I think Cryo just peeks and overheats there too. So to go for the TP, but you got this player here that you need to deal with. Oh, he just misses the timing, but he hears another one stepping. Knife out. There's the spike. One goes for the TP. Boostio could just chill. He doesn't. He has his wingman in a second, actually. Nice try. Really good, like, quick fire thinking from 100 Thieves on that one.
Bring it back for his team and secure that 4th round. Otherwise, the 9-3 curse, they would have had to be hoping for that. The replay on that.
17 and 8 for Bang was the real.
But did the Thrash actually hit him? No, it didn't.
His position was just so tight.
Even the timing of swinging into his own Gecko Molly and then satcheling out, re-swinging here. I mean...
Yeah, Asuna is just crazy as a duelist. We shouldn't be on anything else. I'm going to run ads because we're getting quite close to basically like having pre-rolls again. So I'm just going to run ads now.
Even though the G2 game ended in a bad way, there was no time to be sad.
Sorry, I just needed to do that now and get it done and dusted.
Did the research, did the anti-strat. So before the game against FUTS, I felt calm as usual. We knew approximately what maps we played, and yeah, that was the veto, and we were feeling...
I'm just gonna go to the toilet as well, actually, once I've got a second, so yeah, BRB.
Getting the kill. That wasn't off an outlaw. That was just a spam through the wall.
They don't want their tracers to come out.
Oh, they cleared the Dizzy, so he was able to hold them back. Rians, what a round!
So heading into the 100 Thieves games, I thought that they're stronger than they showed. They struggled a bit against GENG, they struggled a bit against PaperX. Obviously, they are both insanely good teams, PaperX and GENG. But in general, they're obviously a strong team, and we will prepare for them like fully. I think the biggest lesson so far was the G2 comeback, and also then after that, our performance on Lotus. Those games are why we came, and top 4 is like nice, you know, side reward. But we came here for experience. We just keep going.
They came for experience, at least initially. Now they're playing for hardware. I mean, this has been an outrageous performance from these guys. And you know, you and I've talked about this a couple of times, and I believe it was Kukuka who said it on the desk. Everyone's wondering when they will falter, right? When will the inexperience become a problem? When will they crumble under the pressure of being the only team standing from this region? A region that is so heavily decorated, has a pedigree of success and championships, and they just continue to answer the call.
They're definitely riding high on confidence, and it's been showing in their gameplay. I mean, the morale of this team so far, I think that's what's been keeping them together. And honestly, bouncing back from the crazy loss they had against G2.
What a disaster that was.
I mean, that's so maturing as a player.
You learn a lot about yourself. You're absolutely right. To get punched in the mouth that way, to take a hit and still stand. Now it's on 100 Thieves to do a bit of the same. Sure, not to the same degree, but again, elimination's on the line. The pressure's never been greater. 100 Thieves getting pushed around on their map pick, but now trying to do some of the pushing back as Asuna tries to satchel out, and Woot holds the line.
Another first blood for Woot. This kid is a phenom in this tournament. It's not even his main role.
What's the second wrinkle for the attack here? How do they make their way out?
It's like you're down numbers. You kind of just have to contact, but they just have no space control, no map control whatsoever. So they're gonna have to slowly re-clear the entire flank, and by the time they do all that, Heretics have a good chance to do their own re-clear of their own and get ahead of this.
Yeah. And you're starting to see some of that playing out right now. The wingman to clear belong. Okay, they're not there.
And if you just keep control of backside, maybe Benji Fishy can slip into showers with Patatek. I mean, look, Patatek's now getting aggressive.
Benji Fishy has been electric. 11-7 right now with an opportunity to drop a couple more frags.
And the delay was great.
They're going to push into spawn. They're going to push into spawn, and Heretics are already ahead of it. Bang and Cryo able to overwhelm Boo, but the trade is there from Rienz. How much more can Bang find? Woot takes care of him, assassination style. They've got to know his positioning here. That nade, he will go uncleared. Finally falling as Boostio gets active. Patatek left alone, a 1v2. Boostio weak, not able to settle the shots as EU drops them.
Salvaging the round with backside aggression at A, just like Heretics did in their gun rounds. And it got kind of scary when they pushed spawns. There was a crossfire from, I believe, Woot and Rienz. Yeah, Boo went down early on there, but it could have gotten really dicey, and it did. I mean, this push right here, player spawn and player heaven, but it was Boostio who was the IGL coming up huge again. Besting Woot and Benji Fishy.
He was a big line of defense there.
That might be just the spark to
Head stuck me
fire up
everywhere.
Thieves to
Right.
make a comeback into this game.
The 100 Thieves won the pistol.
Exact same story that was told in the first half. The pistol went the way of
Anti-eco, pretty much their normal default.
Can they do it again?
If there's any player to do it, it's
We're watching short, fade here, rim here.
does have a sheriff, so does Boo. Everybody else sitting on classics. But we've seen how deadly the classics can be with these right clicks, especially on the A site.
I mean, Boo did it in the first half.
Yeah.
Right there.
Such a slow approach from 100 Thieves. They don't want to make a mistake like they
Yeah,
did.
like 100 Thieves are so like execute centric that
Well, and even really not understanding what's on the other side.
it is very like
Given that they have a 3-round
we
lead,
go from stage 1 into stage 2, whereas clearly like Team Heretics were really good at going in from different defaults into different types of executes.
That's Asuna so aggressive. Boo will fall. Boostio's gonna get the plant down. There's still a couple of members that
Great
have to
fight.
be cleared out. There's still a couple of spiders that have to be swept away. Now they realize they've cleaned house. 100 Thieves can settle, slow it down.
It was a good flash.
Meanwhile, for Rienz and Benji Fishy, I mean, any damage that's dealt is a success. But honestly, you just kind of want to die to the spike here, not give any orbs over to 100 Thieves, who seem to have avoided the mess that was the first half.
They're just trying to die to spike.
You imagine he's going to want to try to hunt. All he has is a Marshall. And he's already four orbs in. Why not? But I guess he's just going to go for the save, not wanting to allow Heretics to maybe build their ultimate economy themselves. And just like that, a successful anti-eco from the side of 100 Thieves, and that's the A-split that we saw Heretics basically copy. That's the blueprinted A-split. It was the exact same setup. Now, in this next couple gun rounds that we're gonna see, do Heretics have an answer? for the loads of utility that this composition has.
What's the default? What they're deciding?
For the side of 100 Thieves.
It's a good one too. Vandal, Phantom, Bulldog.
Yeah, Bustio.
Stinger.
Yeah, one of the players upgraded. Bustio buying a gun for his
Go
teammates.
on.
Swapping out for the Stinger.
Minigun for the same execute.
Trying to enable his teammates.
This is fine. This is good. Gets broken. Probably used instantly. Again, this is like just default setups. The Marsh, the execute. Utility broken. It still works though. The execute is just too good that you have that pressure coming in.
Perfect split.
100 Thieves identifying that the A anchors were playing towards Shower. That allows that Gecko Molly to just create that opening for 100 Thieves to split and explode from short A. As all that's happening, you have the other two players walking into Shower.
Like Baby Bay was saying, it's like the blueprint. Like just 100 Thieves have kind of just done this execute over and over and over again, but because it's so strong, it's so hard to like beat and counter.
Pack the same punch.
Just like that, now it's 100 Thieves that are on the prowl. Both players of Heretics sitting B long. They do have an orb to mess around with, but they're going to run into a firing squad soon enough. That gives the info that there's nobody elbow. Bustio just wants to be sure.
And now we have to talk about the game that's played outside of the game. It seems like Bustio will fall. Not able to take the weapon away, but we're starting to see momentum shift. And who else but Bustio as the guy to look towards when momentum goes crazy?
Jeez.
Yeah, the flash, just to fight together. Not dedicating the plant.
He doesn't quite hit the mark.
Just making sure that everything's clear.
It actually ends up paying dividends for his team, breaking the crosshairs of both those players' showers.
Yeah, the chaos that's injected into the round is all he really needed to do. Yeah, he gets a kill, it's icing on the cake, but he's done his job. So now one round separating these two. 100 Thieves winning the bonus. They also have a Thrash online.
Yeah, he got it from that last round when he died. So he wanted to go for the hunt that entire time. That was the goal. And just like that, a change of pace. I mean, we saw a rush and A split the other round.
They'll lose a bonus. You got 4 stacked on A for Heretics.
Aggressive plays from Heretics on their defensive side, but Heretics aren't giving anything.
Remember, this is very, very similar to what we saw in the second round of the half. Right? 100 Thieves understanding who knows what's on
Just
the
taking their time.
They slow
Checking if there's any aggression anywhere. Not bothering about showers.
often when their execs are the cleanest, right? This is where everything is considered.
Yeah.
And then how do they want to go about this execute?
It was the last anti-eco round. They actually ended up
Ball one again.
So this time, just mixing it up. They want to go towards B, right? Thinking ahead.
Flash for long. Smoke to help clear this. On attack.
Make the players of 100 Thieves be scared to not hit this site, but they're calling the bluff.
On gun just above here.
Yeah, this exact.
Oh no, never mind. It goes on top of Hookah. Doesn't reach that far.
And the Dizzy tags him. Boo gets spammed. That's as clean as it gets.
Really good adjustment.
It's so
Like some pressure towards Hookah and then you revert back to just play like crunch here.
they had was down. Riens is the only one.
Like actually that's like major movement actually from Bang.
And now it rattles harmlessly onto the ground as a flawless round comes through. We're tied at 8 apiece.
Did he actually go into Hookah at all?
It's only Boo here. He's gonna be scared to not hit. Yeah, this exec is gonna be too strong.
No, they just smoked this on attack and didn't bother with it.
And the Dizzy tags him. Boo gets spammed. That's as clean as it gets.
And then yeah, like they're just like just firing here. They're taking fight elbow. Really nice.
To sink in. And oftentimes, you almost don't want the time to think about it.
Yeah.
Right? When you're facing elimination, when everything is on the line, these can almost be just as much helpful as they are harmful.
In an 8-4 lead, now we're all tied up. That sinks in. That plays such a huge role into your mental. On the biggest of stages so far.
We'll see what Nuzinho's able to do to inject and change the situation, try to turn the tides.
I feel like they need to be a little bit more proactive, get a little bit more info, maybe even take a little bit more risks. Have Woot try to go for a kill early on and then back up. Make 100 Thieves think that you're playing aggressive, but actually you're just baiting out the utility from them so they don't just bombard you onto the actual site hit.
And time up for Heretics. They got a full buy. Fresh here.
5 stack on the other side of the timeout.
I mean, usually
question, I imagine.
Yeah, usually the team has some like good ideas on like 100 Thieves really good at like countering timeouts with like wild plays, especially when they have a Thrash available. Stim Beacon as well for it to fly farther. Prowler here, Mosh to here.
From Boostio. Another change of pace, a fast B hit.
Really nice round utility wise.
Nobody here to answer.
Yeah, Boo's the first on the scene, but he has to wait. Stuck on the other side. Meanwhile, Bang is rotated back. He's not going to be in time to cut off the rotation through a teleporter, so they are going to...
They know this time at least that there is somebody just like usually watching his spot, and the hooker isn't being fought for. Like a lot of these B executes, they just go out of long. And so because they lose this pressure, if you're fighting this and you have hookah control, it's hard to hold in a post plant.
Quickly turns into a nightmare. And as Boostio wakes up from that, he realizes he's...
Great theory-like call.
Heretics take the lead back.
A nicely timed retake from Heretics. The utility was on point, the trading was on point, and Boo holding that elbow area down. Heretics did a really good job of reacting to that TP. From the side of Heretics. That's the play they should.
Oh yeah, all Boo needs to do. Like, these guys are fighting, this guy's just holding.
And lock them out of the round. I mean, Boostio.
Because you have hookah control, you're coming out of CT. You don't want to have one player try to push this. You're just holding, and if they do kill you, these players are still like taking all of this, so they can just wrap around.
And they stop the bleeding.
Off of that 2K now, Boo.
Still like a 4-1. Like, Heretics really sort of expecting at this point that 100 Thieves might just go for like an execute. So they're stacking 4 towards it.
Well, it's just quiet.
I guess they know that like 100 Thieves can't go B quickly, so you can stack 4 towards A.
Gonna get the best of the Vipers. Ooh.
And then at a point they're just gonna like rotate and come around.
Benji Fishy, he's so aggressive. He wants this 50-50.
You play with confidence, and it often works out. Who's more confident here?
They're going tit for tat right now. I mean, look at this. They're both jiggling.
One step too far.
Yeah.
And that's the difference between life and death. I think they're waiting for the exec to start to come through short for Bang to take his
Yeah, here it is.
And now all the attention has been drawn away as Benji Fishy has to look towards short. Everyone here, 3 crosshairs trained, excuse me.
That gets broken. Woot trusts that somebody's gonna break it. Prowler takes a lot of the damage there, but he still gets 2.
But Boostio on the counterpunch. Rian's now getting involved.
Yeah, nice light lurk push through from Bang. They somehow turned it around. Planting for heaven. You do have a Nightfall too.
Can he do it again? EU with ult. But he's so weak. And now they've got him. They know where
They
he
actually
is.
hit him with it too.
Position revealed. The veil has been lifted. Can Boo pull this thing off? Tap and no movement. A little bit of utility, yeah, but he's gotten behind them. They've rotated.
Nice try.
Another, and Bang was quick.
All right, 9-0.
We're tied again.
And it was that game of chess that Bang and Benji Fishy were playing in Showers, that little head-to-head.
Yeah, just Bang fans. Superb timing to just go out of Showers.
To come through. I thought that this was going to be the difference maker, though. Woot not getting flashed. Somebody backside to break it for them. Unlike what happened on 100 Thieves' defense with Asuna, who just got absolutely obliterated by that Gecko Flash. But 100 Thieves, when they do these A splits, they're just so coordinated, and their trading is perfect.
5 of the last 6 the way of the attack. And hunger for more, and really demand for more. So they're locked in the slugfest.
Is there a gap in it?
Heretics with a couple of ults, Riens and Boo. They're big ones too.
Haunt, actually, that's new from 100 Thieves. That's nice. They flash in here and then the Haunt across. Like, you either break this utility from Gecko or you break the Haunt.
Decide to reset. Looks like they're just gonna full commit.
You've stacked 3 people here, which is good. Thrash, that's a risky time to do it. Sometimes you just need the guns out. Orbital Strike. Yeah, I don't really like this ult from Riens.
Trying to settle the shots. The Molly keeping him away from trying to clear the wingman. Spike down now. Numbers away of the attack, and now Riens is left alone. He's gotten it down to 2.
Oh, ooh, close. Nice try.
Extinguishes what would have been an absolute mess.
Yeah, I think that you just need guns out. You need people to trade, especially when you've got somebody just in this corner. It's a bit of a one and done spot. So you've got Patek there to fight, but then you've got another person like in util.
A 20 bomb for the lad.
Because I think he still had like flash wingman and stuff here.
A tether that he jumped over.
Especially if you're just going to orbital strike that position.
Ropes, baby. Then Bustio to just clean up house on the actual site. Another Thrash available and a Viper's Pit. And now the economy of Heretics looking dire.
These two guys pushing up.
They have a Guardian in the hands.
Poison Cloud for close.
So take a look at his crosshair. No real challenge. 100 Thieves slow these rounds down so much when they know there's a broken buy on the opposite side.
Something very common for a lot of these teams on the attacking side. Again, you don't want to be the team that makes that mistake.
100 Thieves just going back to their default, their usual thing.
In the series, in the map.
And such a close map too, as we're so close to the end.
So important to win these rounds and win them clean. That's why you see the Thrash being
Thrash Prowler. Similar to what they do on Sunset with the Ray Satchel in. Wonder why Ray Satchel this way.
Oh, there's a lot of pressure on the other side. Rians is trying
Mosh is so big. Fuck me, that's a giant Mosh.
over the top, dropping Boo. The defense is
One coming in.
struggling to hold the line. Struggling to make a stand.
Thrash going to be used across. Connects onto one. Does it connect onto two? No.
Heretics here.
It's just going to slow them down at least.
all just to delay. 100 Thieves are just going to play the
Late push around, maybe, from EU.
As the timer keeps ticking, Heretics realize the time to go is now. Now that things
Everybody ready to peek off of each other. 1, 2, 3. Bang, bang, bang. Cool.
Picking the perfect time to swing together the 3-2-1.
My knees are gonna
in the middle of the retake, catching them off guard. A nice post plant from 100 Thieves. Nice reactions from EU to not drop there into showers. And Asuna again, another opener.
Saw another one there, backside too.
Rocket kill. And this was that 3-2-1 I was mentioning earlier. Peeking together.
One left standing.
All three players.
Ready.
And just like that, we have no more timeouts from the side of Team Heretics. This one definitely slipped away from them. They were riding high on that attack side.
And it's just too good on them. Like, defending on bind is just incredibly difficult right now.
I mean, they're holding all of the cards. And Heretics are just kind of having to play blindly here.
And it's the constant snowball on these maps. The use of ultimates. I mean, 100 Thieves, when they win these rounds, they're only investing a couple into them.
Yeah.
And then they're able to have 2 more for the next rounds. And when you have ults on every single gun round, it feels like, I mean, that can be so hard to play against, especially on the defending side.
How do you withstand such a barrage?
I mean, do you play up and try to disrupt? Do you play back and just get smothered? It's so tough to know what the right decision is in high pressure situations like this.
10 seconds away from the 21st round of regulation. 2 ults on either side.
It's crazy how, like, it's like Raze, Gecko, Brim, Viper, Fade. Raze, Gecko, Brim, Viper, Fade on kills.
This time a different approach. They're split. Back into the 3-2.
A snake bite early just to stop the execute.
Utility on B long, and they are also aware of that deep short A smoke.
It's smoke as well. Is this an attacking smoke?
You see 2 players on either end of that market
Must have
area.
been.
Now the slow creep up. As all this B long contact is being made, there's still 2 players.
Because you can smoke this and just sort of have somebody insert into these positions potentially.
But Benji Fishy, he held Octagon that entire time.
And you're still playing towards short, so you still have that support there.
I think that's why you see 100 Thieves doubling back.
Prowler to check Hookah as well because of that smoke. He's just buying time.
He's playing his cards so patiently. Meanwhile,
And there it is. Like the fake towards this position, like the smoke here, like it all makes sense. Nightfall hits 2. See that Asuna's here. Orbital strike coming in. Oh, Patek just boxed into a corner. Doesn't matter though. Oh no. Bang gets him.
what a mess that was. But 100 Thieves get to 12.
Really, like, good theory.
Wu couldn't go anywhere at the end there.
A jump spot. I don't know if it was much of a from Benji. Well, Benji was backing off of it, but then they heard that there was stuff coming up like a shot, like here. He wasn't even jump peeking. He was just out in the open.
Again, a player who does not.
But he just like wide peeks that because they hear stuff short.
The value that he was able to provide.
And it was a fake. Like 100 Thieves do love their fakes. Read him like a book. Yeah, exactly. Really well called.
It was the feint A into the B hit.
And so 100 Thieves will attempt to close the cover on this story, at least on bind.
Couldn't have worked out better because you just put pressure here and like you just assume it's going to be this. So, you know, the Viper can check this, maybe go for the TP and fight if they still have Chalice control.
That opener. And even if not, he could throw it off the map.
Just incredibly well timed from 100 Thieves.
I mean, when you got the back.
Yup, expecting some like A aggression.
It's a big one.
Yep. Again, a quiet.
Yeah.
Definitely quiet.
Nothing was shown.
This is all you can realistically do.
Silence is deadly. Not quite yet. Benji will live. And the timer's running down really low here. It's going to be another full B exec, you imagine.
Yeah, you've got Cryo cutting off.
Oh, Benji's been spotted. Gonna molly underneath as well. The flash. They know where he is. Don't like trying to plant there.
And now the thrash to counter, but Cryo's position is
Molly's great, especially because Rians is low. He still manages to survive and then buff P together. Wow. Oh, Heretics, you can bounce back a bit more.
in a 1v4. Pain at his feet. 13 seconds left. The spike out of reach. This will settle into nothing.
I just think that position at Rians was almost too good. But it's you know, we see this a lot, I think, from like Gecko players of like they confirm the site is pretty much clear and then go for the plant, just have guns up. But they're sort of still fighting whilst Boostio goes for the plant.
Just holding it down for his squad.
And the flash is really good from Rians too. Like, yeah, like utility in hand there, so he can't really necessarily fight.
Then dropping Austin.
If he has this gun out there, it might be better.
They kept 4 guns and they got upgrades. If EU did a good job of damaging the economy there, it's another scrappy buy for Heretics. So now they still have a chance. They still have a buy.
And Wood has a rocket. Wonder if they try to play for some of these orbs. Benji Fish is one away from his pit. Patatek has taken such an aggressive line here.
It's really hard to play defense with this comp.
Been punished in that position before.
You just don't have good effective range because it's so difficult to push this and fight this. But I think you kind of have to. I think you need to either fight this a bit more or you need to be like fighting short.
Wood's close.
Like Hookah's just not really like an area that any teams really fight for.
Or, excuse me, the Prowler's so good. Patatek
Right here, this is just red. Nice showstopper to sort of counter.
The rocket over the top to protect.
What's the call? People grouping up. It's just like, all right, let's do this.
Got 2 satchels. Seems like the
And
rotate.
it might be everybody just grouping up towards A. But the fade is going towards... Is the fade going to like put pressure over here? See if they can maybe get the orb. The orb is still available. So Horn, I didn't see how long until it comes online. They could put pressure over here, pick up the orb, keep 3 people over towards B. Get the Nightfall online, go for the TP, Nightfall this. Alright, so this is good pressure. 20 seconds left.
There's a chance here for 100 Thieves.
Couple of smokes to go. The Dizzy. Oh, he just got plucked out of the sky. He gets
Risky plant.
He tried to go.
Yeah, it gets stopped. They have to dedicate to it soon, and there's 2 players here crunching up. Good showers control, good fight, 6 seconds. No need to go for that peek, I don't think, from Patstech.
There's so much before him. Boo falls, but Heretics get to 11.
At least your money's okay.
From start to finish.
But yeah.
EU takes the head off.
Is it good now?
It was Woot.
Might be missing some bits and pieces.
To help out Patatek. And then the nade to actually kill the bomb being planted.
Yeah, Woot hero here to help.
Played the round perfectly.
Good shot.
Amazing shot.
Nade is good too, just to make sure that that plant doesn't come in.
Dizzy from planning and then just swinging out. The double swing from Patatek, getting the trades. And now the last timeout used from 100 Thieves. 12-11 is the score so far. This has been such a banger of a map so far, Doug.
There was a moment 100 Thieves were down big, and they won 8 of 9. 4 in a row. It seemed like all momentum went their way. It seemed like they were going to cruise their way into sunset.
Be great to see this go to OT.
Further, but
The best part is that Sunset's going to be the same, I think. Like, it's going to be a really close map. I'm just curious on what comps either team decide to run, really.
But Heretics, man, the grit and the fight they're showing in these closing moments of this map. So impressive, and of course it's Woot. Of course it's Woot.
And also, it's not even their map pick. That's the most impressive thing so far. Yeah, Woot's been playing great, but he's had a lot of support from the rest of the characters on the team as well. I mean, they really are a band of brothers.
The 24th round is before us.
And if you look at the minimap right now, Heretics are set up for this. 4 players on A.
They've been doing this default every single time now.
It has to be perfect.
Because, yeah, they're just going for the A execute off the Nightfall. It's going to hit one. The one player in this close corner. Woot has to break the Dizzy. Good fight to come back, and the flash is so good again from Reigns. Amazing. Like, Reigns' util is so fucking good. My God.
Controlling the recoil. They were set up for that, Doug. That gecko flash from Rians.
And it was yet again just this like showers control, like Woot being here. And this is a good fight, but that flash.
Oh, it's a picture perfect moment. Overtime on the cards.
Regulation not enough to decide this one.
Amazing stuff from Rians. Like, it's just like these assists, these flashes, timings have been superb. EU's come in nicely. Cryo's been a little bit quiet today, to be honest.
To write an epilogue on Bind.
Bring them down.
Now they're back.
All right, this is a good test for both teams. Like, what are you going to cook up in these rounds? Feels like Heretics have like an assortment of different little ideas. And 100 Thieves have like less ideas, but better execution of them.
Used from the side of Rians, that flash that he's able to pick back up.
Again, so playing from this spot, you got the Viper and Hookah. Not really an area that we've seen either team fight for all that much.
Have the majority of their defenses in the vicinity. Bang, the first to challenge. Can he hold the line? Tries to sink his fangs into the opposition, but he can't. Can't settle the shots. Almost gets dropped.
Kind of fortunate to get out with his life there. Sitting at half HP, cannot be healed up.
Tucked, waiting for the challenge. Meanwhile, the
Free player lean towards B. The Heretics looking to give 100 Thieves a taste of their own medicine with an execute. But they're all going together because they want to do the C's, I think. And they're just going to haunt on site. Check close. And then, yeah, like all this utility, clearing a lot of stuff. Then you go for the plant. Still doesn't work. Oh, the haunt from EU. I think they were just like, yeah, it's going to get planted. It's going to be fine. They're going to try and peek out and disrupt it. They do get the plant, but utility does get kills. 2v2, orbital strike for lamps and metal. Gets nobody. Flank all the way around. You have no information. You've not seen Bang on the Viper.
But the timing could not.
Oh, no, wait, you did, because I think they went for the TP, perhaps.
Just enough. Bang on the swing.
Yeah, Wu is just aware of it.
And now forced to sit back and watch as EU will have to be a hero for 100 Thieves.
Oh, the satchel is just perfectly timed, too.
Heretics get to 13.
The key players of this match for Heretics. Boo and Woot. An outstanding
Boo and Woot.
outstanding duo in that 2v2. 100 Thieves did a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, the game is good. And, like, yeah, you've got Paddytech just sticking to the plant because there was so little time.
And rightly doing so, because he knew that he could rely
Nice.
on these two players.
Man, Boo's just, like, he didn't cheer or anything. He was just like, nice.
Can Heretics put them away? On the defensive side, a side that was a struggle. A side where they failed to really find footing. And it wasn't until the closing moments of the half that got us to this point.
This game has been outrageous, but when it comes down to overtime, Doug, it's just a whole different game. It's a whole new battlefield.
3 over towards B straight away. Smoke deep, forces out some utility, forces out some noise. There's the flash. Oh, it actually gets broken and it lands on top, so you're not going to be able to like reflash them later.
Where they want to split because this time they've banked so far up. Oh, careful now.
Seas gets a couple. Oh, yeah, not a great fight for Patatet to be taking. Bang's trying to lurk up on short. Wins a good fight against Benji. It forces Patatet to go in for a fight. Round 2 of OT by the looks. 2 flanks, 1 heaven. No flash for Ian's to work off.
Spike sunk.
2 in showers, 1 bench, 1 on the plant, 1 watching behind. Yeah, they were just ready and waiting. They know where the last one is.
Dropping Wu. Boo left alone. We will dance again. A
Flawless 2.
second OT is on the cards.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Bang. Doing the salsa up short A. This was the opener. 400 Thieves followed up by Boostio in the showers, who he kind of jumped the gun a little early. He got hit by that tether. But consolidating the round. Good awareness on that fast flank. That's something we haven't seen yet from Heretics. And they kind of had to. It's a 3v5. What else can you do in that moment?
Right, yeah.
Rotation of the fade.
But no real time.
2 in hookah from 100 Thieves.
And Woot made a footstep early on. So 100 Thieves are going to hold this and hook it down.
The flash is good. The 1 bit of utility. It's still, I think this still favors like 100 Team Heretics here. Freudian slip. I don't like the fact that Team Heretics are still going for this though. You have time to reset. You're baiting out the plant. You're baiting out more utility. You're trying to get a feel of who's still here. The C's is nice and the Molly's even better. They clear right in this corner. I love the patience. Like Team Heretics keeping up the pressure by executing onto the site, but just waiting with the plant, seeing if they can force out any more utility.
Wow.
What a reaction again. Like it's just a fucking attacking sided map. Attacking sided comp.
But once Heretics froze the round down in that little micro moment, waited for that Gecko Flash to come back up, they were able to just get the trades on the site. That's the Gecko Flash I spoke of. And EU, I mean, had that flash not been in full effect, he could have gotten 2, maybe 3, closed out the round. Small things like that, they make a difference.
Ooh, Boostio not saying much.
And now, a timeout in overtime to hopefully secure the round.
It's not often a Boostio looks like he's lost for words, right?
For 100 Thieves yet again. They're on the back end of this. But it does give them time to, you know, calm down about what happened, think about what they want to do going into this next round.
It's, I think settle the nerves is objective number 1.
Exactly.
Because at this point, we're what? We're double, triple OT. I mean,
Shuai has left Tyloo as well.
And so you wonder how much more goes up that sleeve, right? How long is that thing? And I think once you realize you've hit the depth of what your approach can be.
I mean, for Tyloo, gonna be honest, good. Don't think he did a very good job for Tyloo this stage. Rolls seemed wrong.
I mean, you have to think about every previous round.
A lot of the ways that the team was set up were wrong. I think it's the right move. There's a lot of really good coaches in China on tier 2 teams. You can even import coaches as well if you want. Sunshine, like it's also, yeah, you got like a game changers coach for EDG. And then you also have like Weibo Gaming's coach as an assistant coach.
He's going to be called to deliver from IGLing perspective.
And when you're in a double overtime like this, you can't help but feel the pressure. You can't escape it. Doesn't matter what kind of vibes you got.
I wonder how long that's been a thing though. I wonder who's at the helm now for Tyloo, but also at the same time, like how long they've been without Shuai.
He's done a good job so far reading the game.
But right now, he's just fighting to stay alive.
I mean, they're running into another...
I like that China's importing mainly Korean staff. I don't. I think there's good minds within China. We need to like... It's tricky. I guess what can I say?
What a hold from Lover!
Oh no, 4 bullets, 60 HP. Just played it slow. You got a good nade, good nade, good nade. Because Asana's super low.
Asuna has 6 HP. As things settle into 2s. Bang.
Everybody's spreading out though.
About the flank, and it's
Shorty and lamps.
Asuna with the shorty in hand. Do they clear him? Now,
Oh, and they smoke off short. Really good read from Boo. Nice and patient. This smoke on defense is great as well. Just isolate lamps. You can have a good guess where this last player is from. Find it together. Not getting on the defuse yet. Molly's nice. Ah, the Molly's great. Fucking Boo has been demolishing them with some of this util. Incredible. And that's like one of the few times that 100 Thieves have lost with this comp. Like their record on it is immaculate, right? Mostly, other than losing to G2 once.
Wait, guys, I need to do it. I mean, if you think it's gonna work for you guys, yes.
What is it? A milkshake?
Bro, I can't get up. I can't get up. Let's go! Go, guys! Bang!
Every time I needed a new phone, I had to switch carriers.
I told him, at Verizon, everyone can get the best deals.
I'm starting to think they're better with Patty than with Minibu.
It wasn't easy.
35.
You're gonna be here forever.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do I need a lawyer?
Yeah, Flexin's gone for Tyloo. That was announced. So Flexin is going to BLG.
Storage and battery upgrade.
And they're getting... Fuck, who are they getting?
Customers get iPhone 15 on us when they trade in any iPhone, any condition, guaranteed.
I really wish you told me sooner.
I did.
Wait, he's going to BLG supposedly. Let me check with what Sprite wrote about it. Yeehao's taking a break, so they have... Fuck, who have they got coming in? Well, Yeehao wasn't playing anyway. He was benched because of J. Kuro. Yeah, Flexin's gone to BLG in place of Bianc. Bianc's going to Trace. And YOU's been benched. I don't know if YOU's going anywhere else. But if not... If not, fuck, I want him. I fuck with those changes. Yeah, I mean, like... There wasn't much really to improve, I think, for... I think what it needs to be is like you put Feng Feng on Duelist full time, like Jet and Raze. And then just put Kai on Sentinel. What we like for ads? Got 10 minutes, so I'll wait until we're back from break. Oh, man, yeah, what a map. Really good stuff from both sides. Gonna be interesting to see Team Heretics play in a full best of 5, especially against G2. Yeah. Yeah, I think like the main thing is like having a natural like main initiator that doesn't want to really IGL on a team like that is actually a fantastic move for Trace. I should run ads. I'll do it now. Wanted to leave it a tad longer. What time is it now? 11:30.
I'm standing here right now with Nilzinho of Team Heretics. Congratulations on that first map. Our hearts were pounding. This crowd was going crazy as well, so you have to take us through that roller coaster ride of emotions. The momentum was first in favor of 100 Thieves, and then it swung in your favor, so please talk us through that.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a crazy match, like you said. Honestly, like, all the credit for this map win goes to Boo. He done such good preparation before the game. We knew exactly how they were going to play. A lot of people said they had the best defense in the world, so we kind of took that as a challenge. And we always knew our defense was going to be difficult, but yeah, I'm just glad we could make some, good changes throughout the game, and we brought it back.
Well, let's see indeed if Team Heretics can manage to close this one out.
Oh, what a trophy style that was for Team Heretics. Shout out to Boo, the IGL. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm here with Kakuka and Mimi once again. I mean, you heard it from Neil and Mika. The emotions were all over the place.
I mean, they took 100 Thieves comp and they looked excellent with it. I think the implementation of this double initiator comp is actually pretty challenging to do, and they did a great job of it, especially, I think, on that attacking side, really scrimming these executes. They looked on point. They were setting Wood up for success, and then also proving
14 first kills across. Wow, like the attacking sides, 10 out of 10.
I think that you're right. The execute
100 Thieves literally losing 2 retakes, and that was what kind of cost them. Crazy.
Made it so electric, so important to look at this head-to-head, but every single time there was a smoke, a molly, both of the Fade and the Geckos.
Dead even game, yeah.
Something. Round after round, you would see
This is ridiculous considering how good Asna was like in the middle of that map too.
Of kind of stealing this 100 Thieves comp honestly might have given them a bit of an advantage into this series because they've been
I'd agree with Mimi there.
Figuring out what the win conditions of the comp are for them.
But I also think just the way that Team Heretics set themselves up, because they're such a utility-centric team, like the executes, the lineups that they use, the innovation. It really is like Team Heretics taking probably what's the most like well-rounded composition right now on Bind, and then just like tinkering with it to make it a little bit better.
To take them into OT.
Yeah, but hear me out. Even in this play, this just is probably the best flash that we see in the entirety of it. Like, they were all so on point. It's so easy for Benji to get all of these kills and take this to overtime just thanks to Rians.
Unlike when you're playing the Gecko KO comp and you have that really direct combination of 2 pieces of utility that are kind of a checkmate, when you're playing the Gecko Fade, I think it's a lot more reliant on finding the perfect timing of where the util is going to line up. It requires a lot more lineups when you're playing with the Fade too. This is a really difficult comp to play at a high level, and I thought they looked great on it for Team Heretics.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they're down, but they're not out just yet. So let's hear what Coach Zix had to say ahead of map 2.
Standing here right now with Zix of 100 Thieves. We are going into Sunset next. And
Actually, that's a good point. Both these teams, like Zix especially, Zix had like cook up some really good ideas when he was on EG.
We have seen a lot of film on their Sunset. They played it, I think, 3 or 4 times at the tournament. So there's a lot to look at, and their setups are pretty consistent. So it should be easy for us to read them out and understand where we need to go on the map to be able
To be fair, so is 100 Thieves is. Like if they're attacking for their default is just go B.
on match day. So we'll see if anything has changed, and we'll see if our prep is good. But I'm definitely very confident going into it, despite the fact that they've been winning Sunset a lot. So.
Well, thanks for your time. Let's see if 100 Thieves can manage to make a comeback.
He sounds like somebody, but I can't work out who it is.
Boo knew exactly what to do against 100 Thieves, and the same should be on the other side.
Can't remember.
Boostio should have a good idea, but my question is, what is the weak site and the things that Heretics have on Sunset? Because it's very, very minimal.
It's very few, I think, because they adapt a lot what they want to do on A and how they
I think it's B. I think it's B. We know that they have like Sova. So the setup for Heretics is like they have the Cypher stuff on B. They have the Sova playing in market. They have the Omen playing elbow. And then like Gecko can be like
where they're going to kind of go early.
Wait, no, there's no Gecko. So it's just, sorry. Cypher, Sova, KO, Raze, Omen. Because you KO knife this.
Where you really kind of have strong suspicion.
You got the Cypher set up on C. And if they go fast B, the Sova can like recon on site as they're executing and get pings through market. And then obviously the Raze and Omen can play like a main control. And when you're not playing up against a KO, the Omen can like TP in and out of Valley like that. But if obviously the opponent has a KO, you can't do that because you get suppressed and you get stuck. Whereas 100 Thieves' default is they have the Cypher here, they have the Omen in market, they have the Sova top mid, they have the Gecko, and then the Raze on A. You know, like the Gecko flash that goes up, Sova recon sort of hitting around here, or hitting in mid. Omen playing in market because you can paranoia B main, and Cypher utility here. So for me, this is more of a question of like, if both teams are still, I see a fade, so it's already going to be different. I think 100 Thieves are dedicating to the fade over the Sova.
Yeah, that's like your best tool to be clearing out.
But I thought that they played the fade last time. Yeah, they played this against Paper X, but I think they played. I initially thought at least that they played the fade against Paper X because Paper X don't have a Cypher. They play a Sage.
Let me be honest, Team Heretics did not have any business closing that one out. Props to them, because especially on the second half, to me, the biggest achievement...
But I wonder if Heretics made the same assumption. Because if they did, that could cost them. If they're like, they're going to go back to the Sova. Because this comp didn't work.
And hear me out, they're one map away from getting their first win on a big stage like this. In Madrid, they didn't get a single one, and the first time that they could win against an America's team.
But if there was a team to bounce back, it would be 100 Thieves. The only squad with a champion on it still left in this tournament is this team. Busio wants to make another final with his new squad.
I mean, that sort of says the main thing about Sunset. Like, I really like Sunset as a map because the initiator flexibility is amazing.
Doug and Baby, I can't wait to see even how they respond to this.
It's going to be a tall task into, but I do want to go back to what Zix was saying during the break. He feels really confident given what they've seen, given all the Sunset that they've watched, that they're going to be able to strike where the moment's right. Honestly, you're going to have to show that from the get-go, because 100 Thieves starting off on attack. If they let Heretics get ahead on this, I mean, that
hey, Woo.
Difficult bit of momentum to try to overcome.
Yeah, you cannot allow Woot to dictate the pace on this map, because we've seen him in this tournament just absolutely obliterate teams and take over.
I came in from my final exam. How do you think you did?
Let alone you start getting the other teammates activated. I mean, it's going to be a wrap real fast.
Right, KO knife here. Different default. Interesting. So it's like normal Team Heretics default, other than the Raze being here.
Interesting here. Just waiting.
Why is that? Well, because 100 Thieves like to default towards B. Yeah, they just dodged a knife and then hit afterwards.
From Bang, the counter. Patatek, what can he do to delay, or maybe get a spam kill there?
Oh, the molly.
Who tried getting up high and tried
Paranoid to go across, also getting a link.
Pistol rounds.
Why did Bang have the spike?
Should be a free bomb planted for the side of 100 Thieves.
Trying to break the wingman, but they can't. And then everybody's grouping up to take a link. Retake coming from here. Right, retake again. When you have 3 players pushing one side, you'd have one player that just holds. Just good principles for like retakes.
Patatek cleans him up. The pistol goes the way of Heretics.
That's that retake.
Usually you have teams like go this way.
Heretics, they're so good at this stuff.
Like as 4. And then like 1 holding here. This is what I like prefer.
I mean, yeah, it's a little bit of RNG, but still, the utility was behind it. And then
Like Woot getting into here is crazy.
secure the round. Patatek with that.
Teams losing their map picks Pat 3 from Sliggy? Probably, yeah. Especially with these teams.
Value for this team.
Currently sitting at 2-0, a Guardian in hand and full armor.
Back to the normal like default setup. I guess the main thing is that the Sova's usually in here, but they're not. I guess they're just because they're not closing the door, right? They're a little bit like they don't want to get rushed by pistols.
100 Thieves have gone exploring up the middle of the map.
Recon to get people. This is a lot of space given up here by Heretics. Giving respect, sure. Giving it just up completely, that can backfire.
Shots. Heretics will punish.
He needs to reload too.
Gotta be sharp when you're playing the young kids.
Last player standing.
EU with a classic hard getting tagged up down to 56 HP.
Paranoid. Is he going to get chased? He is, but he's going to hear it, at least slightly. Nice little, like, two-player PK too.
So Heretics will get to second. No thrifties, no nothing crazy, but you
Oh, of course, like, they're playing passively on market because they have this camera.
the answer to the next question, if you will, is will the bonus be converted? That was such a problem on Bind.
Yeah, we saw Heretics win a bonus the last time around with just Sheriffs. I mean, we're going into this. There's 2 Spectres, there's a Guardian, a lot of utility on the field. But some good looks for 100 Thieves is they weren't scared to take those timings. Yeah,
They're going back to doing the default like they did before.
and these are all gaps that they're aware of. So that
Lots of noise and stuff. Dizzy Flash, take a B main.
And yeah, they weren't able to convert in that round, but they had
Got the Cypher doing stuff towards A. Put a camera up, was broken, seeing who's there. And straight in with the execute. Satchel into the left-hand side as well because they're not interested in taking stairs. And they had a trip prepared for it. And Banks just TP'd across.
And striking when the moment's right. Boo's left in a 1v3. Cry is just so weak now. A funny look, and the initiator dies.
Round 3, is it? Oh, Boo, close.
Last one does not land.
For a second there, everyone was holding on to their seats. Because we all believe...
Yeah, I think the 100 Thieves were expecting like the trips on the Cypher to be like on headshot and on stairs. So the trip here is really nice. Good read, a little like mind games. I guess that's just a good example of like how arrays can satch, because a lot of the executes and stuff that 100 Thieves were doing would be like through stairs, like flanking around on headshot with the satchels. But here they're just tucking into this spot. One way here. Raise again over towards B. The adjustment for Team Heretics is to look like they're defaulting normally, but have that raise towards B because of how like how often 100 Thieves were going for these like B executes just off the rip.
Got a showstopper.
And like it means that the Omen can still focus on these positions. Haunt thrown, broken.
Elbow control, doubling back to pick that up later on. Now you can...
Omen TP in CT. He has to cancel because he sees one. Okay, knife hits the raise, but it is a fake towards B. You got these trips. But that one needs breaking. They're going in. There's still 2 players here. The showstopper. Great read. They know again that 100 Thieves loves to do fakes towards A. And that Team Heretics were just not going to rotate away from B for any reason.
That trip doesn't get hit by the Fade Prowler. Moot gets another on the board.
Bang's gonna fall. EU pushing forward. 70 HP, claiming 1, claiming 2. But they've been effortless. The third will be a challenge. The third will be difficult unless Asuna cleans him up, and he does. A 2v2 now.
30 seconds left.
Will seem like disaster is settled.
25 seconds to plant. Neural theft too for the Cypher if you can get to a corpse.
Amongst all the settling, Patatek was able to creep on into market with Benji. Info gathered now for 100 Thieves. But the bomb, the time is low. Asuna, the only one.
1v1. You got to plant the spike though, EU. I don't think there's any time really. Oh no, he does. He has it. He has it.
With a little more than a second to spare, should be able
He's a flash still. Nightfall. Oh! He was quite low, wasn't he, though? Like one body shot got him.
Of where EU could be, but he had his sights lined forward. And he secures the round for his team with a Fade ult invested on top of it.
Great fight from EU, though.
Disastrous for 100 Thieves, but yeah, they brought it back.
Yeah, 30 HP.
10 seconds left onto the round. EU gets that little late flank.
Decade winning that fight.
Just wasn't enough.
Audience are enjoying it. Apparently the audio for the Japan streams is like even wilder. Like you can hear the crowd really loudly there. There's the default again. Even here, like it's... Alright, it's a default, it's a general thing. But it's not just taking and fighting B main. Like here it might be because they're on an eco.
Heretics, they're willing and ready to give all this space. They don't.
But like, there's no fear. Like, that's the thing about like 100 Thieves. Like, whether they played the Silver or the Fade, it's you can do this and you can be obvious. But the thing is, it's so strong. It doesn't matter if Team Heretics have the read or not. It's still like an easy fight.
It really came down to the wire in a couple of these rounds.
100 Thieves really have a good transition from defaulting into executing. Yeah, it's just very clean and easy.
Trip, ooh, making contact, but Trip not broken. So.
And like here, it's going to be different. Like a usual like A execute, you know, you're relying on the Fade. Fade isn't here, so like they know like, okay, this is what we have, this is what we don't. They're not going to wait for the Fade, but they're also not going to like assume anything just because the Fade isn't over on this site. Ooh, they do break it. Showstopper on the attacking side. He TP'd out. Boo managed to get through, and then there's a null command on this retake. 2 flashes. Again, like, you're sort of doing a weird split, but it's fine. Like, the recon is just too good. Sova is too fucking good on this map. I swear to God. I will argue that until the end of time, that Sova is a god agent with these recon darts on A. Like, I was really keen on, like, yeah, maybe, like, the Fade could work a lot better because of the Prowlers and stuff, but the more I'm seeing of it, like, especially, like, 100 Thieves using, like, their comp, the more I'm just like, nah, the Sova just seems to be better.
All of it picture perfect.
Like, the flashes here were good. Patatek taking a good fight. The recon hitting 2 here. The paranoia also cutting across 2.
But Patatek with the entries, that's a sight to behold. How do you stop them now if you're 100 Thieves?
Gotta take a timeout, I think.
But
yep.
What can you do to slow these kids down? To slow Woot down?
Currently sitting at 9-3 right now.
I mean, Heretics on this map, they just picked the perfect time to strike.
The retake reveal is simple, but in right timings, yeah. I mean, a lot of recon darts, it's not about having like 200 IQ lineups, it's just having good timing with them.
And then all of a sudden, they're going to start playing aggressive. You're going to see some walk down mid in the middle of the half.
Like, and I say this as like a Sova player, right? Like, so it's not so much, you know, like I was a pro Sova player or anything like that. It's more like, because that's the role I like the most. That's the role I like almost over focus on.
But for now,
like the utility, it's also just a nice role to play because the utility isn't hard. You're pretty much using the same recons, the same shock darts, the same Aldra and pathing each and every round. But the timing and the coordination with other people is the hard part.
Their economy is sitting pretty nice right now. We spoke about how it was a little dodgy. They have enough money to buy for a couple more rounds.
Yeah, Bustia 0 and 5. They're just
flash over the top.
Hard on attack. Got the camera mid, a little bit shallower so it doesn't really get broken instantly. And there's the 100 Thieves B execute. Again, the trip's good. Yeoman, I think, TP'd out of this corner. Like, there's the like response again. Nice. I mean, I'm gonna have to watch that again. Like, holy shit. I just butchered them. Because you have the Cypher here to play off the trips, the Omen here to paranoia across. Recon Dart just comes in onto headshot. You got somebody like Cypher playing within a cage here to just get a kill. And then the Sova's just in a position where like the Sova can also rotate away. Like if it's not B, he can go here, do the God drone to clear like mid.
Connected at the end there.
And the flash over the top.
Didn't even need to.
Yeah.
Off of a timeout, Heretics decimate 100.
I think the only one thing I don't like here is the KO.
4 rounds now separating these two teams.
And that was a new setup. Boo was anchoring B. The Omen flash even came through. That's why there was nobody to help support.
Yeah, the more I'm looking at this, the more I'm like, I really like the Sova playing towards market. Because there are recons that you can do that go over to like here and such.
Benji Fishy has been a nightmare.
100 Heretics, yeah.
And of course, he's going to be challenged and tested again.
Satchel to break the trip. It's a close trip.
Right. Zeeks was right. They don't really mix up the setups too much.
Yeah, because like the Omen being able to like play here, like even it's like Omen finds some contact, he can back off. You got the race to play off of it, but you can like leave the Omen here, and if he's pushed hard, especially when you're up against like, you know, breach comps and stuff, like you can just TP out.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You know where he's playing. Doesn't matter because he's still just.
I like this good paranoise that you can do from here. I think you're only really worth playing Omen Market if you're over reliant on being on top of the box, but also if you want to like paranoia this. Because it's also like as the Omen, you're one way in this each round, so it's good to like. You don't want to be playing and focusing on market, yet you're not doing what needs to be done on A. You know, it's just good to have like the Omen focus on their site, which is where their utility is going.
Do they clear? Woo. They do not, but the shots can't connect.
Ended up working though in the end, like the Omen baits, gets a kill. 3v4, you got this mid lurk, neural theft as well. You're gonna use it now? I mean, they should do. So the KO's on site, but he's already just knifed him beforehand, so he's able to hold on 13 seconds. Rians is there to help. It's just playing for time, just stalling him out. Really well played. I actually really like that call from Heretics because I think a lot of other teams would like panic in that situation, but then like, no, they don't have the weaponry. They don't really have time. Let's just stall them.
There was even a late lurk top mid from Bang, but there was just no time.
This shot was so good.
Nice high-low.
That was really the only success they found.
And they just baited for Whoop.
They just got stuffed. Patatek, he's such a good anchor on this site, and the crossfire from Rians, the playing back and forth.
Yeah, I think he and
Patatek will be signed. I mean, there'll be a lot of teams looking to pick him up, I assume. Raise again. Team Heretics going for this default, and they're reading it so well that this is just that B main default.
We saw him here last time. I wonder if 100 Thieves think maybe there's a change of position. Maybe he's playing on A, but they don't get the info required. Maybe they heard that.
Dodges the C's. Sees that the raise is over. Like they see that the raise is over here, which is like usually the raise plays A. So let's reset and go A.
Boo dropping a couple of smokes towards B.
So, you know, that's what 100 Thieves are like aiming for. If it's 2 towards B, they'll just execute B. But because they've seen the raise, which is different to the usual setup of Cypher Sova on B, I seen the raise goes, okay, there's like the strong side on B, so we'll just go A. Heretics are happy for that too, because Heretics' retakes on A have been so good. Thrash is going to be used to try and push A-Link. You're not going to be able to pick this up again. You're going to get a little bit horny for the kills. But they just can't find anything.
Right now, Doug.
And it's all the way of 100 Thieves, or excuse me, Heretics.
They don't know where EU is.
You would have to bust out a trick from the hat right now to bring this one back. And I just don't think he's got what it takes.
I didn't even hit. I don't know if he even caged.
The moment sinks in.
Just traded.
Zix talked about prep.
But it's not even a 6th man and he's doing CGRS.
What they were going to want to do.
It's definitely a discussion for Team Heretics to have. But I think also Team Heretics are like aware that they you know, Heretics could definitely put him in a position where they're paying him well as a 6th player to just be in Berlin with them, like during the season, and like travel with them and such. But
couple seconds there, waits for
I think it's more of a case of like they don't want Patatek to be tied down, not being able to play on a team, because he deserves to be on like playing for a team instead of a sub.
It's just squandered by Heretics.
Because I don't even think that he's like he's a free agent effectively. It's not like he's in like contract jail and other teams need to buy him out.
The timings just feel a little bit off, and I mean all credit to Heretics because what they're doing to 100 Thieves is ridiculous right now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they've showed new looks. They've had awesome setups. The retakes have been clean.
I just don't think that the Fades, like I was expecting more from the Fade, but it's just not done anything here.
Got a little hairy, but they were able to get through all of that. They were able to stand in the face of adversity, and now forget adversity. I mean, there's no adversity to be had. Heretics are having their way with 100 Thieves.
As we head into round 9, it will be Patatek towards this B site, holding that dagger out, waiting for an aggressive satchel here. I mean, this is unreal.
There's the default again. This time they have the KO over towards B. KO knife. He was trying to aim for the showstopper. Doesn't quite get the kill. Shock dart. Yeah, it takes out Asuna. Great read. Good theory from Team Heretics. They're like, okay, they have Showstopper. Let's just do the normal default. Expect them to be going B, but have the KO this time over towards B so he can knife them.
In the B main smoke. Patatek, what a message sent.
What a call.
I'm not sure what Boo did there.
There's just a normal trip. Weird fight.
He committed the Omenal into the back of B main. This is something more than just confidence. They know.
It's just because 100 Thieves have like that one default.
Even the
Like they're still doing it. They're still just doing it.
there. But he was waiting for the rocket.
Like they're just playing normally. There's normal default up against the eco.
On this defensive side.
The spike is over towards A, so they are like they're just pressuring this position, and then probably going to head back over towards A. Like this is what they were able to do in Americas for so long. Aldron is forced to use out in mid. Good information. You got 4 people rotating, and they're going to reset and go towards A. Smoking top mid, which is good because the Aldron did spot you in mid. If you don't smoke this, it's obvious that you're not fighting there anymore. So it does raise a little bit of a question mark, and it does keep Silver's focus over here, and it does keep Chaos focus over here.
It's going to be so hard for 100 Thieves to win this round to get a thrifty.
And also the Cypher picks up their util, their other trip, and puts it back in B main. It's actually kind of smart. KO Knife gets the raise. They're going to insert the raise and fake over in this direction again. Hunter's Fury is going to be used to go across. Really nice angle actually for this. But it hits nobody, which again is like good information. They've got that trip back in the same spot and they catch Boostio.
Just when it seemed like they had an advantage again. Door is shut. Can Asuna slip the net? Can he get behind enemy lines? Look at how much respect they're showing. Look at how far Boo is playing back.
Nice, Boo. I think it does boil down to like, if you're worried about like market and stuff, and you're being pressured there, having this over here is good. If the other team isn't bothering with market as much, you can trip it, for example, and then have the silver playing up here so you can do like the A recon or do like the crazy B recon and bounces like this.
Back and forth, waiting for reinforcements in this. Just a timing spray. I mean, the trip even follows up.
But it's also like a, yeah, you don't need to be using a recon off the rip.
The little jiggles. Trying to bait out shots, picking his...
Airport waiting.
And the near airport memes are in full effect.
Patatek has become a menace.
Yeah, it is the
Pushing forward again.
second seed team's actually winning. Woot gets 2.
That's the only success they find.
Oh my god, they're being absolutely fried.
Just nothing going the way.
How much of this do we think is the KO? I don't know. Like
Nothing whatsoever.
He's 13-4.
With how that first map was played out, can't help but imagine that there was going to be a little bit more of a fight from the side of 100 Thieves.
I guess it just gives you more like actual stall, like the KO knife and stuff, right?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, 100 Thieves are 1-4.
Like if you have the silver over here, like you don't really have much stall on A if they try to go fast.
Some type of life.
And yet again, KO over here. 1-0 orb away from having a thrash. You expect them to default to take the orb B main execute there. Knife instantly breaks a thrash. You can just see like exactly what Team Heretics are like hoping to do. Why they would have the KO over here as their default. And just how easy it is for these two to hold in this position. Because you don't have a breach. You don't have like the Gecko KO to fight for this spot. So you can just back out. And again, it's like Omen offering himself up as bait. And then Woot's just playing in a really like sheltered position. Plant goes down. Oh my god. It's just a matter of choice. Yeah, I agree. I think it's like comfort.
Everything falling right into place for Team Heretics.
Because you have like Silver Breach. You have Silver Breach. You've got Gecko, well, Gecko, Keko. That's another one. You've got Gecko Breach.
In the jaw. They look stunned. They look lost. They look without answers, dazed.
I'll take.
And then you've got Silver Gecko, and then you've got Fade Gecko.
0-12 for their IGL as well. It's been tough.
You think there should be a mid-season event between top 2 teams in each League of Challengers? It's so hard to judge teams based on different leagues.
Hey guys, I have a special guest with me right now. We have Star Wraith, a content creator from DRX.
They signed Star Wraith? I didn't even realize.
What do you think of this venue right here?
Nah, the venue is super exciting. It's the first time I'm in.
I think just DRX is like invested in just getting more people, like more viewers and more fans from the West.
Now, you were from Spain.
You know, like obviously the Pat Chat stuff, they sent Lofar as well, didn't they?
Cheering from them, and it looks as though, well, they're in top 4 here at Master Shanghai.
Speaking of which, like I did the tweet yesterday saying like how I was ghosted in EMEA.
With the 3K that Wu everyone has shouted like I've never seen before in a.
You could probably allude to who I was about to like mention, but I won't. But like all you need to do is take a brief look around at like previous EMEA talent to see who's working the show now. Not who's working the show now, that's not a problem. But like who used to work on EMEA that isn't working on there at all anymore. They're just gone, completely cut from existence. Myself included. Like I wanted to speak out about it because I don't like that it's happening to other people. I took it very personally when it happened to me, but it has happened to a lot of other talent to just be fucking ghosted with like no rhyme or reason to it either as well. Like just some like in the middle of seasons we've seen just talent just dropped for other options.
I don't think I can describe anything else. I can't say anything else for them.
I don't think so either. And finally, if you were to say something to Heretics right now, how would you cheer for them?
Like I do find it wild, you know, like we saw Lofar working consistently through kickoff, and I don't think we saw him on stage 1. The only people that worked desks was like Kakuka, Ash, and then sometimes Steel.
Very well may carry Heretics over the line. They look like they can do no wrong. Wu to 17-7. Every single member is.
We've had more hosts work the show instead of analysts.
And Woot, he's #1 on almost every stat.
This is a cool like transition into the map. I didn't even realize this was happening.
Main duelist of this squad.
All right, where are they playing the Fade? Like top mid? Is there a good haunt here?
And a lean towards B going into this pistol round, which is a must.
Still talking about Yane EMEA event was so weird. It was, but like he could say what he wants. If production says it's okay, then like it's okay. If people, Jesus, it might be done.
The bells continue to toll.
I'm just taking a default, but yeah, like it's. I don't know, like the whole Yinsu thing was a little bit weird for me.
Prepared to put on a show. Woot came prepared to put on a show of his
Like
own.
people complaining about her when like, oh, she should have said something like when Steel or when this other teams and players were being like shit on a production broadcast. Wow, flawless too.
They've been obliterated. A flawless round as Heretics get to series point.
Please, you got smart 13-0 and won champions last year. Yeah.
Look at this. It's incredible as the paranormal.
Yeah, production showing finesse stats, which again I think is fine. Like it's in good faith. But the point the finesse brought up was like it's a bit hypocritical for production to be able to do that, but we can't like spray corpses or teabag people or like shit talk, right? People get fined for it. So it is yeah, you know, he's right. He's perfectly right. Like production should be held to the same standards as the players, the teams, and the community.
That there will be a force on the other side.
Like, I understand why people thought that, like, what Steel said was not okay. But
they're still playing the game fundamentally correct.
Personally, I don't think he said anything bad. It was just like a bit of a side tweet. But I think that if there's a genuine problem with the community with stuff like that, then it's up to production.
The pressure getting tagged up. Now they know there's Stingers on the other side. He's not able to make a great escape.
Okay, Apex. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, who cares, you know? Like, it's clearly just, like, a meme and played into it.
Can you imagine once they get around the corner, they might use utility.
But you can't lean into that as talent and then be like, you know, it is hypocritical, but also being a hypocrite on that kind of stuff is fine. Wow, they're just getting fucked.
EU crumbles. 3 remain. The Stingers looking for any success they can find. Off the swing, only 1 foul.
Nice. Good stuff from Heretics. He did the fucking mewing thing. Oh, of course he does the fucking mewing thing. Oh, that's exactly what we need right now. Crowd is happy. I mean, they got some good Valorant, right? But also, like, Patitek in the interview that he had, like, at the end of, like, either the Swiss stage or Monday, he was like, the audience is amazing, you guys are amazing. So I think that just Team Heretics have just built a lot of, like, good faith with the Chinese crowd. Which I think is also, I think it's also a little bit too of like, well, Heretics have beaten all of the Chinese teams. You don't want the team that knocked out all of China to do badly after that. So I think they're like, well, if Heretics wins the event, they knocked out all of the China teams, so clearly China's not that bad. Which, to be fair, I think is genuinely a valid argument. But yeah, like, Heretics just have such a good way and read on it. If Team Heretics wins this Masters, will Miniboo lose his job? No, no, no. Like, they believe in the system, and I think it speaks volumes. This is something that I've not spoken about. It speaks volumes that they played with Patitek until Woot came in, and then, like, Miniboo's gone out now, so Patitek's had to come back. They've played with different, like, players on different roles in different combinations, and yet they play their utility and roles better than some teams that haven't changed the agent that they play for, like, literal years, you know? You know that there's a good system and structure in place for Team Heretics when you can literally just plug in and play different fucking players, swap them on roles, and still everybody knows exactly what they're supposed to be doing. I feel like you could literally swap all of these players onto different roles and it would still do better than some other tier 1 teams.
Somebody gets a thrifty, but I think that quote right there really describes it all so far in their heads. Are we?
Airport waiting.
13-1, the way of Heretics. Busio did get his one, but what a dismissal.
Woot and Benji Fishy streamed on Bilibili, so they got a lot of fans. Yeah, I mean, should I fucking start streaming on Bilibili, do you reckon? That's a good question. Do I need to be like, I don't need to be signed up government-wise, do I? I think I just need like a QQ QR code. Or like sign in from my WeChat or some shit like that, you know?
First of all, Benji, as a team, you guys have never played on a stage.
I think most stuff you can sign in via WeChat, right? Because you essentially like confirm your ID with like your like bank card or whatever.
可能之前 TH 并没有上过这么大的国际性赛事的舞台，但是我们
So I'll just need to sort that out.
其实是有过这样的经验的。那这一次登上我们上海大师赛的舞台，感受怎么样呢？
I think this is probably top 3 experiences of my life so far. So yeah, I think it's pretty positive, man. The crowd is incredible. It's so amazing.
这可能是算得上我人生当中前3的最值得纪念的瞬间了。这里的氛围一切都非常的棒，大家也是非常的热情，真的非常的喜欢这里，谢谢大家。
Jesus, the audience.
About the game real quick because we've heard from every single one of your opponents. They know you like to play Sunset. They know what you do. There's plenty of tapes out there. But why do you think they're not able to take you down on a map that they claim?
But yeah, like, because if
it's okay.
可能之前很多
if I can't get permission like watching tier 2 this year for China because it's on like Bilibili and Douyin and all that stuff. If they can do watch parties there, I might set up and stream the tier 2 China games on Bilibili. I don't know if that's possible though. I don't know if I need to be in China to do it.
So yeah, I don't think there's any chance people beat us on Sunset.
其实虽然我们的对手可能有非常多的计策来反制于我们，但是因为我们的每一位选手都做得非常的棒，我们有非常好的状态，所以我觉得他们不能够在日落之城这场图上打败我们。
I think they just got a banner at this point, right? They just got a banner when they go up against you. I know coming to this tournament, of course, you didn't have Mini Boo here, and we've heard it from you guys over and over again. We're here for the experience. If we win, it's great. If we don't, it's chill. The vibes are great. But you're in the top 3, Benji. Surely at this point...
Ryan Central seeking that Chinese money. Like, if I can't stream here, it'd be nice to stream over there, you know? Just so I'm like doing something. And I feel like the China audience is like clearly like very like they. I don't know how many people watched in for like Woot and Benji.
To get top 3, I think we played really well. We've practiced super hard to get where we are now, and I think we really can win the whole thing. We've got this rematch against G2 now, and I think we're going to be hopefully now more prepared.
Pikachu streams have been watched a lot, like 500 views average. That's pretty good. He streams on Douyin. Wonder if it's just is it easier to get set up on Douyin? Because Douyin is TikTok, isn't it? So.
I've seen your streams on Bilibili, you and Vert, that you've been doing really well down on there. Are there any Chinese phrases you picked up here? Do you know any?
Yeah, I always want to say "谢谢" and "我爱你们."
They love you too, Benji. They love you too. Thank you very much, Luna, for joining.
There's that thank you and I love you.
We'll see you tomorrow. What a day.
It's like share, isn't it?
More action as well.
Share.
A massive win here for Team Heretics to make it to the top 3 of Masters Shanghai. I'm Mimi, joined by Kakuka and a very special guest on the desk, Woot. Welcome. I wanted to start by asking, you came into this tournament as a rookie, your first ever event, playing with a sub, and now you're in the top 3. What does it feel like?
It's just his AUG thing to stream there? Ah, I see, that makes sense.
I was expecting next year. I was like thinking, okay, we can do playoffs in the EMEA, we can just maybe miss the Masters, maybe we can go, like we can eliminate early. It's okay, everything was okay in my mind, but we are here with standing.
Yes. You made it this
It's
way.
amazing. It's
Well, they Neil said in an interview, didn't he, that they went to this event just for the fun, like to just give Woot experience to play on like an international stage. Like they know that they're going without Mini Boo, they know that they're going a long way, and that like practice is hard because you're on the China client, and China teams aren't amazing, and the good teams from China scrim on like the Hong Kong servers instead of like China, because you can get to play like all of the Pacific teams.
I played against 3 Chinese teams.
And like PCs are bad. Like they were telling me that the internet went out yesterday for them in places. I think tournament client was crashing a lot for various teams across the world. So yeah, it really did feel that expectations were incredibly low for Heretics, but they've just made the right like good adjustments. I had some things that PCs are shit in prac rooms. Yes.
For this to happen, for having someone slot in time and time again, always like, a new problem, a new difficulty.
Even like PCs on stage are not as good as they probably should be. Because they're League of Legends PCs, Mersey.
We are doing esports, not like
they're the same PCs that they'd use for like Worlds and stuff.
Fun for win. I think PRX was doing it so good until this year, so that's why they just go to every final in Masters and Champions. We are just trying to do same. That's our key, I think. We are always having fun from games.
You see it on the stage. I wanted to ask you specifically about your relationship with Benji. You said all the fans here love him, but every time we see you two on stage, you're sitting next to each other, you have the special handshake. How is you two's relationship personally, even outside of the server?
Like outside of server, we are really close friends to each other. We are always doing something together. We are eating together. We are doing everything together. That's why we are having fun from games as well. We are like a not team.
Are both Woot and Rian's Turkish? Yeah.
Just kind of turn around with people, because of course, there's a difference between what you see and what you live online and actually coming here.
I knew Woot was, but Rian's has like,
did you expect to have this?
I don't know if it's just like Rian's voice that I'm just like, he sounds Russian, but no.
Who's coming tomorrow? Who's coming Friday? Who's coming our match? Who's gonna root for us? Like everyone was spamming 1 in chat because I was asking if you are coming, press 1 in chat. Everyone was spamming one, so I was expecting something like that, but I wasn't expecting that much people, for sure.
There will be more tomorrow, and you're going up against an opponent that you know very well. So they say 3rd time's the charm. Do you believe that?
Time to win.
Is your moment? Time to win.
I want to win so much because I want to take my revenge. Like, we lost 2 times. We got, like, we won in first maps in both series. We lost second and third. Like, so I want to win tomorrow. We're gonna
Honestly though, like, I think for an event, like, the way that 100 Thieves go out is like 13 wands sucks.
I'm not gonna talk like.
But at the same time, like, I think the event and like this stage for 100 Thieves has been a budding success. The only issue now is that you have to fucking go and go home, rest, recuperate. You're playing like stage 2 in like about a week, like a week's time, 2 weeks time. It's not long.
How did you do it better than them? That's beaten them with it. How'd you pull that off? What was the practice like to make that happen?
Like, we were thinking against G2, like the bind comp, like, but we changed the decision. We banned bind in G2 match, and we played Ascent, and like, so we just don't want to change again. We just worked. We did a bit like counter stuffs, and we won. I don't know. It was hard. Like, you can see from the score, but we won anyway.
Yes.
So I don't mind.
So coming into the sunset, which we know for you guys, it looks too easy, almost to be true. Did you expect that kind of result?
Like,
because there's one difference between being good and what you did.
Addition, now that Valorant is more demanding game than LoL performance-wise. Yeah, maybe they've changed it over time. Like, that is like working on fold information, but yeah, historically the PCs for international events have not been great.
Throughout this tournament, I do want to look at the bracket of how we've played out thus far. You guys, of course, are going to be
for hosting.
you were already talking about.
I will wait to see if Anders comes back online.
This is your first BO5 on an international stage now.
Like, we're gonna
Doesn't seem thus far.
keep calm our calls and focus on fundamentals.
But yeah, what time is it? 20 past 12.
Don't have time.
That's good because I have like a couple of things I need to do anyway. So.
Talk about time, but actually for tomorrow.
Cool, best of 5 tomorrow. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow, nor do I know if I'm streaming on Sunday. I think I'll try and stream early Sunday, even if it's like the show match, because I want to see Abyss. I want to see the new map. And then get my hands on it later, I suppose.
Do you think that is good? That gives you some kind of advantage, the amount of time.
But yeah, I'll leave the stream there. I don't know if it's worth hosting anybody because I don't know who's staying on. So I'll just turn the stream off. But thanks for watching. We should be back tomorrow, but I'll double check and let you know in like the Discord if people want to join that. But thanks for watching. Great games. Like, literally, if you've got into these games late and you want to rewatch the VOD, it's worth rewatching. Some really good quality stuff. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you potentially tomorrow, if not potentially Sunday, if not probably when China Stage 2 starts up again. We'll see. All right, bye.